It was mid-October when my friends and I decided to hike the remote section of the Appalachian Trail in North Carolina. My name is Tyler, and I'd been hiking for years, mostly solo trips or with a couple of friends. This was different. My two college buddies, Dan and Lisa, were coming along, both relatively inexperienced but excited for the fall foliage. We left early Saturday morning, backpacks loaded with enough supplies for a 2-day hike and an overnight at a small shelter a few miles in. The weather forecast promised clear skies, though the crispness in the air hinted at the coming winter. The first few miles were pleasant. The trail wound through dense pine forest, the ground littered with fallen leaves that crackled under our boots. Dan was struggling slightly with his pack, and Lisa kept stopping to take photos, but overall, we were moving at a good pace. The trail markers were frequent, and the map seemed straightforward. I led most of the way, confident in my navigation skills, while occasionally glancing back to make sure my friends weren't lagging. Around mid-morning, as we were crossing a shallow creek, I noticed something odd. The water downstream was darker than usual, almost brown with sediment, and there was a faint metallic smell in the air. I waved it off as runoff from upstream, maybe from old mining areas or just natural iron deposits. Dan wrinkled his nose. "Weird," he said. "Doesn't smell like normal creek water." Lisa shrugged and took another photo. We moved on, but the smell lingered in my mind. By late afternoon it became narrower, and the forest grew denser. The sunlight, filtered through the thick canopy, created long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. We reached a small clearing, and I suggested we take a short break. As we sat and unpacked snacks, I noticed footprints near the edge of the clearing. Not ours. Human adult size, heading in the same direction as the trail. I froze. "Did either of you make these?" I asked. Dan shook his head. Lisa looked worried. "Could be someone else who came this way," she said. But the trailhead had been empty when we arrived, and it was a relatively obscure part of the trail. My gut tightened. I suggested we move faster, but my friends insisted on finishing the break. I reluctantly agreed, telling myself it was probably nothing. We continued, and as we rounded a bend, I thought I heard a voice, a faint whisper, but couldn't make out the words. I stopped and listened. Dan and Lisa noticed my hesitation. "What is it?" Lisa asked. I waved it off. "Probably just the wind," I said, though my voice sounded less confident than I wanted. We finally reached the shelter near dusk. It was a small wooden structure, basic but adequate for an overnight stay. We set up our sleeping arrangements and started a small fire. The forest outside the clearing was eerily silent. No birds, no rustling of animals, just an oppressive quiet that pressed against the edges of our awareness. As night fell, the first odd noises began. It started as soft tapping, like sticks being lightly struck together somewhere beyond the tree line. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing around the clearing. We all froze, looking toward the shadows. "Probably another hiker," Dan whispered. I wasn't convinced. I had spent enough time in the backcountry to know the sound of a human moving cautiously in the woods, and this was different. These steps had weight, purpose. We tried to ignore it, telling ourselves that whoever it was would leave. But then the whispers returned, faint but distinct. "Tyler? Tyler." My blood ran cold. I jumped up. "Did you hear that?" I hissed. Dan and Lisa nodded, pale. "I think we should leave," Lisa said. My thoughts mirrored hers exactly. I had the same instinct, that gut feeling that something was watching us, not just near us, but through us. We packed quickly, extinguishing the fire and keeping our packs on. As we moved down the trail, I kept glancing behind me. The footsteps seemed to follow, always just out of sight, keeping pace with us. Every time we thought we'd lost them, they reappeared. The whispers echoed again, always calling my name. Around midnight, the situation escalated. We reached a ridge overlooking a valley, and I decided we needed to find a safer place to wait until sunrise. I spotted a rock overhang that might serve as a temporary shelter. As we approached, I froze. There, etched into the dirt beneath the rocks, were words, scrawled with sticks, deep and jagged. "Don't leave. Stay with me." I tried to rationalize it. Maybe another group of pranksters, lost hikers trying to scare people. But the handwriting was old, jagged, almost unnatural in the way it seemed to dig into the earth itself. Lisa started to cry softly. Dan kept glancing into the shadows, muttering under his breath. We decided to rest briefly, huddled together. My flashlight flickered once, then again, then went out completely. In the pitch black, I could hear the whispers more clearly. Not just my name, other things. Join me. Stay forever. The voice wasn't human anymore, not entirely. It was distorted, inhumanly elongated, like something trying to imitate speech, but failing. We stayed silent, too afraid to move. Then came the first scream, a high, piercing wail from deeper in the forest. Not human. Not any animal I knew, and it wasn't directed at us, it seemed to echo from all around us. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, shaking as I clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, and I thought I saw movement. A figure, pale, impossibly tall, with long limbs, standing between the trees. It didn't run or approach directly. It just watched, tilting its head as if studying us. We didn't wait. We ran. Blindly down the ridge, branches tearing at our clothes and skin, our lungs screaming for air. The whispers continued, following us no matter which direction we turned. I tripped over a root, and Lisa caught me just before I fell hard. Dan shouted for us to keep moving. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed fractured in that forest. Finally, we stumbled onto a small logging road. Exhausted, bleeding, shaking, we followed it until dawn when we saw a car parked in the distance. A hunter appeared, waving and asking if we were okay. We didn't answer coherently. We just collapsed into his vehicle, sobbing, trying to explain. We reported the incident to the local ranger station. They were sympathetic but skeptical. The area we had hiked was notorious for people getting disoriented, they said, and for strange occurrences reported by hikers. But there had been no missing persons reported that week, and they found nothing unusual during their own patrol. Weeks later, I returned to check the shelter during daylight. Nothing was there. The words in the dirt were gone. The footprints we had seen were gone. Even the trail seemed ordinary, almost mundane. But I never forgot the whispers, the footsteps, or the figure in the trees. Dan and Lisa never wanted to go hiking in that area again, and neither did I. Sometimes at night, when the wind is just right, I swear I hear that same voice, faint and insistent, calling my name. And I know that whatever it was out there, it's still waiting, patient, somewhere in those Appalachian woods. Story the end. The morning had started like any other. I laced up my hiking boots outside my apartment in Portland, Oregon, grabbed my pack, and double-checked my gear. I was heading into the Mount Hood Wilderness, a place I'd been countless times, but today was supposed to be different. I wanted to test myself on a longer, more isolated trail. I wasn't looking for company. I wanted the solitude, the peace, the escape from the city. What I didn't anticipate was how quickly that peace could turn into something else entirely. The trailhead was quiet, almost eerily so, and the air carried that crisp, pine-scented chill of early fall. I started on the trail at about 7 a.m., my boots crunching over the fallen leaves, my backpack snug against my shoulders. The trail snaked upward gradually, and the forest thickened with every step. I noticed a couple of things early on. There were no other hikers, which wasn't unusual for a weekday, but the silence was absolute, almost unnatural. No birds sang, no squirrels rustled, nothing, just me and the forest. By mid-morning, I had hiked several miles and reached a small clearing. I stopped to hydrate and check my map. That's when I first heard it, a faint, irregular knocking sound like wood tapping against wood. At first, I thought it was just a branch falling or maybe some distant beaver activity. But then it came again, closer this time. I froze, listening. It wasn't rhythmic like wind. It was deliberate, almost like someone was tapping on a tree to get attention. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was probably a woodpecker. But deep down, a knot of unease started forming in my stomach. I shoved my water bottle back into my pack and pressed on. As the hours passed, the trail became steeper and narrower. The forest closed in, the trees growing thick and gnarled. Sunlight struggled to reach the forest floor. Around noon, I reached a fork in the trail that wasn't on my map. A sharp, sudden sense of wrongness hit me. The left path looked well-trodden, while the right seemed almost overgrown, abandoned. I checked my GPS. Signal was weak, but it suggested the left path was my route. I took it. That's when the knocking started again, this time unmistakably human. I stopped dead, heart racing. This was no woodpecker. It was slow, deliberate. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause. The pattern repeated. I strained my eyes through the undergrowth, expecting to see another hiker, maybe someone lost. Nothing. Just shadows and trees. I started walking faster, my nerves on edge, trying to convince myself it was someone else on the trail, a hiker or a hunter maybe. But the feeling didn't leave me. The forest felt wrong. Every tree seemed to lean toward me, their branches clawing at the sky. My pace quickened, and I caught myself glancing over my shoulder every few steps. That's when I realized I wasn't hearing the knocking ahead, I was hearing it behind me. Panic began to set in. I turned and sprinted a few yards, but every time I slowed to catch my breath, the knocking came again. Always behind me. Faster, closer. I couldn't see anyone, but I could feel eyes on me. I ran. Branches whipped my face, thorns tore at my pants, but I didn't stop. I just ran, following the trail blindly, hoping it would lead me back to the main path. I didn't see the steep drop until it was almost too late. The trail curved sharply and I misstepped on the loose soil. I slid down a small embankment, scraping my arms and legs, barely managing to stop myself before tumbling into a dense thicket of brambles. I caught my breath, listening. The knocking was gone. I dared a glance behind me. Nothing. The forest was still. I tried to calm down, telling myself I'd imagined it. Stress, isolation, adrenaline. It had to be. I checked my map again, and according to my calculations, if I pushed forward, I could loop around and meet the main trail in an hour or so. I limped onward, each step aching, my mind refusing to settle. That's when I saw the first sign. A small circle of stones, rough 3 feet across, arranged in a crude, uneven pattern. At first, I thought it was some kind of cairn left by hikers, but then I noticed the strange markings on the stones. Scratches, almost like letters, but not any alphabet I recognized. My stomach turned. I picked up my pace. The trail began to descend sharply, twisting between moss-covered boulders. The trees here were massive, ancient, their branches heavy and gnarled. The sun was dipping low and shadows lengthened. Then I heard it again. The knocking, faint at first, echoing through the forest like a heartbeat. Only now it was joined by something else. Whispers, low, guttural murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I froze. The whispers were indistinct, but I could swear they were calling my name. Parvez. Parvez. They hissed. My throat went dry. I stumbled backward, falling into a patch of ferns. My backpack tumbled beside me. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline fueling my muscles, and ran blindly down the trail. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, maybe an hour. My legs were bruised, my hands scratched and bleeding. The forest seemed endless, unchanging, as if it was swallowing me whole. Then I tripped over something soft. I fell forward and hit the ground hard. Groaning, I looked down and froze. There was a hand. A human hand, pale and twisted, sticking out from the leaves. I vomited, scrambling backward. But then the whispering returned, louder, insistent. I could hear multiple voices now, overlapping, chanting something I couldn't understand. My heart pounded. I picked myself up and ran, not caring where I was going, only wanting out. Darkness was falling fast. I realized too late that I had wandered off the trail entirely. The GPS on my phone was dead. The forest around me was impenetrable. Panic clawed at my chest. I tried yelling for help, but my voice was swallowed by the trees. Then I saw it. A figure. Just a shadow at first, standing between two massive trunks. Tall, impossibly thin, with long limbs that seemed to bend wrong like a broken puppet. I stopped dead, too terrified to move. It tilted its head as if studying me. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. The whispering was deafening now, all around me, coming from every direction. I ran. I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush, tumbling over roots until I finally broke through to a small creek. My reflection in the water made me pause. I looked pale, haggard, and panicked. I tried to catch my breath and orient myself. That's when I noticed something even worse. The creek wasn't moving. The water was perfectly still, like glass reflecting the forest above it, but the reflection didn't match reality. The trees were twisted, unnatural. The figure was behind me in the reflection, but not in real life. I turned. Nothing. My rational mind screamed at me that it was a trick of the light, a hallucination caused by fear and exhaustion. But something deep in my gut told me otherwise. I followed the creek downstream, hoping it would lead to a road or a trail. Every step felt like wading through molasses. Eventually, I stumbled onto a dirt service road. My relief was overwhelming. I could see tire tracks, faded signs of recent use. I ran along it until I heard the faint sound of an engine. A truck appeared over the ridge, headlights cutting through the dark. I waved frantically. screaming. The truck slowed, and a man leaned out the window, looking confused but concerned. I ran into the headlights, collapsed on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. "Are you okay? What happened?" he asked. I couldn't answer. My voice failed me. I just pointed back toward the forest. The driver frowned and shook his head. "You're lucky," he said. "Nobody goes in there after sunset. You'll hear things, see things. It messes with your head. You weren't supposed to be out here alone." I climbed into the truck, hands trembling, heart racing. As we drove back to the nearest town, I kept glancing into the rearview mirror. The forest receded behind us, but I could have sworn just for a second I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching us leave. I never went back. Friends teased me for being scared, called it paranoia, but I knew what I heard, what I saw. That forest isn't just wilderness, it's something else entirely. Something that waits, something that watches. And sometimes when the wind is right, you can still hear it, tapping, calling, whispering your name. Story the end. The trailhead was quiet that morning. The kind of quiet that makes the few hikers scattered around feel like intruders in someone else's wilderness. I had driven up from Denver, a 4-hour trip, to hike the Mount Evans Trail alone. I knew it was risky. Solo hikes have their own thrill, but I was chasing a sense of peace I hadn't felt in years. My backpack was light, just essentials: water, some granola bars, a first aid kit, and my phone, though I knew service would vanish past a certain point. The first few miles were easy. The sun slanted through the pine trees, shadows dancing across the dirt path. I kept a steady pace, letting my breathing sync with the rhythm of my boots hitting the ground. Birds called out sporadically, and a squirrel darted across the path, stopping briefly to stare at me before disappearing into the brush. I felt untouchable, like the forest was just a playground for me that day. About 3 miles in, the trail narrowed and twisted into a more rugged stretch. Rocks jutted out like jagged teeth, roots snaked across the path, and the trees thickened. That's when I started to notice something odd. A faint, irregular sound, like someone whispering just out of earshot. At first, I dismissed it. Hikers often reported hearing voices, wind blowing through trees, or distant waterfalls creating strange echoes. But this wasn't wind or water. The whispers had a rhythm, almost conversational, though I couldn't make out words. I stopped and scanned the trees, heart rate rising. Nothing moved, at least not visibly. I shook it off, muttering to myself about nerves and imagination. I started walking again, faster this time. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were fresh, partially hidden by the brush, but unmistakable. Human. They didn't match the trail. Someone had gone off the path, deeper into the woods. I felt a chill and debated turning back, but curiosity, or maybe stupidity, kept me moving forward. For the next mile, the whispers grew louder, clearer, though still just at the edge of comprehension. I could swear I heard my name being called, soft and almost pleading. The air grew colder, the light dimmer as the trees thickened. My pace slowed. The trail disappeared under fallen branches and thick undergrowth. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. A figure stepped out between 2 trees about 30 feet ahead. At first glance, it looked like a hiker, a man in a dark hoodie, jeans, and a backpack. But something was wrong. He didn't move naturally, didn't respond to my voice when I tried to greet him. His head tilted slightly, unnaturally, and his eyes, though I could barely make them out, seemed to glint in a way that didn't reflect sunlight. I froze. "Hey," I called, voice shaking. "You okay?" No response. I stepped closer, trying to convince myself he was just a stranger who didn't hear me. That's when I saw his hands. They were unnervingly still, dangling in a stiff, almost puppet-like manner. My gut screamed at me to leave, but my legs refused to obey. Then he spoke, his voice low, gravely, barely a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." My instincts screamed at me to run. I turned, sprinting blindly through the undergrowth, branches whipping my face, roots snagging my boots. I didn't stop until I hit a small clearing. My chest heaved, and I tried to convince myself I had imagined him, but the whispers had followed me, faint but unmistakable, like they were circling just beyond the tree line. I checked my phone, no signal, of course. I considered retracing my steps, but fear had rooted me in place. The forest had gone silent, too silent. The birds, the squirrels, even the wind seemed to have vanished. That's when I saw something that made my blood run cold. More footprints. They weren't random this time. They circled the clearing, converging on me. Each print was pressed into the dirt deliberately, almost like a trap. I backed up slowly, scanning for any exit. Then I noticed movement at the edge of the clearing, multiple figures emerging silently from between the trees. They weren't running, just gliding or maybe slinking toward me. I couldn't see faces clearly, but I knew instinctively that they were watching me, studying me. The whispers intensified, overlapping voices now, urgent, angry, almost pleading. I turned and ran again, heading downhill, hoping to reach a part of the trail I recognized. My legs ached, lungs burning, but adrenaline carried me forward. The forest seemed to shift around me. Branches that had been absent moments before blocked my path. Rocks seemed to rise where there had been none. It felt like the trail itself was alive, deliberately steering me toward the unknown. I stumbled into a narrow ravine, tripping over roots and sliding on loose dirt. My hands scraped against rocks, blood mixing with sweat. That's when I heard it, laughter, low, guttural, echoing off the canyon walls. Not human laughter, something else, something older and crueler. I pressed on, ignoring the pain in my hands and knees. Eventually, I spotted a faint outline of a trail marker. Relief surged through me. I was going to make it out, but the moment I reached for it, the forest went utterly silent. No whispers, no movement, nothing. The marker stood in front of me, ordinary, mundane, yet somehow wrong. I could feel a presence behind me, heavy, waiting. I didn't dare look back. I sprinted the last mile to the main trail, finally emerging where the trees thinned and the sunlight broke through. My phone pinged, a signal. I called 911, trying to explain, my voice trembling. They told me a ranger would meet me at the trailhead. When I got there, the parking lot was empty. No cars, no hikers, just me and the quiet hum of distant traffic. The ranger arrived an hour later, and I tried to tell him what I had experienced. He listened politely, nodding, but the skepticism in his eyes was palpable. People get lost, hallucinate, he said. It happens more than you think. I wanted to scream that it wasn't hallucination, that I could feel them watching even now, but the words caught in my throat. I drove back to Denver, staring at the road, haunted by the feeling that something had followed me, something that didn't belong to this world. Weeks later, I tried to go back to that trail, rationalizing that I had been overreacting, that fear had twisted reality. But when I reached the trailhead, a notice was posted. The section I had hiked was closed indefinitely after multiple reports of disturbing experiences. Hikers had described voices, shadows, and people disappearing. Authorities had found nothing concrete, no evidence of accidents, no missing hikers officially reported. I haven't hiked alone since. I don't tell people what happened. When friends suggest trips into the wilderness, I smile and say I'm busy. But at night, when the house is quiet and I can hear the wind rustling the trees outside my window, I swear I can hear whispers again, just faint at the edge of hearing. My name, calling me back. And I know somehow that if I ever went back, I wouldn't be able to leave again. Story the end. The day started crisp and clear, the kind of autumn morning that makes the forests of Vermont glow like embers. Jason, a seasoned hiker, had convinced his college friend Megan to join him on a weekend trek through the Green Mountains. They had planned the hike for weeks, checking maps, reading trail reports, and packing extra layers. The early sun caught on the red and gold leaves, and Megan breathed it in, marveling at the beauty. But Jason seemed restless. He kept checking the map, pointing out features like a guide on a documentary. The first few miles were easy, the trail winding through gentle slopes and birch groves. They passed a small stream where Jason stopped to filter water, and Megan took a picture of the sunlight dancing on the ripples. She noticed him frowning, muttering under his breath. "What's wrong?" she asked, but he shook his head, dismissing it. By mid-morning, the terrain grew rougher, the incline sharper. Jason led confidently, but Megan started to notice the trail markers weren't matching the map exactly. There were older blazes on trees, faded to near invisibility, and the GPS on her phone was struggling to get a signal. She tried to bring it up, but Jason waved her off. "Old trails like this sometimes shift a bit. It's fine." Around noon, they reached a clearing with a breathtaking view of the valley below. Jason pulled out a small sandwich, and Megan unpacked an energy bar. As they ate, Megan noticed movement in the woods below. Not animals, but something that looked like a person. She squinted, but whatever it was melted behind the trees before she could get a clear look. Probably just a hunter, Jason said casually. Megan nodded but felt a twinge of unease. The afternoon hike became harder. The trail narrowed, rocks jutting out at awkward angles, roots snaking across the path. Megan stumbled more than once, scraping her palms, behobbled fur, and Jason's mood darkened. He was quiet now, moving fast, ignoring her questions about the route. Then they came to a fork in the trail that neither of them recognized. Jason consulted the map, then the compass. Huh, he muttered. This shouldn't be here. Maybe it's a connector trail. Let's take it. It looks like it'll loop us back. Megan didn't like it. Something about the path felt wrong. The trees were denser, the light dimmer, even though the sun was high. The air had a strange smell, damp, earthy, but metallic. An hour in, Megan realized they hadn't seen any wildlife. No birds, no squirrels, not even a chipmunk. Only silence, heavy and unnatural. She called Jason back once, pointing out the lack of birdsong. He shrugged. Sometimes the woods are quiet, he said, but she could hear the tension in his voice. By late afternoon, the trail turned into more of a rough goat path, barely distinguishable from the forest floor. Jason tripped and landed hard on his knee. Megan helped him up, and that's when they heard it, a faint whistling sound, low and deliberate, coming from somewhere ahead in the trees. Jason froze. "Do you hear that?" Megan whispered. "Probably just wind," he said quickly, but his voice didn't convince her, or himself, she suspected. The whistle came again, closer, this time followed by a soft crunching of leaves. Megan's heart pounded. She had read about people getting lost in these woods, stories of hikers vanishing without a trace, but she had always dismissed them as urban legends. Now she wasn't so sure. Jason gestured for her to follow, quickening his pace. Megan stumbled to keep up. The sun was beginning to dip, and the shadows between the trees grew longer, twisted. She thought she saw a figure between two trunks, watching, then vanish when she blinked. "We need to turn back," Megan said, panic creeping in. No, we just need to keep moving," Jason insisted. "We're close to the ridge. Once we hit that, we'll know where we are." But the ridge never came. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, the trail fading under fallen leaves. The whistling returned, now joined by a low, guttural hum, almost like a voice calling from deep within the woods. Megan grabbed Jason's arm. "We need to call someone." "My phone." She fumbled, but there was no signal. As darkness fell, the forest became a maze of shadows. Every step forward felt like it led them deeper into the unknown. Then they saw the first sign of trouble. Tree branches snapped in deliberate arcs as if someone or something was moving through the woods just beyond sight. Jason tried to stay calm, whispering that it was just deer or wind, but Megan could feel the eyes watching them. They tried to retrace their steps, but the trail seemed to have disappeared entirely. Panic set in. They shouted, called out for help, but the only response was that low hum, echoing from all directions. Then came the footsteps, slow, measured, never approaching, but never leaving either. Megan tripped over a root and fell hard. Jason turned to help her, and in that instant she thought she saw it. A tall, shadowy figure, impossibly thin, standing perfectly still between two trees, watching them. Its head tilted slightly, unnaturally, and it vanished when she blinked. Her scream tore through the forest. They ran blindly, branches whipping at their faces, roots threatening to twist ankles. After what felt like hours, they stumbled into a small clearing with a ruined cabin, half collapsed and choked by ivy. It looked abandoned, yet a fire pit contained cold ashes, and the smell of smoke lingered. Jason hesitated. "Maybe we can stay here till morning," he whispered. Megan wanted to argue, but she was too exhausted, too terrified to move. They sat inside the cabin, huddled, listening to the forest around them. The hum grew louder, rhythmic, almost like breathing. Then came the knocks, sharp, deliberate, on the walls, the roof, the door. They froze, hearts in throats. Jason whispered, "It's probably just an animal." But Megan could hear it too, deliberate, intelligent, impossible to mistake. The knocks circled the cabin, as if whatever it was moving around them, studying them. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. The knocks finally stopped, replaced by silence. But something had changed in the air, a presence, cold and heavy, pressing down. They didn't sleep. They didn't eat. Every sound in the forest made them jump. At first light, they decided to leave. Jason, despite his scraped knee, led the way, following the faint path they hoped was the correct trail. The forest seemed different in daylight, less menacing, but no less confusing. Every ridge looked the same, every tree identical. They wandered for hours, compass and map useless, GPS still without signal. Then, finally, they heard it. Voices, human voices, distant but unmistakable. They ran toward them, bursting out of the woods into a small park road. A couple walking dogs stopped and called an ambulance when they saw Megan's bloodied hands and Jason's scraped legs. It took hours for the search and rescue teams to find the cabin they had left. When they did, there was no sign of the shadowy figure, the whistling, or the knocks. The forest seemed normal, peaceful even. The rescuers assumed Jason and Megan had been lost, caught in an old logging area, and feared hallucinations or fear-induced panic. But Megan couldn't shake the memory, the figure in the trees, the whistling, the deliberate knocks circling the cabin. And when she later checked her camera, hoping to see the autumn landscape they had admired, she found one photo she didn't remember taking, a blurry shape in the background, tall, dark, and impossible to place, watching her from the forest edge. Jason refused to talk about it. He returned to hiking eventually, but never in those mountains again. Megan never went back, and she sleeps with the light on, a small measure of comfort against the memory of eyes in the trees. Some nights she swears she can still hear the low hum, just at the edge of hearing, calling, watching, waiting, story the end. The day started like any other hiking trip for me and my two friends, Ethan and Claire. We'd been planning this weekend for months, picking a trail in the Appalachian Mountains we'd never explored before. The weather report had promised clear skies, and the fall colors were supposed to be spectacular. I remember thinking, as we loaded our packs into the back of my old SUV, that it felt too perfect. Looking back, maybe that should have been my first warning. The trailhead was nearly deserted when we arrived mid-morning. Only a few cars were scattered across the gravel lot, and the air had that crisp, earthy smell of fallen leaves and pine needles. The kind of smell that makes you feel alive, but also a little vulnerable. We set off, our boots crunching against the frost-kissed leaves, joking and taking photos as we climbed steadily into the mountains. The first couple of hours went smoothly. We were in good spirits, joking about who would collapse first from carrying the heaviest pack and stopping frequently to take in the scenery. There was a small creek along the path, and we paused to fill our water bottles. Everything felt normal, safe, even. By the time we reached a clearing near the ridge, the sun was high, casting long shadows across the forest floor. It was stunning, almost unreal. That's when we first noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud, not far from the trail. They were big, too big for any of us. But at first, we shrugged it off, thinking they must have belonged to some hunter or hiker from the previous day. But the prints didn't follow any normal pattern. They weren't human. They were wider, the toes long and splayed in a way that made the skin on the back of my neck crawl. Ethan laughed nervously, saying it was probably just a bear, but the spacing between the prints seemed off for any animal I'd seen in these mountains. We took pictures and decided to move on, trying not to think about it. As the day wore on, the trail grew narrower, steeper, and less traveled. The forest became dense, almost suffocating in its quiet. I kept hearing things, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but every time I looked, there was nothing. Claire, who is usually the most fearless of the three of us, kept glancing over her shoulder, Godvat, whispering that it felt like we were being followed. I tried to laugh it off, but even I was beginning to feel uneasy. We decided to set up camp near a small ridge that overlooked the valley below. It was late afternoon, and the shadows were stretching longer with every passing minute. We pitched our tents, started a small fire, and ate our dehydrated meals. The forest was eerily silent, except for the occasional gust of wind that rattled the trees. After dinner, we sat around the fire sharing ghost stories, a cliché but comforting ritual, until the sun dipped below the horizon. That's when it started. At first, it was faint, a low, guttural growl echoing from somewhere deep in the forest. We froze, listening. The sound was close enough that it could have been a large animal, but distant enough that it moved around us, circling the clearing. Ethan tried to convince us it was just a bear marking its territory, but the way it sounded, like it was intentionally mocking us, made my stomach twist into knots. Then we heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, on the dirt path leading to our camp. Not animal footsteps. Heavy, human-like, but off. Something wasn't right. Claire whispered, "Someone's out there." I told her to calm down, that maybe it was another hiker, but deep down, I didn't believe it. The firelight seemed to stretch and distort, making shadows that weren't there during the day. And then, without warning, the growling stopped. Silence swallowed the forest. Complete, suffocating silence. That night, none of us slept. Every crack of a branch, every gust of wind felt like it was right on top of us. Around 2 a.m., the rustling started again, closer this time, circling our tents. Ethan wanted to peek, to shine a flashlight and scare off whatever was out there. I begged him not to. We stayed huddled together, whispering reassurances that were hollow even to our own ears. Then we heard a voice, low and guttural, muttering something that I couldn't understand. Not a human voice. Something deeper, like it was coming from inside the ground itself. Morning never felt so terrifying. When we finally stepped out of our tents, we saw prints around the campsite, massive, clawed, impossibly long. They were everywhere, surrounding us, some nearly touching the tent fabric. We didn't speak. We packed quickly, hearts pounding, every shadow seeming to move. The forest, which had seemed beautiful and welcoming just a day ago, now felt alive, watching, waiting. We retraced our steps down the trail, trying to move fast but cautiously. That's when we noticed that some of the trees along the path were marked, not with regular tree markings, but deep gouges, like something with massive claws had scraped the bark. And more prints. Always more prints. They weren't consistent with any animal we knew, but they were real, and they were following us. Around midday, we reached a fork in the trail. One path continued downward toward the parking lot. The other veered off into a denser section of the forest. We could see smoke rising faintly from our intended trail, maybe someone else hiking or a distant fire. But we realized something chilling. The prints diverged too. Some went with us, toward the exit. Others disappeared into the denser path. As if whatever it was knew we would leave. But part of it stayed behind. We ran. Not a casual hike, not a panic-fueled sprint, but a terrified, adrenaline-driven escape. Every snapping twig sounded like pursuit. Every shadow was a looming figure. When we finally reached the parking lot, panting and trembling, there was no one there. The forest behind us was still, calm, untouched. It didn't look menacing anymore, but we knew what we had experienced. Something had been there, watching, maybe even following. We got into the car and didn't speak for the first 10 minutes, just the sound of the engine and our ragged breathing filling the silence. Ethan tried to laugh, to make it seem like a story we'd tell at a bar one day. I couldn't. Claire was pale, staring out the window at the trees rushing by. It was like it knew us, she said finally, like it was waiting for us to leave and then would follow someone else. I shivered. I didn't disagree. When we got home, we tried to shake it off. Life went on, but the memories didn't. Weeks later, Ethan sent me a photo he found online, taken by a hiker on a different trail hundreds of miles away. In the background of the photo, barely visible, was a massive, hunched figure with long arms and glowing eyes, standing just at the edge of the trees. My stomach turned. The prints we had seen, the sound of the growling, the footsteps, they weren't a fluke. They were real. I've hiked a lot since then, all across the United States, in different forests, on trails both popular and secluded. I've never experienced anything like that again, and I try not to think about it too much. But sometimes when I'm alone in the woods, I hear something faint, low, just beyond the range of my flashlight, and I remember that ridge, that night, the silence that was louder than anything I've ever known. I've read every story, every account of strange creatures in the Appalachian Mountains, and some people dismiss them as myths, legends, or exaggerations. But I know the truth. I know what we saw, what followed us, what circled our campsite like predators waiting to see if we would run. I can still hear the growl in my dreams, feel the weight of those eyes watching me even now. We never went back to that trail, and none of us talks about it much. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear the sound of claws scraping the bark, just faintly, like a whisper carried by the wind, and it terrifies me because I know it's still out there, waiting, watching. Story the end. The sun was just beginning to dip behind the jagged peaks of the Appalachian Mountains, casting long shadows over the narrow trail. I had been hiking all day with my friend Mark, who had convinced me to take this backcountry route in the Cherokee National Forest. The plan was simple: a 2-day trek along a seldom used trail that promised solitude and a chance to see some wildlife. What it didn't promise, and what neither of us anticipated, was how fast that solitude could turn into isolation. We had set off early that morning, backloaded with standard gear: food, water, first aid kit, and tents. The trailhead was deserted, except for a lone hiker who nodded at us briefly before disappearing down the path behind a thicket of oaks. The first few hours were pleasant, the crisp fall air smelling of damp leaves and pine. We joked about how lucky we were to have such clear weather. A few weeks earlier, this area had seen heavy rain that washed out parts of the trail. By midday, the path narrowed into a rough, almost forgotten corridor through the forest. Roots twisted like ropes across the dirt, and the canopy above filtered the sunlight into a green haze. I noticed it first, a faint smell, like something rotting. "You smell that?" I asked Mark. He sniffed the air. "Could be just a deer carcass or something," he said, shrugging. I didn't push it, but I kept my eyes scanning the underbrush. Occasionally, we'd hear the snap of twigs or the rustle of leaves, but no animals appeared. Around 2 p.m., we reached a small clearing near a stream, and I suggested we take a break. As I leaned down to fill my water bottle, I noticed something in the dirt: footprints. Large, human-like footprints pressed into the mud, but they weren't recent. The edges were soft, smudged, as if the rain had partially washed them away. "We're not supposed to see anyone back here," I said quietly. Mark crouched beside me. "Probably an old hunter trail. Don't read too much into it," he said. I nodded, but unease had settled in my chest. We resumed hiking, and as the afternoon wore on, the trail became harder to follow. The markers were faded, and the brush had grown thicker. At one point, we took a wrong turn and ended up on a side trail that seemed to disappear into dense woods. I suggested turning back, but Mark insisted we push forward. He wanted to make it to the camping spot before dark. That decision would haunt me later. Around 5 p.m., the forest grew darker, even though the sun still lingered on the horizon. Shadows stretched across the trail, twisting into shapes that seemed almost human. Then we heard it, a low, guttural growl from somewhere ahead. Both of us froze. The sound wasn't like any animal I'd heard before, more like a bear, but deeper, rougher, almost wrong. Mark whispered, "Probably just a bear. Keep moving slowly." I followed, trying to stay calm, but the growling didn't stop. In fact, it seemed to be circling us. Every few minutes we'd hear a snap of a branch, but when we looked, nothing was there. Panic began to creep in. We finally stumbled upon a small plateau where we decided to set up camp. I started the fire while Mark pitched the tent. Shadows danced around us, and every crack of the firewood made me jump. That night, I didn't sleep. Every sound in the woods, the distant howl of an animal, the rustle of leaves, set my nerves on edge. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps outside our tent. Slow, deliberate. Not light, but heavy, like someone was pacing around us. I nudged Mark. "Do you hear that?" He mumbled, "Probably an animal." But the sound continued. Then I heard it clearly, a whisper, so faint I almost didn't believe it. It was a voice, saying my name. "Alex." I froze. "Did you hear that?" I hissed. Mark sat up. "Hear what?" "Someone's calling me." "Outside the tent." He frowned and shook his head. "You're imagining things. Go back to sleep." I didn't sleep again that night. Every few minutes, the whisper returned, more insistent, surrounding the tent as if it came from every direction. At some point, I heard a faint scratching at the tent's fabric, as if nails were dragging along the canvas. My heart raced. By dawn, I was exhausted and terrified. Mark was still asleep, oblivious. I debated waking him, but the sound stopped with the sunrise. When we emerged from the tent, the first thing I noticed was the footprints. They weren't animal prints, they were human, but large and strange, and they led away from our camp, deeper into the woods. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some local kids had been hiking here last night, but something about the prints made my stomach twist. They were too wide, the toes too long. We packed up quickly and tried to retrace our steps back to the main trail, but the forest seemed different in the light, the path less familiar. Trees that I remembered were on our left were now on the right, and landmarks we had noted were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the forest had shifted while we slept. Around midday, we finally reached a fork in the trail. One path seemed well-worn, the other was almost non-existent, overgrown with thorny brush. I suggested taking the worn path, but Mark insisted on the overgrown route. "We'll get out faster if we cut through," he said. We followed his choice, and that's when we found the cabin. It was old, abandoned, and looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The windows were broken, and the door hung crookedly on its hinges. But the worst part was the smell. Rotting wood mixed with something metallic, like blood. Curiosity, or perhaps terror-driven compulsion, drew us closer. I shined my flashlight inside. The interior was filled with old furniture, overturned chairs, and a strange, thick layer of dirt. But then I saw it. Symbols carved into the walls, circles and lines that didn't make sense. Some of them were smeared with a dark, dried substance. Mark whispered, "We should go." I agreed immediately, but before we could leave, we heard it again, the whispering. Louder this time. "Alex. Mark." We ran. I don't remember the path we took, only that the trees seemed endless and the shadows stretched like fingers trying to grab us. Every snap of a branch made me jump, and I swear I saw movement just beyond my peripheral vision. Shapes, too tall to be human, moving with impossible speed. Hours must have passed because eventually, exhausted and bleeding from cuts on our arms from the brush, we stumbled onto a service road. A park ranger truck was driving by, and we flagged it down frantically. When the ranger saw us, he looked alarmed. "Where have you two been? This trail has been closed for over a week. There have been reports of hikers going missing and some strange things in the area. You're lucky to be alive." We told him about the whispers, the footprints, and the cabin. He nodded solemnly. "You're not the first to see it. People say something lives in those woods, something that isn't human. Whatever it is, it doesn't like strangers." We were shaken, but grateful to be back in civilization. That night, in a motel hundreds of miles away, I couldn't sleep. My phone buzzed with a notification, and I instinctively grabbed it. On the screen was a photo, our campsite, but we hadn't taken it. And in the shadows, just barely visible, was a figure standing, watching us. I burned the photo the next morning, but I can't erase the memory of the whispers calling my name or the feeling of being hunted in the quiet of the woods. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I swear I can still hear it. A soft, guttural voice, whispering, calling, waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be a routine weekend hike. Nothing fancy, nothing extreme. Just me and my friend Mark heading into the Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. We had both hiked there before, plenty of times, and we knew the trails well. It was late October, and the fall foliage was at its peak. Fiery reds, deep oranges, and golds that looked like they were painted onto the hills. We started early on Saturday morning, backpacks light, spirits high. The plan was simple: hike the Old Rag Loop, camp at a small site we'd used years ago, and then head back the next day. The first few hours were perfect. We moved quickly along the trail, enjoying the crunch of leaves under our boots, the cool breeze, and the sun glinting through the trees. Everything was normal. Then we reached the boulder scramble, the point where you have to climb over large rocks. It's tricky, but nothing we hadn't done before. We were laughing, joking about how Mark had almost slipped last time when I noticed something odd. There was a man sitting on a boulder just off the trail, not moving, not looking at us. At first I thought he was another hiker resting, but something about him felt off. He was wearing a heavy coat, and even though it was still sunny, he had a hood over his head. His face was partially hidden, and his posture, it was rigid, like he wasn't really sitting. He didn't acknowledge us at all. Mark waved, and I expected a wave back, but nothing. Just him staring straight ahead, motionless. It gave me a weird chill, but we brushed it off as some guy just being weird. We continued, and soon enough we were back in the dense woods, out of sight of the main trail. That's when things started to feel wrong. The forest seemed quieter than it should have been. Usually you hear birds, squirrels, leaves rustling, maybe the distant sound of hikers, but now it was dead silent. Even the wind seemed to stop. We joked about it, trying to lighten the mood, but my stomach was uneasy. By late afternoon, we reached our camping spot. It was the small clearing we remembered from years ago, surrounded by thick trees. We set up the tent, collected firewood, and tried to relax. As we were unpacking, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Something disappearing behind the trees. Mark said I was imagining things. I wanted to believe him, but that uneasy feeling wouldn't leave. Night fell quickly. We had a fire going, the light flickering across the trees, casting long, dancing shadows. I was stirring some water for coffee when I heard it. A rustling. Not like an animal in the underbrush, but deliberate. Something was moving slowly, circling our camp. I froze. Mark didn't hear it at first, but when I pointed it out, he finally said he heard it too. We grabbed our flashlights and shone them around, but there was nothing there. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. But then we heard a voice, low, guttural, almost a whisper, coming from somewhere behind the trees. You shouldn't be here. We both jumped. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I told Mark we should pack up and leave, but he argued we couldn't just hike in the dark back to the trailhead. It was too dangerous. Still, I had that primal fear, the one that screams, "Get out now!" The rustling continued. At one point, I caught a glimpse of someone or something standing just beyond the firelight. It was tall, unnaturally so, with arms that seemed too long. Its face, I can't even describe it, shadowed, misshapen, like it was made of bark and darkness. It didn't move like a human. I pointed my flashlight at it, and it vanished instantly. We huddled by the fire, silent. Neither of us wanted to speak, but I could feel it watching us. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me flinch. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes. At some point, exhaustion won, and we fell into a fitful sleep in the tent. I woke suddenly around 3 a.m. to a sound like breathing, but it wasn't mine or Mark's. It was outside, circling the tent. My flashlight didn't reach far enough to see anything, but I could hear it moving, low and deliberate. Then I saw it, or it saw me. Through the thin nylon of the tent, I could make out a shadow, taller than a man, crouched down, peering at us. Its eyes glowed faintly red. I woke Mark, whispering, "Someone's out there." He shined his flashlight through the tent flap. Nothing. But then suddenly, a loud crash came from the fire pit. Our fire was gone, the wood smashed into pieces. A cold wind swept through the clearing, even though the night was still. We packed up in silence, grabbed our packs, and started hiking down the trail as fast as we could without tripping. The descent was brutal. Every snap of a branch behind us made us spin around, expecting to see it. I kept imagining the red eyes, watching, following. We were both on high alert, running when we could, slowing only when the trail became too steep. At one point, we thought we were clear. We reached the main trail, and the familiar sounds of distant hikers made us think we were safe. But then we saw it again. At the edge of the trail, partially hidden by trees, the same tall, misshapen figure was standing perfectly still, watching us. Mark shouted, "Run!" and we bolted, pushing through underbrush, tripping, scraping our hands and legs on branches, just trying to get to the trailhead. We didn't stop until we saw the lights of cars in the parking lot. We were both shaking, covered in scratches, and out of breath. We didn't speak much on the drive home. Silence filled the car except for the occasional gulping of air and the low hum of the engine. I called the park ranger the next morning, thinking maybe someone was lost or playing a prank, but they didn't have any reports of other hikers being in trouble. They suggested maybe we were tired, imagining things, but I know what I saw. The photos we took with our phones that day showed nothing unusual on the trail, but I still have nightmares about that figure. I haven't hiked Old Rag since. I can't. Sometimes I lie awake at night and swear I hear rustling outside my window and I feel that same cold, watchful presence. Mark refuses to talk about it. He just shakes his head if I bring it up. I've read about people seeing strange figures in the woods, shadow people, forest spirits, things that don't follow the rules of this world. I used to think it was just folklore. Not anymore. I know it's real. Some people say the forest is alive, that it doesn't like intruders. Maybe that's true. Or maybe there's something else. Something that waits for the unprepared, the careless, the foolish. Whatever it was, I know it's out there, still. And I know it saw us. We never speak of it to anyone outside our circle. People would think we were crazy, but the scars, the scratches, the memory of those glowing red eyes, they never fade. I still have trouble sleeping, and I can't go near those trails without feeling that same chill crawling up my spine. I don't know why it singled us out. I don't know what it wanted. All I know is that night in the Shenandoah National Park changed me. Hiking isn't just walking in the woods anymore. Hiking is a reminder that some places are not meant for human feet, and some things are watching, always. Years later, I found out a few hikers went missing in that same area near where we saw the figure. Their disappearance was never explained. The thought that it could have been the same entity haunts me to this day. I still love the mountains, the woods, the trails, but I avoid Old Rag at all costs. I know better now. Nature has its beauty, but it also has its dangers, ones that aren't always obvious, ones that don't show themselves to everyone. And some dangers don't even belong to this world. Story the end. The sun had barely crested the ridges of the Appalachian Mountains when Alex, Jordan, and Liz loaded their packs into the back of Alex's old Subaru. The trio had been planning this hike for months, a 3-day trek through the remote sections of the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. They were all avid hikers, seasoned enough to handle rough trails, but none of them had ever gone into this part of the forest alone. The trailhead they picked was tucked off a barely paved logging road, and the area was notorious for its sudden fogs and tricky terrain. The first day was exhilarating. The air was crisp, the trees towered over them like cathedral pillars, and the scent of damp pine filled their lungs. Jordan was taking pictures every few minutes, while Liz kept a sharp eye on the map and trail markers. Alex, as usual, was more focused on keeping the pace brisk. They set up camp by a small creek in a clearing, the sun dropping behind the ridges to cast long, dark shadows across the forest floor. That night, they built a fire, roasted hot dogs, and joked about ghost stories as the darkness deepened. The only sound beyond the crackling fire was the occasional rustle of a deer in the underbrush. They didn't notice the footprints until the next morning. They were faint, partially erased by overnight rain, but they were there. Large, irregular, and unlike any animal tracks they recognized. Alex dismissed it as a hiker who had passed by, but Jordan frowned. "These don't look like boots," she said, squinting at the damp soil, "and they don't look human either." Liz agreed they were strange, pointing out how the toes were elongated, almost clawed. They shrugged it off, blaming her imagination, but a subtle unease had started to creep in. By the afternoon of the second day, the weather turned. Thick fog rolled through the valley, swallowing the trail markers and turning familiar paths into a white, featureless maze. They pressed on cautiously, relying on the map and compass. At one point, they heard a distant sound, like someone crying, muffled and echoing. They froze, scanning the misty trees. "Probably just an animal," Alex said, but his voice lacked conviction. The crying came again, closer this time, a faint human-like wail that made Liz's stomach churn. They reached a ridge and set up camp in a small grove surrounded by birch trees. The fog thickened, settling like a living thing around them. As night fell, the cries returned, low, almost whispering now, weaving between the trees. It wasn't continuous, more like a pattern of brief, ragged moans. Liz shivered. "We're not alone," she said, and Jordan, pale and silent, nodded. Alex muttered something about wildlife, but avoided eye contact. Around midnight, the noises changed. It wasn't crying anymore, but a series of deliberate snaps, like someone or something was stepping on dry branches just outside their circle of firelight. The sound moved, always keeping the same distance. When Alex shone a flashlight, all that greeted him was fog and trees, nothing visible. The fire seemed dimmer, the shadows lengthening unnaturally. They huddled in their sleeping bags, listening, hearts hammering in sync with the occasional crack of twigs. Suddenly, the fire sputtered and went out. The darkness was complete. The snaps stopped. Then a whisper, low, guttural, unintelligible, but undeniably real. Liz grabbed Jordan's hand, and Alex, fumbling for his flashlight, felt a hand, large, cold, and wet, brush against his arm. They screamed, scrambled up, and ran blindly through the fog, tripping over roots and rocks. Somehow, after what felt like hours, they burst into a small clearing they didn't recognize, where the fog seemed thinner. There was nothing there, no tracks, no footprints, no sign of anyone or anything. They decided to move downhill at first light, hoping to reach the main trail. But the forest seemed changed, distorted. Trees looked twisted, angles wrong, the canopy blocking more light than before. Birds didn't sing. The creek they had camped by the day before was gone, replaced by a swampy hollow filled with thick black mud. And then they saw them. The footprints again. This time, fresh, unmistakable, and surrounding their path like an invisible circle. They were enormous, clawed, with deep gouges in the earth where toes pressed down. They followed the trail for hours, weaving around them, never intersecting but always present. By late afternoon, they found a dilapidated hunting cabin. It looked abandoned, but smoke curled faintly from a rusted chimney. Desperate for shelter, they approached, calling out, but no answer came. Inside, it was cold and smelled of rot. Rusted cans lined the shelves, and in one corner they found scratch marks on the walls, deep, furious, as if something had tried to escape or enter. Jordan snapped a few photos, hands trembling, while Liz checked the windows. Something about the place made their skin crawl. It was too still, too wrong. Outside, they thought they saw movement, a shadow crossing the clearing, but when they turned, nothing was there. Night fell again. They didn't dare make a fire this time. They huddled together, trying to stay awake, listening, and then they heard it, breathing, slow and heavy, coming from just beyond the cabin walls. Something was circling them, testing them, patient. They whispered frantically, trying to figure out what to do, when suddenly the door rattled. Not knocked, rattled like a strong hand shaking it violently. Alex shouted and the door stopped. But the breathing outside continued. Then the floorboards creaked as something or someone walked beneath them, underneath the cabin itself. Dawn didn't bring relief. The fog was gone, but the forest was silent in a way that made their ears ache. They decided to leave immediately, taking a rough path downhill that seemed to go in the general direction of the main trail. Hours passed. The forest refused to reveal itself clearly. They would think they were near a road, only to find themselves looping back to familiar spots. When they tried to call for help, their phones showed no signal. Every time they tried to get a sense of direction, the compass spun strangely, as if caught in a magnetic anomaly. By late afternoon, desperation had turned to panic. Liz tripped and fell, scraping her knee, and while Alex helped her up, Jordan froze, staring at a clearing ahead. There, partially hidden by ferns and moss, was a human skeleton, old and bleached, sitting upright with its head tilted to one side. The skull had deep gouges, like claws, and around it were strange symbols carved into the dirt, almost like a warning. They didn't stop to investigate further. They ran, fueled by fear and adrenaline, until the sky darkened. When night fell for the third time, they finally stumbled onto a logging road. Exhausted, covered in mud and scratches, they flagged down a passing truck. The driver, an older man, listened silently as they told him what had happened, his face pale. "You're lucky to be alive," he said, voice shaking. "This part of the forest, people disappear there. It's been decades. There's something that doesn't want you walking those trails." The authorities were called, and a search team scoured the area where they had camped. They found nothing. No footprints, no cabin, no skeleton. Just a patch of disturbed earth and the faint, lingering smell of smoke. Alex, Jordan, and Liz were left with the photographs Jordan had taken, showing the clawed footprints and the scratches inside the cabin. But no one could explain them. They never returned to the forest, and they never spoke of it casually again, only in whispers to each other. But sometimes, when they hear a twig snap in the quiet of the city, or a shadow moves oddly in the corner of a room, they remember the fog, the breathing, and the feeling of being hunted. Years later, Alex found a forum for hikers who had gone missing or had unexplained encounters in the Appalachians. He read dozens of stories that mirrored their own: fog, footprints, cabins that disappeared, and shadows that seemed to stalk the unwary. Some claimed it was a cryptid, some something supernatural, others just an unexplainable natural phenomenon. But everyone agreed on one thing. Once you enter that part of the Pisgah, it changes you, whether you escape or not. Alex couldn't bring himself to post. He didn't want to attract it, didn't want to tempt whatever had been circling them in the fog. Every year, on the anniversary of that hike, they would meet quietly, each of them uneasy, remembering the sound of those heavy, deliberate steps just beyond the light of the fire. And every year, each would swear that, somewhere out there, it was still waiting, still watching, still patient. Waiting for the next hiker who thought they could handle the Pisgah's hidden trails. Story the end. It started out as a perfect weekend for hiking. The air in the Appalachian Mountains was crisp, the sun filtered softly through the towering oaks and maples, and the trails were dotted with the vibrant oranges and reds of early autumn leaves. I had planned this trip for weeks. Just me, my backpack, and a trail map. I told myself it was about clearing my head, escaping the grind of city life, and reconnecting with something more primal. I'd hiked alone before, but this time I was trying a new section of the Blue Ridge Trail, one that wasn't heavily trafficked and was known for its steep cliffs and hidden coves. I thought solitude would be peaceful. I was wrong. The first few miles were uneventful. I passed a few other hikers early in the morning, exchanged polite nods, and then watched them disappear down side trails. I made my way steadily upward, enjoying the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional birdsong echoing through the forest. By midday, the trail began to narrow, winding through denser trees and along the edge of a steep ravine. I reached a small clearing with a natural spring and stopped to refill my water bottle. That's when I first heard it. Soft, almost imperceptible footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it was another hiker, maybe someone coming up behind me on the trail. But the sound was too irregular, too deliberate. It wasn't just footsteps. It was the quiet rustling of leaves in a pattern that seemed to mirror my own movements. I stopped, looked around, and saw nothing. Probably just a deer, I muttered to myself, though my stomach clenched. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and continued along the trail, my pace quickening slightly. As the afternoon wore on, the trail became more rugged. Rocks jutted out at odd angles, roots snaked across the path, and fallen logs created natural obstacles I had to clamber over. I was tired but exhilarated, and that's when I noticed something strange. On several trees along the trail, there were symbols scratched into the bark, simple lines and shapes, almost like tally marks, but uneven and jagged. I've seen carved initials before, but these weren't letters or numbers. They looked deliberate in a way that made my skin crawl. I paused to take a photo, thinking I might research it later, but my phone wouldn't get a signal here. By late afternoon, the trail forked unexpectedly. One path led sharply uphill toward a ridge I hadn't noticed on the map, while the other dipped into a shadowed ravine. I hesitated, trying to decide which way to go. Something inside me, some instinct I didn't want to ignore, told me to avoid the ravine. I chose the ridge. That was my first real mistake. The climb was brutal. Loose rocks slid beneath my feet, and the wind at the top of the ridge was sharp and cold. But I kept going, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing and the sound of my boots against the trail. That's when I heard it again, the rustling behind me, just faint enough that I couldn't tell where it was. My heart started pounding. Stop imagining things, I told myself, but the sound persisted. I turned quickly and saw movement, something dark, darting between the trees. It was fast, almost too fast to be human. I started walking faster, then jogging, telling myself I'd catch up if it was just another hiker. But as the shadows lengthened, the forest seemed to close in. Every time I glanced behind me, there was nothing. And yet, the feeling of being watched grew heavier with each step. When I finally reached a small plateau, I stopped, trying to calm down. My legs were trembling, and the thought of spending the night alone in this remote area made my stomach churn. Then I saw the footprints. They weren't human, at least not entirely. They were too long, too narrow, and the toes, if you could call them that, were elongated, clawed even. The prints led off the trail into a dense thicket where the sunlight barely touched the ground. I debated turning back, but my pride and stubbornness got the better of me. I followed them cautiously, telling myself I was being rational. Maybe a deer or some other animal had left the marks. The deeper I went into the thicket, the more the forest seemed to change. The air grew damp and heavy, and a low, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the ground. I stopped several times, trying to listen, trying to find any rational explanation, but it only grew louder the more I tried to ignore it. Then I saw it, hanging from a tree limb, swaying slightly in the breeze, a small bundle of sticks tied together with what looked like animal sinew. Around it, more symbols were carved into the surrounding trees. I felt my stomach turn. It was a warning, I realized, though from whom or what I couldn't tell. I considered turning back, retracing my steps, but the trail seemed to have vanished behind me. Every direction looked the same. Dense trees, shadows deepening, and a constant feeling of being funneled deeper into the unknown. That's when I heard a voice. It was barely above a whisper, and it didn't sound human. "Turn back," it said. Or at least that's what I thought it said. My mind raced. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" There was no answer, only the crunch of leaves behind me again, growing louder. Panic set in. I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush and over roots, my legs bleeding from sharp rocks. But no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps followed, always just behind, always matching my pace. At one point, I tripped over a hidden root and landed face first in the mud. I scrambled up and, in a moment of sheer terror, glanced back. A figure was there, emerging from the shadows. It was humanoid but wrong. Limbs too long, movements jerky and unnatural, eyes reflecting the dim light like polished stone. It didn't run. It glided, silent and inevitable. I screamed and ran harder. Every rational thought vanished. All I could think about was survival. I stumbled over a log and fell into a shallow ravine, sliding down a slope covered in wet leaves. When I reached the bottom, I thought I had lost it, but then I saw something that froze me in place. The symbols. They were everywhere, carved not just into trees, but scratched into rocks, painted in a dark, sticky substance across fallen logs. And in the center of it all was a small clearing. In the middle, a circle of stones surrounded a fire pit, but no fire, just ashes. And in the ashes, footprints, human footprints, and alongside them the elongated prints I had seen before. I crouched low, trying to plan my next move. The forest was unnaturally quiet now, as if holding its breath. And then I heard it again, the whisper, closer this time, almost directly behind me. "You shouldn't have come." I spun around, but there was nothing, not even movement. My chest heaved, my throat burned from screaming. I had no choice. I had to climb out. I found a narrow path up the opposite slope, clawing at roots and rocks until I reached the top, heart hammering. By the time I stumbled back onto a marked trail that I recognized, dusk had fallen. Shadows stretched long across the trail, and the temperature dropped sharply. I ran until I reached my car at the trailhead, too terrified to stop until I was safely locked inside. I didn't look back as I drove away, only noticing the bloodied scratches on my hands and legs. I never returned to that section of the Blue Ridge Trail. I checked online the next day, hoping for a rational explanation, reports of a new animal in the area, maybe a hiker playing tricks, but there was nothing. Not a single mention of anything unusual. I told a few friends, but they laughed it off, said I was imagining things, or that fear had gotten the better of me. But I know what I saw, and I know what followed me through that forest. Months later, I found a local hikers forum discussing the same trail. One post caught my eye. Someone claimed to have seen strange symbols and unnatural footprints in the exact area I had described. They warned others to avoid the trail, but there were no photos or details. That's all I needed to know. I hadn't imagined it. Whatever it was still out there, waiting. Since then, I stick to well-trafficked trails and daylight hikes. I don't wander alone anymore. And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I can still hear it, the soft, deliberate footsteps just behind me in the dark. Story the end. The sun was already beginning to dip behind the thick pine line when Jake and his friends, Matt and Sarah, finally reached the trailhead at Eagle Rock State Park. They had planned this weekend for months, a chance to escape the city and challenge themselves on one of the park's more strenuous trails, the Pinnacle Loop. The weather had been perfect all morning, crisp air, clear blue sky, and the faint scent of wet earth from the previous night's rain. They parked their Jeep and slung their backpacks over their shoulders, unaware that the calm exterior of the forest hid something much darker. The trail started as expected, a gentle incline along a rocky creek. The three of them joked about who would finish first, occasionally stopping to take photos of the rushing water or the moss-covered boulders. Sarah, the most cautious of the group, kept reminding them to stay on the path and avoid the slippery rocks. Jake, ever the thrill-seeker, laughed and balanced on stones that jutted out over the creek, teasing Matt about being too careful. 2 hours in, the forest began to change. The canopy thickened, blocking out more of the sunlight. The trail narrowed and became uneven, roots snaking across it like gnarled fingers. The sounds of the forest, the chirping birds, the rustling leaves, started to feel louder, almost too loud, echoing unnaturally in the dense woods. They paused for water, trying to shake off the creeping unease. "Maybe we should have started earlier," Sarah said, scanning the shadowed trail ahead. "I don't like how dark it's getting." "Relax," Jake said, waving a hand. "We'll be back before sunset. Besides, the best view is at the top." The Pinnacle Loop was known for its overlook, a rocky outcrop that provided a panoramic view of the valley below. But as they ascended, the trail seemed to stretch on forever, each switchback steeper than the last. Jake's lighthearted energy started to fade, replaced by a quiet tension he couldn't shake. About 3 miles in, Matt stopped abruptly. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, straining to listen. "What?" Jake asked, glancing around. "Something moving. Not like an animal. I don't know." Sarah's eyes widened. "I heard it too." The noise was faint at first, a snapping of twigs somewhere off the trail, but then it grew louder. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, though no one else was in sight. They froze, hearts pounding. "Probably a deer," Jake said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Deer don't make that sound," Sarah said firmly. They decided to push on, hoping it was just the wind or their imaginations. But the further they climbed, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. Shadows seemed to shift just beyond their line of sight, and the usual forest smells, pine, damp earth, were suddenly overpowered by a pungent, almost metallic odor. Around the 4th mile, the trail opened into a narrow ridge. From here, the overlook should have been visible, but a thick fog had rolled in, muffling sounds and obscuring the path ahead. "Great," Matt muttered. "Now we're in a cloud." They pressed forward cautiously. That's when Jake noticed it. A tree up ahead, its bark scratched in deep, jagged lines. At first he thought it was claw marks from a bear, but the marks were too high off the ground and too irregular. He crouched down, noticing something else. Small footprints pressed into the mud, almost human, but elongated, twisted. "Guys, look at this," he said, pointing. Sarah leaned in, face pale. "Those aren't human." A sudden crack echoed through the ridge, and they spun around. Something moved in the fog, a figure, tall and impossibly thin, obscured by the mist. Its head jerked in unnatural angles as it watched them. Panic set in, and the trio bolted down the trail, the fog swallowing them in a cold embrace. They ran blindly, branches whipping at their faces, roots catching their feet. The footsteps behind them accelerated, no longer subtle but loud, deliberate, and impossibly close. Every time they looked back, the figure was gone, only to appear moments later ahead of them, almost guiding them into the deeper, darker parts of the forest. Jake's lungs burned as they stumbled into a small clearing. The fog here was thicker, curling around the trees like ghostly fingers. In the center of the clearing stood the figure again, now fully visible. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over its bones. Eyes, black and hollow, locked onto them. Its arms were unnaturally long, dragging along the ground, ending in fingers that looked more like talons than hands. "Run!" Sarah screamed, and they did, racing blindly into the trees. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed as they fought through the underbrush, but the forest seemed endless, the trail erased by the fog. They had no sense of direction, only the deafening sound of their own panicked breathing and the occasional, terrifying crunch of footsteps behind them. At some point, Matt tripped and fell hard, scraping his knees and hands. Jake grabbed him, pulling him up, but in the process, they realized something horrifying. The footsteps behind them had stopped. Dead silence. Where did it go? Matt panted. Jake shook his head, looking around. The fog seemed to close in, and for a moment they couldn't see more than a few feet. Then a whisper drifted through the air, soft, raspy, coming from all directions at once. "You shouldn't be here." They ran again, this time hearing branches crack, not just behind them, but in front of them too. They collided with trees, fell, rose, and fell again. Eventually, exhausted and bleeding, they reached what appeared to be a small cabin hidden in the trees, weathered and covered in moss. The door creaked ominously, but it was their only option. They bolted inside, slamming it shut behind them. The cabin was empty, save for a few broken chairs and a fireplace filled with cold ashes. The walls were scratched with symbols, jagged and unfamiliar. On the table lay a single journal, pages yellowed with age. Jake flipped it open, scanning the entries. The handwriting was erratic, detailing the disappearance of hikers over decades, all mentioning the watcher in the fog that lived in the forest. The final entry made Jake's blood run cold. "It knows when you are afraid. It waits. It doesn't hunt. You cannot fight it. The only way to survive is to not be alone when it finds you." Outside, the whispers began again, faint but persistent, circling the cabin like the wind. "We can't stay here," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "We need to move before it. A loud thump on the roof interrupted her, followed by scraping like claws dragging across shingles. The cabin shook. They huddled together, unsure whether to run or hide. Minutes or hours passed. Then silence. Finally, using the last bit of daylight, they crept out and stumbled down a barely visible trail. The fog began to thin as night fell. Somehow, against all odds, they found the main path and eventually made it back to their jeep. Their hands were scratched, clothes torn, and faces pale. They didn't speak until the engine roared to life. Driving away, the forest behind them looked peaceful, normal even. No sign of fog, no figure, no hint of the terror they had just escaped. But every so often, late at night, Jake would lie awake and swear he heard faint footsteps outside his window, slow and deliberate, as if someone or something was still watching, waiting for him to be alone. None of them ever returned to Eagle Rock. Friends and family dismissed their story as a hallucination, exhaustion, or fear amplified by the forest. But Jake knew the truth. He had seen it, felt it, and run for his life. The forest kept its secrets, and he understood, in a way that would haunt him forever, that some trails were never meant to be walked. Years later, news reports surfaced about hikers who vanished in the same region, always under foggy conditions, always leaving behind only scraps of clothing or abandoned gear. The details matched what Jake had experienced too closely to be coincidence, and every time he drove past the area, he felt a pull, a gnawing sense that the watcher was still there, waiting for the next group foolish enough to wander into its domain. Story the end. It started as a normal weekend trip. I had planned this hike months in advance, a 2-day trek through the White Mountains in New Hampshire. I'd read all the trail guides, packed enough supplies for emergencies, and double-checked my gear. I was going alone, something I usually avoided, but I needed the solitude. I wanted the kind of silence that only miles of untouched forest can provide. I never expected that silence to turn hostile. The trailhead was empty when I arrived early Saturday morning. A thin fog lingered over the parking lot, clinging to the trees like wet cotton. I should have taken it as a warning. I slung my pack over my shoulders and started walking. The first few miles were uneventful, the trail winding through pine forests and over rocky creeks. I saw deer tracks and bird feathers, small signs that the forest was alive but calm. By midday, the fog thickened. It wasn't the playful mist from the morning. This was heavier, almost solid, curling around tree trunks and clinging to the rocks. I pulled out my map and compass, double-checking my location. That's when I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the mud, fresh and deep. But they weren't mine. They were human, large and uneven. Someone had passed through here recently, but there was no one in sight. I brushed it off as another hiker, though my gut told me otherwise. The trail should have been empty this time of year. As I continued, I felt eyes on me, an almost imperceptible pressure like the forest itself was watching. I kept talking to myself, trying to stay rational. Late in the afternoon, I reached a narrow ridge. The trail dropped sharply on either side, and the fog reduced visibility to maybe 20 feet. That's when I heard the first sound that really unsettled me, a branch snapping behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, but there was nothing there, only fog and trees. I told myself it was a deer or a rock fall. I pushed on, and the snapping noises continued intermittently, always behind me, never in front. By evening, I decided to make camp. I found a small, flat area near a stream, gathered firewood, and set up my tent. Every rustle outside made me jump, but I convinced myself it was wildlife. I cooked a simple meal and tried to relax, but sleep was elusive. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing just outside my tent, watching. Around midnight, I was awakened by the sound of footsteps circling my tent. Heavy, deliberate steps, crunching leaves, moving slowly but surely. I froze, heart pounding, barely breathing. Then I heard it, a voice, low and gravelly, whispering my name. I wasn't alone. I didn't know what to do. My phone had no signal, and I didn't have a whistle within reach. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps stopped, and the whispering ceased, but the air felt different, oppressive. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By dawn, I decided to leave immediately. I packed everything silently, trying not to make a sound. The fog had lifted slightly, but visibility was still poor. As I descended the ridge, I noticed more footprints, following my path from the previous day. They weren't orderly, like someone walking carefully. They were chaotic, scattered, as if whoever made them had been running at some points, walking calmly at others. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my breathing and footing, but then I saw something that made my blood run cold. A makeshift figure hanging from a tree, constructed of branches and mud, with a crude mask-like face. It looked fresh, almost like a warning. I stumbled back, heart racing, and looked around. The trail behind me was empty, but the forest felt alive with movement. The next hours were a blur. I ran when I could, climbed when I had to, always feeling the presence following me. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of an animal, made me spin around, expecting to see someone or something. I wasn't sure if it was human. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know. By late afternoon, I thought I had lost it. The trail opened up to a clearing with a small ranger station. Relief hit me like a wave. I ran toward it, waving my arms, shouting. The ranger looked at me like I was crazy, but I didn't care. I told him what happened. The footsteps, the whispering, the figure in the tree. He listened quietly, then asked which trail I had taken. When I told him, his face changed. "You shouldn't have been there," he said. "That section of the trail, it's been closed for years. People disappear there. We put up warnings, but they're not always noticed. You're lucky to be alive." I wanted to ask more, but I was shaking too badly. I just wanted to get back to my car, to civilization, to light and noise and safety. I drove home in silence. The image of that figure in the tree burned into my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps, the whispering, the way the forest had felt alive and aware. I thought about going back, trying to understand what I had seen, but the thought made me nauseous. Something in that forest didn't want to be understood, and I wasn't sure I could ever forget it. Weeks later, I looked up reports of missing hikers in New Hampshire. There were cases from decades ago, some unsolved, some attributed to the wilderness itself. One report described a hiker finding a strange figure in the woods, similar to what I had seen, with others disappearing without a trace afterward. There was no clear explanation. I still hike sometimes, but I avoid the White Mountains. The experience changed me, made me realize that nature isn't just beautiful, it can be malevolent. Solitude, which I once craved, now feels dangerous. I think about the fog, the footprints, the whispering voice almost every night, and I wonder when I hear a sound in the woods, whether it's just an animal or whether it's watching, waiting, and still out there somewhere. The fear hasn't left me. Sometimes in my dreams, I'm back on that ridge, and I can hear the footsteps circling again, slow and deliberate, always just behind me, and I wake up heart pounding, knowing I will never truly escape what I saw. Story the end. The morning was crisp and cold, the kind of early October chill that wakes you up before your alarm. I had been looking forward to this hike for months. My friends, Jason, Lily, and Mike, had suggested the Pine Creek Trail in the Adirondacks for its solitude and scenic views. None of us were experts, but we were experienced enough to handle a long day hike. I packed my bag the night before, making sure we had water, snacks, first aid supplies, and flashlights, just in case. We met at the trailhead at 6 a.m., the parking lot nearly empty except for a few other cars with people who looked equally eager to escape into the woods. The trailhead sign indicated a roughly 10-mile loop with moderate elevation gain. Perfect. We started at a brisk pace, joking and laughing as we followed the dirt path into the forest. The early sun filtered through the trees, creating a patchwork of light and shadow across the trail. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. Birds called from the treetops, and for a while, the hike was exactly the peaceful, invigorating experience I had hoped for. 2 hours in, we reached a fork. One path continued along the main trail, clearly marked, while the other was narrower, barely more than a footpath, winding into thicker woods. Mike, always the adventurous one, suggested we take the smaller path. "It might cut off some time," he said with a grin. "Plus, it'll be more fun." Lily and Jason agreed reluctantly. I hesitated. Something about the path felt off. But I didn't want to be a drag, so I followed. The narrow trail quickly became rough. Roots and rocks jutted out unpredictably, and the canopy above thickened, blocking out sunlight. I noticed the forest around us was unnaturally quiet. No birds, no squirrels, no rustling in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to vanish, leaving a heavy, almost suffocating stillness. About 30 minutes in, the trail took a sharp bend, and we stumbled upon an old wooden cabin, partially hidden by trees and overgrowth. Its roof was sagging, the wood warped and gray with age. The windows were dark, and the door hung slightly ajar. We stopped. "It looks abandoned," Jason said. "Yeah, let's just keep moving," Lily added nervously. But curiosity got the better of Mike. He stepped toward the cabin, peering inside. I stayed back, uneasy. "Nothing in here," Mike called. "Just old furniture and debris." I nodded and started urging everyone to move on. As we turned away, I felt it, a chill, sudden and sharp, like the air itself had grown heavier. I glanced back at the cabin. The door, which Mike had left ajar, was now closed. Slowly, quietly. I shivered and shook it off. Probably my imagination. We continued, but the trail became stranger. It twisted unpredictably, sometimes doubling back on itself. Rocks and roots seemed arranged unnaturally, as if someone had deliberately placed them to create obstacles. The forest grew darker, denser, the branches overhead knitting together to block the remaining sunlight. Then we heard it, a soft, deliberate snapping of a branch somewhere behind us. "Probably an animal," Jason said, though his voice wavered slightly. We called out, joking to ease the tension, but no response came. The sound repeated, closer this time, and distinctly human, footsteps pacing us, following us through the underbrush. I stopped. "Did anyone else hear that?" I whispered. Mike nodded, frowning. "Yeah, weird. I thought it was the wind." But the forest was still, too still. We quickened our pace. Every step seemed amplified in the silence. The footsteps behind us kept pace, never changing speed, never stopping. By late afternoon, we realized we were lost. The trail markers had vanished, or maybe we'd never been on the official trail at all. The forest around us seemed unfamiliar, even though we had been following a path. The canopy above blocked the sun, and shadows stretched unnaturally long. Panic began to set in. We tried retracing our steps, but the forest seemed to shift. Landmarks repeated. A fallen tree we had crossed 10 minutes ago appeared again. A boulder we passed earlier loomed ahead as if we were trapped in some impossible loop. As dusk fell, we stumbled upon another cabin, smaller than the first, almost entirely hidden in a thicket of trees and vines. The door was closed, but we could hear a faint scraping sound from inside. "No way we're going in there," Lily said, her voice shaking. I agreed, but curiosity gnawed at me. Something wasn't right. I wanted to understand what we were seeing, why the forest felt alive, why we weren't alone. Then it moved. A shadow slipped past the cabin window, long and unnatural, hunched in a way no human could be. My heart hammered. "Run!" I shouted, and we did. We ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us. The footsteps behind us accelerated in sync with ours, never letting up. I dared a glance back. The shadow moved with us, always just on the edge of visibility, slipping behind trees, appearing again in the mist and darkness. We stumbled into a small clearing and collapsed, gasping for air. The sun had set, leaving only the gray light of twilight. I checked my phone. No signal. GPS was useless. We heard whispers then, faint, almost imperceptible, carried on the wind. Names. Our names. Jason, Lily, Mike. I froze. "They're calling us," Lily whispered. Her eyes were wide with terror. I grabbed their hands. "We stay together. Don't answer. Just move." We crawled through underbrush, stumbling over rocks and roots. Each time we paused to catch our breath, the forest seemed to lean closer, listening, watching. The footsteps never stopped, always around us, circling. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, time lost, meaning in that endless twilight. Then, finally, we found a creek. Following it downstream, we hoped it would lead us out of the forest. The sound of running water was a relief, a sign that something in the natural world remained constant. But the relief was short-lived. We saw footprints in the mud along the creek, barefoot, human, and fresh, but they weren't ours. They led along the bank, stopping abruptly at a dense cluster of trees. Beyond that, the creek curved into darkness, and we could see the faint outline of another cabin, even smaller, nestled against the water. We didn't wait. We followed the creek until we found a logging road. Exhausted, bleeding from scrapes and cuts, we finally saw headlights. A lone truck drove past. I flagged it down, nearly collapsing onto the dirt. The driver, a middle-aged man with a kind face, called the authorities after hearing our story. Search and rescue teams combed the forest for days. They found no trace of the cabins, no strange footprints, nothing that matched what we described. They chalked it up to disorientation, fatigue, and fear. We never returned to the Pine Creek Trail. But sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still hear the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, following me in the dark. And I know, deep down, that the forest is still there, waiting. Sometimes I dream about the cabins, the way they appear when the forest shifts, the way something watches from within them. And I wake up with the memory of whispering voices calling my name, carried on the wind. I never told anyone else what we saw. People would think I was crazy. But I know what happened. And I know if anyone goes into those woods alone, or even in a group, the forest will find a way to show itself. Story the end. The morning started crisp and clear, the kind of early October day that promises nothing but perfect weather for a long hike. I had convinced my two closest friends, Jason and Emily, to join me for a weekend trip into the Shenandoah Mountains. We had been planning this for months, poring over trail maps and reading through old forums about the best routes. Our plan was simple: camp at Big Meadows, hike to Hawksbill Mountain, and then loop back through the forest, taking in the colors of fall. By 7 a.m., we were on the trailhead, packs loaded, boots laced tight. The air smelled of pine and wet leaves, the kind of earthy fragrance that makes city life feel miles away. We chatted and laughed as we ascended the first mile of the trail, Jason bragging about how much stronger he'd gotten at the gym, Emily teasing him, and me trying not to huff like an old man while hauling my backpack uphill. About 2 hours in, we stopped for a snack on a rocky overlook. The view stretched for miles, mountains rolling into misty blue in the distance. It was breathtaking. But as we were packing up, I noticed something odd. A man, sitting on a nearby rock, staring at the forest. He was older, in his 50s maybe, wearing a tattered green jacket and a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. He didn't wave, didn't move, just sat there. "Think he's a hiker?" Emily whispered. "Maybe a park ranger?" Jason said, shrugging. "He doesn't look like he belongs to any hiking club I know." I felt a small prickle of unease. Something about the way he was sitting, too still, too quiet, set my nerves on edge. But I didn't want to make a scene. We waved politely and kept moving. By midday, we reached a fork in the trail that wasn't on our map. A faded signpost pointed in two directions, but the lettering was nearly gone. Jason, being the self-appointed navigator, insisted we take the left path, claiming it looked more scenic. Emily and I hesitated, but we followed. The trail quickly narrowed, becoming overgrown with brambles and fallen branches. The sound of the forest changed, too. Birds were quiet, the wind was faint, and the rustling of leaves seemed louder, sharper. That's when we heard the first scream. It wasn't human exactly, not in any way I could place. High-pitched, panicked, echoing off the trees. We froze. "Probably just a deer," Jason muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. Emily grabbed my arm. "We should turn back. Something isn't right." But as we debated, the scream came again, closer this time, and something shuffled through the underbrush nearby. Not running, but moving, deliberate and slow. My heart started hammering, the way it does when your brain is screaming danger, but you can't see it. We broke into a cautious jog, following the path as it twisted deeper into the forest. The shadows grew longer, and I began noticing things we hadn't before. Trees stripped of bark in weird patterns, small piles of rocks stacked in disturbing formations, and footprints in the mud that didn't match any human shoe I knew. Then we saw him again. The man from the overlook, standing on a ridge ahead, completely still. But now he wasn't alone. Behind him, barely visible through the trees, were several other figures. Their faces hidden, their bodies unnaturally thin and angular, and they didn't move like humans. It was like they were carved out of shadow. I wanted to scream, to tell Jason and Emily to run, but my voice felt caught in my throat. Emily finally grabbed my hand. "Run," she said, and we did. Branches lashed at our faces as we stumbled down the trail, hearts pounding, lungs burning. Every step felt wrong, like the forest was alive and trying to trap us. Behind us, the sound of footsteps, many footsteps, followed, but no one ever appeared in the clearing ahead. We reached a stream and tried to follow it, hoping it would lead back to a known trail. But the forest seemed to twist around us, each turn bringing us back to where we started, the same fork in the path, the same faint, eerie whispers in the trees. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. Time lost meaning. Jason collapsed against a tree, his face pale. We shouldn't have taken that path, he gasped. We didn't argue. None of us could think straight. That's when Emily screamed. I spun around to see her pointing at the ridge we had just crossed. The figures were there again, closer this time, their eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The man with the hat raised a hand slowly, deliberately, and the rest of them mirrored him. I don't know what came over me, but I grabbed Jason and Emily, pulling them toward what I hoped was the right direction, screaming for them to run. And just as suddenly as it started, the forest seemed to fall silent. The figures were gone, vanished. We didn't stop until night fell. We finally stumbled onto a dirt road, miles from any trailhead. A car passed, and I waved like a man possessed. We piled into the back seat, trying to explain our ordeal, but no one believed us. Hikers aren't supposed to get lost on marked trails like that. They're certainly not supposed to see things like them. Back home, I tried to brush it off as stress, overexertion, or a hallucination. But then the dreams started. Every night, the forest appeared in my sleep, twisting and alive. I could hear those footsteps, those whispers. Sometimes, in the corners of my bedroom, I'd catch movement, shapes flickering just out of sight. A month later, Jason went back to the Shenandoah, determined to find the fork in the trail and prove to everyone we weren't crazy. He never returned. Emily refused to speak about it again. And me? I still see them in the woods when I hike alone, waiting at the edges, watching. Sometimes I think about going back, but not as a hiker, as someone looking for answers, or maybe something else entirely. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that the forest knows me, that it remembers me. And sometimes when the wind blows just right, I hear that scream again, calling me back to the trail we should have never taken. Story the end. The first thing I remember is the quiet. Too quiet for a California mountain trail in late summer. Usually you'd hear something. The buzz of insects, distant birds, the rustle of small animals moving through brush. But that August morning in the Trinity Alps, the air sat still and heavy, as though the forest were holding its breath. I was hiking with my cousin Nathan and his girlfriend Jenna. We'd all grown up in Redding and knew these mountains, or at least thought we did. But none of us had ever done the Canyon Creek Lakes Trail this late in the season. We were expecting heat and long switchbacks, not the creeping sense of emptiness that settled over us before we'd even cleared the first mile. Nathan, always the optimist, shrugged it off. Probably the fire last year scared everything off, he said. He was tall, lean, always wearing that faded red bandana tied around his wrist. Jenna was quieter, a little jittery by nature, and today she kept glancing into the trees as though expecting something to step out. The trail wound upward along the canyon wall, cutting between stands of pines and open stretches of sun-bleached granite. The higher we climbed, the stranger things felt. It wasn't just the silence, it was the smell. A faint metallic tang drifting in the air, so subtle at first I thought I imagined it. When I mentioned it, Jenna whispered, "Like blood?" Nathan laughed too quickly and kept walking. Around noon, we reached a section of trail that dipped into a small meadow. That's when we found the boot. One boot, black leather, laces torn half out like someone had run with it dragging behind. At first I thought it might have fallen out of someone's pack, but when I picked it up, the sole was worn down in smooth arcs, the kind you only see after years of use. No hiker carries boots like that. They wear them. There were no footprints around it. The dirt was undisturbed. It shouldn't have been possible. We debated turning back then, but Nathan insisted we keep going. "We're almost halfway," he said. "Probably just some backpacker's trash." But Jenna didn't buy it, and frankly neither did I. Something about that boot felt wrong, like it had been placed there for us to find. We kept hiking, but all three of us were quieter. The temperature dropped noticeably as we entered denser forest. The breeze died. The pine smell faded, replaced again by that faint metal scent. My stomach twisted every time I breathed it in. 2 miles later, we stumbled onto something else. A campsite. Except it wasn't really a campsite. It was an outline of where one used to be. A flattened patch of dirt with stones arranged in a dead, cold fire ring. No tent poles, no ash, no trash, no boot prints. Nothing that indicated humans had been there recently. But the ground looked freshly pressed, as though someone had just packed up and erased every trace of themselves. Jenna started shaking. "This isn't right," she said. Nobody camps here, it's too close to the trail. Nathan crouched near the fire ring. But look, someone did, recently. Maybe we should take a break. But the moment he said it, something cracked in the woods, a sharp, deliberate snap, like a thick branch being stepped on. We all froze. The sound wasn't far, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. Nathan slowly turned toward the tree line. Probably a deer, he said, but his voice didn't match his eyes. Then came another sound. Not a snap this time. Breathing. Heavy, rasping breathing. Slow and deliberate. Human. Behind the trees, something shifted. A shape, tall and unmoving, half concealed by shadows. The hairs on my arms rose. Jenna clutched my sleeve, whispering, "Please, can we go?" When I blinked, the figure was gone. We left the fake campsite without speaking. None of us looked behind us. The forest seemed darker than before, as though the shadows had deepened. Even Nathan didn't pretend things were fine anymore. He kept glancing over his shoulder. Around 4 p.m., the trail forked. The sign pointing left said Canyon Creek Lakes. The arrow pointing right had no writing, just a bare board where letters had faded or peeled off. The right trail was narrower, less maintained, almost swallowed by underbrush. Jenna pleaded with us not to go near it, but a strange thing happened as we stood there. The smell intensified. That metallic tang, no longer faint, now sharp and thick, stinging the back of my throat. And it was coming from the left, the direction of the lakes, the direction we had planned to go. Nathan scrubbed a hand over his face. "Left is the trail," he said, but his voice wavered. Then something made the decision for us. A shadow flitted across the path ahead. Not an animal. Not a person. Something too tall, moving too fluidly, slipping between trees like mist. Jenna burst into tears. "We need to go back," she begged. "Please, let's go back." But going back meant passing the false campsite, passing the meadow, passing that boot. Everything in the forest felt wrong, twisting, pushing us away from the direction we came. And the smell, God, the smell, grew so strong that nausea rolled through me. "We'll take the right trail," I said. "We'll circle around and reconnect near the creek." None of us believed it, but none of us argued. We walked and walked. The forest shifted as we moved deeper, trees packed closer together, branches hanging low like skeletal hands. A strange hum buzzed beneath the air, so low I felt it more than heard it. Every few minutes, one of us would jerk at the sound of rustling behind us, but every time we looked, the woods were still. Then, somewhere behind us, someone whispered my name. Not a breeze, not imagination, a whisper, low and breathy, curling through the trees. I spun around, heart slamming, but saw nothing. We picked up the pace. The trail narrowed until we were practically pushing through brush. Nathan fumbled with the map, but the lines didn't match anything we were seeing. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "It should curve west, but there's no turn, there's no—" Another whisper. This time Jenna's name. She screamed and ran forward. Nathan and I sprinted after her, crashing through branches. A minute later, we burst into a clearing. At first, I thought it was another campsite, but then I realized it was the same clearing. Same flattened earth, same ring of stones, same silence. We had gone in a complete circle. Jenna collapsed, sobbing. Nathan dropped his pack and pressed both hands against his head. No, this isn't possible. We didn't turn. We didn't... The forest seemed to exhale around us. A long, low sound drifted through the trees, almost like a sigh. The shadows between the pines darkened, puckering into shapes that weren't quite human, but had the form of limbs. Faces, too many, seemed to blink open in the bark. And then, from the trail we'd just come up, a figure stepped out. Tall, thin, wearing the same black boot we'd found. Only one boot. The other leg was bare, pale, dirty, unmoving. Jenna scrambled backward, choking on her breath. Nathan positioned himself in front of us, voice breaking. "Stay back!" The figure didn't move. It just stood there, head slightly tilted, as though studying us. There was no face. Or maybe the shadows simply refused to reveal it. Seconds stretched like hours. When the figure finally moved, it didn't walk. It slid, smoothly, silently, across the earth toward us. Nathan shouted for us to run. We obeyed without looking back. Jenna and I crashed through the trees while Nathan stayed behind for a moment, too long, shouting, trying to distract it. When he finally caught up, blood was running down his arm from a deep gash, but he wouldn't tell us how it happened. "Keep going," was all he said. We didn't stop until night fell around us like a suffocating blanket. Our flashlights barely cut through the darkness. The forest seemed to pulse, alive with faint whispers and distant cracking branches. Every sound felt directed at us. We found a boulder field and huddled between the rocks, too exhausted to continue. Nathan's breathing was ragged, his injured arm wrapped in a torn shirt. Jenna clutched my hand so tightly my fingers went numb. None of us slept. Around midnight, the breathing returned. Not ours, not human. Deep, wet inhales, slow, measured exhales. Moving through the rocks around us, pacing, circling. Sometimes close, sometimes far. Never visible. Hours passed in terror until the first pale light of morning touched the horizon. That was when we realized Nathan was gone. His pack, his flashlight, even the bloody cloth from his arm. Gone. No tracks, no sound when he left. Just gone, as though the night had absorbed him the way it absorbed everything else in those woods. Jenna broke entirely. She screamed his name until her voice failed. I dragged her to her feet and forced her to walk. We stumbled downhill through terrain that wasn't a trail, wasn't anything, just tangled brush and jagged rock. By noon, we found the river. By 2, we found a search and rescue team. They didn't find Nathan. They never found him. Jenna hasn't spoken to me in years. She won't go near forests. I barely sleep. Every so often, in the quiet moments before dawn, I swear I hear something breathing outside my window. Slow, heavy, patient. Something wearing one black, worn-out boot. Story the end. The cold air knifed through the early morning stillness as I stepped out of my truck at the trailhead of Montana's Beartooth Wilderness. It was late September, that seasonal sweet spot where the tourists were gone, but winter hadn't fully arrived yet. The mountains were quiet, the pines dark silhouettes against a bruised purple sky. I pulled my pack from the passenger seat and checked everything twice, like I always did. Knife, thermal layers, headlamp, food, flare gun, map, compass, and the old radio my dad had given me. I'd done dozens of solo hikes, and this trip was meant to be no different. 3 days in, 2 days out, mapping a section of trail I hope to recommend to a friend's outfitter business. Nothing complicated. I didn't feel anything strange when I started out. Just the familiar sound of boots crunching through frost-hardened dirt and the wind threading through the treetops. The first few miles were peaceful. A faint orange glow crept over the peaks, warming the spruce needles and painting the river an amber color. Elk tracks crossed the trail. Ravens hopped between branches, watching me with opportunistic curiosity. Normal. Nothing unusual. By midday, the sun softened the chill, and I stopped by a creek to refill my bottle. The water was frigid, clear as glass. As I screwed the cap back on, I had a brief, unexplainable sensation, like someone was standing behind me. I turned quickly. Nobody. Nothing but the silent rise of the mountain slope and the jagged shadows between the trees. I brushed it off. The wilderness played tricks on your senses sometimes. Isolation made your brain sharpen every small noise. Around 2 p.m., I reached a ridge with a panoramic view of the valley. I took photos, ate a protein bar, and studied the next section of trail. My plan was to camp near a lake about 6 miles farther in. That lake was remote, 2 full days distance from the nearest ranger cabin. I liked that. I liked the kind of quiet you could only find when you were truly alone. But as I packed up, a noise drifted through the trees. Not a branch snapping or an animal rustling. It was rhythmic, almost like coughs or someone trying to clear their throat. I scanned the ridge, then the trail behind me. Nothing moved. The sound stopped, then started again, farther away. I told myself it was an elk or a mountain goat making some weird vocalization. Animals made plenty of noises I didn't fully understand. I hiked on. About an hour later, I found tracks, human tracks, fresh ones, not mine. They were deep impressions in the muddy parts of the trail, boots a little bigger than mine, heading in the same direction. I paused. There weren't supposed to be any other hikers up here. The parking lot had been completely empty when I arrived, and this wasn't a well-traveled route. Still, people sometimes started from other access points. It wasn't impossible. I continued following the trail, but a pit settled in my stomach. The forest had grown quieter than before. No birds, no wind, no small branches falling from above, just a thick, suffocating stillness. By the time I reached the lake, dusk had crept in. The water was flat and blackened by the fading sunlight. I pitched my tent beneath a cluster of pines and got a small fire going. The heat felt good against the dropping temperature. As I cooked my dinner, I listened to the forest, hoping to hear any normal sign of wildlife. But the silence persisted. Then again, the cough. Not far. Maybe 30 or 40 yards away. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. The sound came a second time, wet, phlegmy, almost painful sounding. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the tree line. Nothing reflected back. My hand rested on the knife strapped to my belt. "Hello," I shouted. No answer. "Is someone there?" Silence. And then footsteps. Slow, uneven. I stood, backing closer to the fire. I swept the light again. For a second, a flickering moment, I thought I saw something between two trees. A shape. Tall. Still. Then it was gone. My heart slammed against my ribs. I called again. Nothing. After nearly 10 minutes without another sound, I told myself it had to be an animal. Something sick, maybe. A deer with lung rot. A wolf with a respiratory infection. They happened. It made sense. I ate the rest of my meal quickly and put out the fire early. Inside my tent, I kept my knife close and didn't sleep much. Every time I drifted off, I dreamed of coughing in the dark. The next morning, I found the new tracks. Whoever had made them had walked right up to the edge of my campsite while I slept. I hadn't heard a thing. They circled my tent once, then walked back into the woods. These tracks were different from the ones on the trail. The edges were deeper, like the person had been dragging one foot or limping, and they were closer together, like whoever it was had been moving extremely slowly. I swallowed hard, scanning the trees. If someone was stalking me, I needed to get out. Immediately. I packed up camp fast and started down the route I had originally planned to take, loop style. The forest didn't look as bright as the day before. In fact, it felt like the light struggled to get through the canopy at all, and that metallic smell, cold and sharp, hung faintly in the air. I picked up my pace. 3 hours later, I realized something was wrong. The trail wasn't matching the map. Landmarks I should have seen were missing. Worse, I recognized a dead tree with a lightning scar from the previous day. I had walked in a giant circle without noticing. I sat down on a boulder and forced myself to breathe. Panic would get me killed faster than anything. I studied the compass. It said I was moving west. The map said the exit trail should be east, so I headed east. After half an hour, I spotted something red between the trees. A jacket. My relief evaporated immediately when I stepped closer. It wasn't hanging on a branch. It was lying on the forest floor, torn, dirty, and stiff with something dark that had dried along the sleeve. Next to it was a backpack. Old, weather-worn. The fabric was sun-bleached, the straps frayed. It looked like it had been there for years. Inside the pack were items no hiker would leave behind. Flashlight, flare, rope, compass, all untouched. As if someone had placed the bag down gently, intending to return, and never did. A chill slid us my spine. The coughing sound came again, this time so close it might have been 10 feet behind me. I spun around, knife in hand. Nothing, at first. Then movement. A figure between the trees. Tall, gaunt, shoulders slumped forward, clothes ragged and dirty like the jacket on the ground. He or it took a slow, dragging step. Then another. The breathing was the worst part. Wet, rattling gasps like every inhale scraped through broken glass. "Hey!" I shouted, voice cracking. "Are you hurt?" The figure stopped. I couldn't see its face, just the outline of a head that tilted unnaturally far to one side. Then it stepped behind a tree and didn't come out the other side. I ran. Branches whipped my arms and face as I tore through the undergrowth. I didn't follow the trail anymore. I just ran in the direction of the nearest road, 15 miles away, according to the map. My lungs burned. My legs ached, but I didn't stop. The coughing followed me, closer every time. By late afternoon, exhaustion made me stumble. The forest was growing darker again, even though sunset was still an hour away, and then my radio crackled in my pack. Static at first, then faintly, "Please, help." I froze. It was a man's voice, weak, strained. Then, clearer, "He's still here." Static swallowed the rest. My hands trembled as I lifted the radio. "Hello? Who is this? Do you need help?" No response. Then, coughing, on the radio, on the trail behind me. They overlapped in a way that made my stomach twist. I forced myself to move again. Just before sunset, I finally found a service road. I followed it until full darkness, when headlights appeared from behind a bend. A ranger truck. I flagged it down, waving frantically. The ranger, a man in his 50s with a weathered face, jumped out and rushed over. "You okay?" "You look like hell." I told him everything, or tried to. I sounded insane, breathless, half delirious. But when I mentioned the torn jacket and old backpack, he went pale. He brought me to the ranger station. Inside, he showed me a binder of missing hikers. One photo hit me like a punch. A tall man with slumped shoulders wearing the same red jacket I'd found. He had disappeared 13 years earlier. The ranger told me something else too, something he probably shouldn't have. Other hikers had reported coughing in the woods, footprints that weren't theirs, being watched, being followed. Some had gone missing. A search team went back for the backpack the next morning. They didn't find it. They didn't find any tracks either. I haven't returned to the Beartooth Wilderness since. I won't. Because some nights when everything is quiet, I hear something faint outside my window. A man coughing in the dark. Story the end. The first time I set foot on the Highwood Ridge Trail in Montana, I wasn't looking for anything more than a long, quiet hike to clear my head. I'd just wrapped up a grueling few months at work in Bozeman, and a friend had recommended the trail as a peaceful escape with beautiful views and minimal crowds. He wasn't wrong about the crowds. In fact, the absence of people should have been my first warning. I started early, around 7 a.m., with a pack full of the essentials: water, snacks, a first aid kit, my phone, and a small emergency blanket. The crisp fall air felt invigorating, and the sky was a bright, cloudless blue. The trail began with a slow incline through a forest dense with pines, their needles carpeting the ground in soft brown layers. Every now and then, a bird call or the rustle of a squirrel broke the silence, and the solitude felt comforting. About 2 hours in, I reached a fork in the trail. To the left was the main ridge route, marked clearly with a weathered wooden sign. To the right was an unmarked path, narrower and overgrown. I paused, looking back and forth. The unmarked trail seemed like a shortcut, or maybe an older path that had fallen out of use. Something about it tugged at my curiosity. I don't know why I felt drawn to it. Maybe it was the promise of something less predictable, something more adventurous. I took the path on the right. Almost immediately, the sounds of the forest changed. The air grew stiller, quieter, as if the trees themselves were listening. The sunlight filtered through the branches in thin, fractured beams, and the trail sloped downward in a gentle, deceptive curve. About 15 minutes in, I noticed something odd. The trees were spaced strangely, too evenly, like they'd been planted deliberately. Their trunks were unusually narrow, and their branches tangled together high above to form a canopy so dense it dimmed the light. I kept moving, my boots crunching softly on the dry earth. The silence grew heavier. No birds, no insects, not even wind, just the sound of my breathing. Then I saw the cabin. It stood about 100 yards off the path, partially hidden behind a cluster of trees. It was small, maybe one room with a roof sagging in the middle and planks missing from the walls. An old chimney leaned against one side like it was too tired to stand straight. Moss grew thick on the roof, and the windows were darkened with grime. It looked abandoned for decades. Something about it felt off, but I couldn't tell what. I wasn't planning to go inside. I'm not the type to go barging into creepy abandoned buildings, but I was curious enough to walk closer. As I approached, I noticed boot prints in the dirt around the cabin. Fresh ones. Some looked small, like they could have belonged to a child. Others were larger, heavier, but spaced strangely, as though whoever made them had an unusual gait. They led toward the front door, then stopped abruptly. I swallowed hard. There were no prints leading away. Before I could back away, I heard a familiar sound, footsteps behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, but saw nothing. The trees stood silent, unmoving. The trail was empty. I called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" No answer. The footsteps had sounded real, close enough to feel the faint vibration in the ground, yet there was no sign of anyone. I decided I'd had enough and turned back toward the trail. As soon as I took a step, a deep creak echoed from behind me, the unmistakable sound of the cabin door opening. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head just enough to look over my shoulder. The cabin door, which had been closed when I approached, now hung open by a few inches, swaying slightly as though someone had just pushed it. A dull, cold draft drifted out. Every instinct screamed at me to run, and I listened. I bolted back toward the trail, pushing past low branches, stumbling over roots, barely able to breathe. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what might have stepped out of that cabin. After several minutes, I reached the fork again, gasping for air. I collapsed against a tree, trying to steady my shaking hands. I told myself it had to be the wind, it had to be my imagination, but I knew the truth. There had been footsteps, the door had opened. Someone, or something, had been there. I should have turned back toward the trailhead right then. But I convinced myself I was overreacting. I didn't want fear to ruin the day, so I pressed on up the main ridge route. For a while, the hike felt normal again. Bird calls returned, a light breeze rustled the leaves, the forest felt alive instead of watching. I regained some composure, even stopping to take pictures of the views opening between the trees. Then I found the first of them. A cairn, a stack of rocks, sitting in the middle of the trail. People build them all the time to mark routes or for fun, so I didn't think much of it at first. But as I walked around it, I noticed something wedged between two stones, a strip of faded red and black fabric, torn and dirty. It looked like flannel. The same pattern and color as a missing person poster I'd seen on a bulletin board at the trailhead that morning. A man named Evan Miller had gone missing 4 months earlier. In his picture, he was wearing a red and black flannel shirt. A chill ran down my spine. I gently pulled the fabric free. It ripped like old paper. I shoved it into my pocket without thinking. As I continued, more cairns appeared, one every 20 or 30 yards, each one taller than the last. Some had small bones laid neatly at the base, animal bones, I hoped. Others had strips of cloth or what looked like broken bits of tools or gear embedded in them. And then I heard it again, footsteps. Behind me, slow, steady, keeping pace. I didn't turn around. Not yet. Instead, I quickened my pace. The footsteps quickened too. My heart pounded. My breath came in shallow gasps. I finally spun around. Nothing. No movement. No shadow. No person. But the cairn behind me, the one I'd passed not 30 seconds earlier, had something new on it. A fresh footprint pressed into the soil on top. Human. Bare. Bare. Pointing directly at me. I backed away slowly. Then I turned and started walking. Fast. I didn't care about finishing the ridge trail anymore. I wanted out. The forest seemed darker now, the air colder. The silence crept back in, heavier than before. The trees pressed closer together, and the trail narrowed as though the forest were trying to swallow it and me whole. About a mile later, the trail split again, but this time something was wrong. Neither path looked familiar, neither had markers. They were both narrow, winding into thicker trees. I checked my phone, no signal. I checked my GPS app. It spun uselessly. I chose the left path. 10 minutes later, I saw it. The cabin. Not the same one, I tried to tell myself, but it looked identical. Same sagging roof, same leaning chimney, same dark windows, same silent air around it like the woods were holding their breath. My legs went weak. I backed away, shaking my head. No, I didn't come this way. The forest was wrong, twisted, closing. As I stared at the cabin, something moved inside. Just a flicker behind the grime-coated window. A shape. Tall. Lean. Slower than a person should move. I didn't wait to see more. I ran. Branches whipped my face. Rocks nearly rolled my ankle. I didn't follow a path. I just ran in the direction I thought was back toward the trailhead. But the forest shifted around me. Landmarks repeated. Fallen logs I'd passed earlier appeared again and again. It felt like I was running in circles, even though I never turned. Just when my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out, I heard a sound that nearly buckled me with relief. Voices. Faint but real. 2 men talking. I sprinted toward them, bursting through a thicket and stumbling onto another trail, one well-marked and wide. 2 hikers stood a few yards away, startled by my frantic appearance. They helped me back to the trailhead. They offered to call search and rescue, but I refused. What would I tell them? That the forest had rearranged itself? That a cabin had followed me? That something had stalked me without ever showing itself fully? A week later, I went back, not to hike, but to look at the missing persons board again. Evan Miller's poster was still there, but now there were 3 new ones. 2 of them listed dates from the past year. The third had been put up just 2 days earlier. Her name was Danielle Harper, 26 years old, missing since her solo hike on Highwood Ridge. In her photo, she was smiling brightly, wearing a red and black flannel shirt. Sometimes at night, when I close my eyes, I can still hear footsteps behind me. Slow, patient, matching my breath, and every once in a while I dream about the cabin, standing in the woods, door cracked open, something waiting inside, something that doesn't like to be seen, something that follows. Story the end. The trailhead sat at the edge of a gravel pull-off off Route 89 in northern Montana, marked only by a weathered post and a half-torn laminated map fluttering in the breeze. The forest beyond it looked peaceful enough. Dense pines rising like green walls, sunlight dripping through the branches in slow golden beams. But the air carried a kind of stillness that felt too heavy for a summer morning. Evan stepped out of his truck and stretched, breathing the clean air deeply, letting it cool the nerves jangling in his chest. He had driven 9 hours from Spokane for this, 3 days alone in the Lewis Range, a solo hiking trip he had been promising himself for years. He was 33, burnt out from his IT job, carrying an ache in his chest he couldn't shake since his younger brother passed away the previous winter. Hiking had always been their thing. Maybe this trip would help settle something inside him. He grabbed his pack, double-checked the straps, and locked the truck. There was no cell reception. Hadn't been since he passed the last gas station 30 minutes back. He didn't mind. He had a paper map, compass, GPS tracker, and enough supplies for a week, even though he'd only be out for 3 days. Prepared. That's what he always prided himself on. He started along the narrow dirt trail, the crunch of dry needles underfoot echoing oddly in the quiet woods. The first few miles were calm, almost soothing. Squirrels darted across fallen logs, birds flicked through branches overhead, and the breeze whispered through the trees like distant ocean waves. When he reached the first ridge, he paused, admiring the sweeping view of jagged mountains that stretched like a spine across the horizon. But something caught his eye on the trail ahead. Footprints. At first, he didn't think much of them. Plenty of hikers passed through this area, but these prints weren't normal. They weren't from boots. They were bare footprints. Large, wide, deep impressions in the dirt, like someone had walked through mud before stepping onto the dry trail, the edges still well-defined. Evan crouched to inspect them. They were fresh. Within hours, maybe less. He stood slowly, scanning the silent forest. Nothing moved, no sound except the breeze. Probably some backpacker doing a cold earth ritual or something, he muttered, trying to laugh it off. But unease crawled up his neck. He continued. The prints stayed on the trail for almost a mile before veering sharply into the dense woods. He hesitated, watching the direction they disappeared into. Something about how linear the footsteps were, how straight they went, felt wrong. Most people zigzag, shift weight, step around rocks or roots. These steps were unbroken, direct, almost mechanical. He shook it off and kept moving. By noon, he reached a small meadow near a slow creek. He stopped to eat, sitting on a fallen log. As he chewed, he felt the hair rise on the back of his arms. The feeling was unmistakable. Someone was watching him. He scanned the tree line again. Still nothing, but the forest had grown so quiet that even his own breathing sounded intrusive. He finished quickly, packed up, and moved on. By late afternoon, he reached the old fire lookout tower, abandoned decades earlier. It sat on the highest nearby ridge, its wooden frame bleached and splintered by years of weather. This was where he had planned to camp for his first night. He climbed the ladder slowly, testing each rung until he reached the platform. The view was incredible. Sweeping valleys, distant peaks, sky so wide it felt unreal. He set down his pack, stretched, and stepped inside the main room of the lookout. His stomach dropped. Someone had been here recently, a small pile of ash still warm in a rusted tin bucket near the corner. A ragged blanket balled up beside it, and on the far wall, carved deep into the wood, were 5 long slash marks, precise, evenly spaced, like claw marks, except cleaner, too straight, too deliberate. He touched one. The wood flaked away, fresh. Something rustled behind the tower. Evan froze. He listened, every muscle tightening. Just the wind. Maybe. He set up his sleeping pad but kept his boots on. As the sun dipped, he lit a small stove to cook dinner. The flame hissed softly, and the smell of food filled the room. That's when he heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the forest floor below. Crunch. 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 Not animal steps. Not the light, quick pattern of deer or the heavy plod of a bear. Human footsteps. Bear. Evan turned off the stove instantly and killed the light. His pulse hammered. He edged toward the window, peeking out between 2 boards. The forest below was dimming into twilight. Shadows thickened between the trees. He strained to listen. The footsteps stopped. He held his breath. Then, from directly below the lookout, a whisper drifted upward. raspy, drawn out like someone dragging breath through damaged lungs. Ivan! He jumped back from the window so fast he nearly tripped. No one knew his name. No one was out here. It wasn't possible, but he had heard it, clear as day. He grabbed his pack and pulled out his hunting knife, hands shaking. Hours crawled by as he sat rigid against the wall, listening to the forest breathe and settle. But nothing else happened. No more footsteps, no whispers. Eventually, exhaustion smothered the fear. He drifted in and out of a tense, shallow sleep. Sometime deep in the night, he woke to soft tapping on one of the tower's support beams. Tap, tap, tap. He held his breath, eyes wide in the darkness. Tap, tap, then silence. He didn't sleep again. By dawn, he was already packed, descending the tower as the first cold rays of sunlight cracked through the trees. He scanned the ground around the base. Bare footprints circled the tower. One set. Just one. He started moving fast, practically jogging down the trail. He didn't care about the route anymore. He just wanted out. Around mid-morning, the trail curved through a narrow canyon with steep walls. Evan slowed, checking his map. He looked up. A figure stood at the far end of the canyon, about 50 yards away. Tall, thin, barefoot, filthy skin, ragged shorts, long hair matted like animal fur, completely still. Evan's heart slammed against his ribs. "Hey!" he shouted, trying to sound confident. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" No answer. The figure tilted its head, slow and unnatural. Evan stepped back. That was enough. He turned and sprinted the opposite direction. He didn't care if he lost the trail. Anywhere was safer than staying near that thing. Branches whipped his arms, underbrush tore at his pants. He ran until his lungs ached and his legs trembled. But the forest didn't offer comfort. He realized with rising terror that he no longer recognized the terrain. He had gone too far off trail. He forced himself to stop, panting, shaking, trying to calm down long enough to figure out where he was. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Behind him again. Evan spun. The figure stood between the trees, closer now, much closer. Its eyes were sunken, almost black. Its chest rose and fell in sharp, jerking breaths, like it wasn't used to breathing normally. Its feet were cracked and bleeding, leaving small, dark stains on the forest floor. Evan stepped back, so did the figure. He took another step. The figure mirrored him, exact, like a reflection. "No," Evan whispered. The thing tilted its head again before its mouth opened. Too wide, far too wide. A low, rattling sound echoed out of it. Evan bolted. Branches stung his face as he tore through the forest. He didn't look back. Couldn't. He just ran, stumbling down slopes, splashing through a rocky stream, scraping his hands on jagged roots. Finally, he burst into another clearing. Tracks. Bare footprints, hundreds of them, all overlapping, all facing toward him, like a crowd had been standing there seconds before. His breath caught in his throat. His vision blurred. He heard something behind him, not footsteps, breathing, right behind him. He spun, knife raised, but no one was there. The forest seemed to pulse. He stumbled back onto the creek bed, following it downhill, slipping on wet stones. He didn't know how long he ran. 20 minutes? An hour? His legs felt like fire, his lungs scraping for air. But finally, he reached something that didn't look wild. A dirt service road. He collapsed onto it just as a Forest Service truck rounded the bend. The ranger slammed the brakes. "Jesus, are you hurt? What happened?" Evan tried to speak, but all that came out was a broken sob. The ranger helped him into the truck. "You're lucky," he said. "This road isn't used much. You probably saved yourself a night out there." Evan managed to whisper, "There's someone in the woods, following." The ranger frowned. "Barefoot guy? Tall, thin, long hair?" Evan's blood ran cold. "You've seen him?" The ranger stared ahead as he drove. "No," he said calmly, "but I've heard the stories. Folks say there's someone who lives deep in those woods, someone who doesn't want company. Every few years someone reports seeing him or hearing him." Evan swallowed hard. "Who is he?" The ranger didn't answer. Instead, he said quietly, "You're lucky you got out. Others weren't so lucky." Evan stared at him, feeling something inside him fracture. He didn't go back for his truck for 2 months. When he finally did, he brought 2 deputies with him. He never hiked alone again. Sometimes, late at night, he dreams of bare footprints circling a tower and the sound of slow, deliberate breathing just behind his shoulder. And even months later, when he closes his eyes, he still hears that voice whispering his name from beneath the tower floorboards. He moved to a different state, sold all of his backpacking gear, and started running on city sidewalks instead of forest trails. But nature documentaries, tree-lined paths, even the smell of pine needles can twist his stomach with fear. Because deep down, he knows that whatever followed him in those woods wasn't just a stranger. It was something that knew him, something that mimicked him, something that wanted him. And one day, he fears, it might find him again. Story the end. The trailhead was quiet when I arrived, the early morning light just beginning to spill across the gravel parking lot. My car was one of only two parked there, the other an old forest green pickup with Washington plates. I didn't think much of it. Most people didn't hike the remote sections of the Bitterroot Mountains this time of year. Late fall meant unpredictable weather and shorter days, but that was exactly why I liked it. Peace. Solitude. Time away from the noise of everything else. I slung my pack over my shoulder, locked the car, and started up the trail. The air was crisp and smelled of wet earth and pine sap. Leaves crunched under each step as I followed the narrow dirt path between towering conifers. I felt good, energized, focused, ready for a long day's hike. My plan was simple. Follow the trail up to Hollow Creek Ridge, camp for a night, then return the next morning. About 5 miles in, the trail steepened. The canopy grew denser, filtering the sunlight into thin, golden slivers. The forest was quiet in a way that wasn't peaceful or normal, almost expectant. I'd been hiking long enough to know how a forest should sound. The chatter of birds, the rustle of critters in the brush, the wind whispering through the branches. This forest was silent, completely silent. I slowed down, mentally searching for a logical explanation. Maybe an early frost had driven wildlife deeper into the thick woods. Maybe I was just paying too much attention. But then I noticed the first one, an odd carving on a fir tree off to the right. Not a blaze, not a ranger mark. Something else. A crude spiral scratched into the bark, deep enough to expose raw wood. I stepped closer, brushing my fingers over the grooves. It didn't feel old. The wood was fresh, the edges sharp. I took a picture, telling myself it was probably just graffiti from a bored camper, and moved on. Another mile in, I saw the second carving. Then the third, each slightly different, some spirals tighter, others elongated, but all carved at roughly the same height on the tree. Someone had made them deliberately. I felt a slight unease but kept walking. It was just carving. Weird, sure, but not dangerous. The unease grew when I found the first makeshift marker, a small figure made of twigs and twine, dangling from a low branch like some kind of woodland charm. It spun slowly in the breeze, creaking against the bark. I stopped dead in my tracks. Something about it felt wrong. Too intentional. Too precise. I took another picture, though my hands shook slightly. By noon, clouds began to gather overhead. A storm, unexpected and fast-moving, rolled in from the west. The temperature dropped sharply. I zipped up my jacket and pressed on. The ridge wasn't far. I reached a fork I didn't remember seeing on the map. The right path was the maintained trail, wide, clear, and marked with an official wooden post. The left was narrower, choked with brush, and noticeably darker under the trees. On the trunk beside the left path, another spiral had been carved, larger, deeper, almost aggressively etched. Something in my gut told me to stay on the official trail, but a second glance made me pause. I saw footprints, large ones, leading down the narrow path. They were fresh, not washed out by the rain that had begun to fall. The other hiker in the parking lot? Possibly. I stood there longer than I want to admit, staring at that dark trail, listening to the low rumble of thunder. Against all better judgment, I followed the footprints. Rain pattered lightly at first, then harder, turning the dirt to mud. The temperature continued to drop. The forest grew even quieter, as if the storm itself had muffled everything. After about 20 minutes, I reached a clearing, and my heart sank. In the center stood an old hunting cabin. Weather-beaten, its roof partly collapsed, its windows boarded up long ago. I hadn't seen it on any map. A thin ribbon of smoke curled from what looked like a makeshift chimney pipe on the side. Someone was inside. I approached slowly, the mud sucking at my boots. As I got closer, I noticed something else, those twig figures again. Dozens of them hanging from the eaves, from tree branches, from posts stuck in the ground, all swaying gently, their twine necks creaking. My skin crawled. I didn't want to go closer, but the footprints led straight to the cabin door. I don't know why. Maybe concern for whoever was inside, maybe the storm, maybe just curiosity, but I called out, "Hello? Anyone in there?" Silence. I stepped onto the sagging porch. The wood groaned beneath me. I knocked lightly on the door. No response. I tried again, louder. That's when I heard it. Movement. Slow, deliberate footsteps from inside. They came closer, then stopped just before the door. My throat tightened. I'm just a hiker. The storm caught me off guard. I wanted to make sure everything's all right. No answer. Just silence, thick and heavy. I turned to leave. The door creaked open behind me. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head, expecting to see someone, anyone standing in the doorway. But there was no one. The door sat open, darkness swallowing the interior. My breath fogged in front of me, far more than the cold should have caused. I should have walked away. I should have left right then. But instead, I stepped inside. The smell hit me first, damp, decay, and something faintly metallic, like old blood. The room was dim, lit only by the gray light leaking through cracks in the walls. Broken furniture lay scattered around. A small wood-burning stove in the corner still glowed faintly. Someone had been here recently. The footprints, muddy, unmistakable, led deeper inside, down a hallway. Reluctantly, I followed them. The hallway felt wrong, like the walls were closing in. I kept expecting someone to jump out. At the end of the hall was a half-open door. I pushed it gently. The room contained a bed frame with a stained mattress, a rotting dresser, and a desk. On the desk lay a notebook, open, its pages warped with moisture. I stepped forward and began reading. The entries were barely legible, frantic handwriting, notes scrawled over themselves as if the writer's hands had been shaking uncontrollably. They're out there in the trees. They don't move when you look directly at them. I saw the marks again. They speak when the forest goes quiet. They follow footprints. They copy them. I heard myself outside last night, my own footsteps circling the cabin. My chest tightened painfully. I turned another page. I can't leave. The woods always bring me back. The trail changes behind me. They're close now. Then the last entry. If you're reading this, don't turn around. A deep, slow breath behind me told me I wasn't alone. I didn't turn immediately. I couldn't. Every muscle locked. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Then I heard it. A soft, wet step on the wooden floor, too heavy to be human. I spun around. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I swallowed hard, grabbed the notebook, shoved it into my pack, and bolted out of the room. As soon as my foot hit the hallway, I saw it, muddy footprints on the floor. Not mine. Larger, darker, still wet. They led away from me, then abruptly turned, leading toward me. That was enough. I ran. I sprinted out of the cabin, stumbling off the porch into the mud. The storm had intensified, rain pouring in sheets. The forest around me seemed darker than before, almost unnaturally so. I didn't care. I ran back the way I came. But the trail wasn't the same. Paths that had been clear now twisted unpredictably. The trees looked unfamiliar, clustered tightly, their trunks carved with those spirals, hundreds of them, fresh and dripping. I kept running, following what I hoped was the right direction. Then the whispers started. At first they were faint, like wind through tall grass. But they grew louder, swirling around me, voices overlapping, raspy, guttural, unintelligible. My breath hitched painfully, and I sprinted harder. Every so often I heard heavy steps behind me. When I looked, I saw only shadows shifting between the trees. Tall shadows, impossibly tall. I don't know how long I ran. The storm blurred everything into a gray, shivering haze. Then through the trees I saw it, my trail. The real one, wide. Familiar. I burst onto it, nearly collapsing with relief. I didn't stop. Not once. Not until I reached the parking lot. The green pickup was gone. My car was the only one left. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and sped away, the mud spraying behind me. Hours later, when I reached the small town where I'd planned to stop for supplies, I pulled into the first gas station I saw. My clothes were soaked. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I took out the notebook I'd grabbed. The pages were blank, not smeared or water damaged. Completely blank. My stomach dropped. I drove straight home and haven't been back to that trail or any remote trail since. But some nights, when the world outside is quiet and the wind slips through the trees near my house, I hear it again. A slow step. A whisper. A sound that isn't mine but walks exactly like me. Story, the end. The first cold front of November had just swept through northern Georgia when Ethan pulled into the gravel lot at the Cooper's Ridge Wilderness Trailhead. Mist clung to the treetops like shredded cotton, and the wood smelled of wet leaves and distant rain. He killed the engine, stepped out, and stretched his legs. It was his first weekend off in months, and he wanted nothing more than to hike the old ridge trail that wound deep into the Blue Ridge foothills. He'd hiked it twice before, quiet, rugged, perfect for getting his head straight. He slung his pack over one shoulder, locked the truck, and started up the narrow path. The first mile was calm, almost soothing. Wind brushed through the brown canopy overhead, scattering dry leaves across the ground like brittle coins. The morning sun glowed faintly through the thin clouds. Ethan breathed deep, filling his lungs with the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. But within an hour, he realized something was off. The woods were too quiet. No distant woodpeckers, no rustle of small animals, no chirping from the few stubborn birds that hadn't yet migrated. Just silence. Thick, unmoving silence. Ethan paused. Probably the weather, he muttered. A storm system had passed through the night before. Maybe the animals were bunkered down. He kept hiking. Several miles in, he reached the ridgeline overlook that he'd always loved. Normally, the valley below stretched out like a painting, but today the view was blanketed by fog. He ate half a sandwich, tugged his jacket tighter, and took out his map. His plan was to loop around the ridge, follow the creek for a few miles, and camp near the old fire tower. Simple, familiar. But when he rounded the bend where the trail should have split, he stopped. The trail marker, an old wooden post with a faded yellow arrow, was gone. Only a broken stump remained. Ethan frowned. Maybe it had rotted and fallen, or maybe the Forest Service had removed it. Still, he had a mental image of exactly where the turn was supposed to be. He scanned the forest floor for the trail's usual depressions, the worn dirt path. Nothing. He pulled out his phone to double-check his offline map, but the screen glitched, flickered, and froze on the loading symbol. He tapped it, restarted it, no luck. Great, he sighed. Old school navigation it is. He knew the area well enough, so he kept walking along what he believed was the correct direction. He checked the slope of the land, the angle of the trees, the faint indentation where hikers had once walked. It felt right until the woods thickened around him in a way he didn't recognize. After another 15 minutes, he stopped again. The forest here was wrong. Too dense, too wild, with tangled underbrush and fallen branches that looked like they'd been snapped intentionally. The air grew colder, unnaturally cold for early afternoon, and the silence deepened until it felt heavy, pressing against his ears. That's when he heard it. A soft crunch. Then another. Footsteps. He turned sharply. Nothing but trunks and fog. Ethan held still, listening, heart thudding against his ribs. The footsteps stopped too. He rubbed his face. You're alone, he told himself. It's just an animal. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't. He'd spent enough time in the woods to know the difference between an animal moving and a person trying not to be heard. He adjusted his pack, picked a direction, downhill toward the creek, and moved quickly. But the woods seemed to shift around him. The ground sloped the wrong way. Trees he thought he recognized weren't there anymore, and no matter how far he walked, he never heard water. His breathing grew uneven. The cold burrowed deeper into his clothes. Then he noticed something that froze him mid-step. Scratches on a birch tree. Not bear marks. Not random weathering. Straight lines. Deep gouges. 5 parallel slashes running shoulder high. He stepped closer. The edges were fresh. Raw wood, exposed beneath the bark, still moist. Someone had made these. Recently. A chill spread through his spine. He forced himself to move on. After another hour of wandering, he finally heard something new, running water. He practically jogged toward it, stumbling over rocks and roots. Relief flooded him when he reached the creek. If he followed it downstream, it would eventually lead to a ranger road. He crouched to splash water on his face, but before he touched it, he froze again. On the opposite bank, pressed into the mud, was a single boot print. Large, deep, fresh. The toe pointed toward him. The woods behind him snapped with movement. Ethan stood slowly, chest tight, cold sweat running down his back. "Hello?" he called, voice shaking more than he wanted. "Someone out there?" Silence. Then another soft crunch. He backed away from the creek, scanning the thick brush. His pulse throbbed in his ears. The fog drifted low to the ground now, crawling between trunks like pale smoke. He could barely see 20 feet ahead. He took out his pocket knife, not that it would help much, and started following the creek. Every few minutes he heard the sound again, footsteps behind him. Not trying very hard to hide now. Someone was tracking him. The light began to fade quicker than it should. His map said sunset wasn't for 3 more hours. Yet the forest dimmed until it felt like early dusk. The shadows thickened, stretching long fingers between the trees. Ethan forced himself to keep moving. Then the smell hit him. Rot. Earthy, wet, and metallic. Something dead. He gagged as he pushed forward, shielding his nose with his sleeve. The smell grew stronger until he found the source. A deer lay slumped near the creek, its body half buried in mud, ribcage exposed, eyes gone. But that wasn't what made Ethan stagger back. Its legs had been arranged, crossed, neatly, deliberately. "Jesus," he whispered. A branch snapped behind him. He spun around. "Stop! I know you're there!" Nothing answered. The fog deepened. Ethan turned and ran. He followed the creek blindly, slipping on wet stones, clawing through branches that tore at his sleeves. His legs burned. His lungs screamed. But worse was the sound. Behind him, steady and unhurried, boots crunched through underbrush. Not running, just following, always the same distance behind, as if whoever was stalking him knew he wasn't getting away. Ethan's panic sharpened to desperation. When he spotted the faint outline of a structure ahead, a fire tower, he nearly sobbed with relief. It was old, rusted, half collapsed, but it was human-made, a landmark, something familiar. He scrambled up the steps, 2 at a time, until he reached the small platform. The wood creaked under his weight. He crouched low, gripping the railing, scanning the woods below. The fog swirled thickly, obscuring everything. His breath came in ragged bursts. His hands trembled violently. Then he saw it. A figure just inside the tree line. Tall, still, facing the tower. Ethan blinked hard, thinking the fog was playing tricks, but the silhouette didn't vanish. It stood there unmoving, as if carved from the darkness itself. "Hey," Ethan yelled down, his voice cracking. "What do you want?" No answer. The figure waited. Minutes passed. Then it stepped backward into the fog and disappeared without a sound. Ethan stayed on the platform until night fully fell, shivering uncontrollably. The temperature plunged, the wind picked up, and the forest began to creak and groan with shifting branches. He knew staying was dangerous. The tower might collapse. He needed to reach the Ranger Road. He finally climbed down, legs numb, flashlight trembling in his hand. The beam cut a narrow cone through the darkness. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the sway of branches, made him whip around, but the footsteps didn't return. Not yet. He followed the creek again. Hours passed. His flashlight dimmed. His shoulders throbbed from the weight of his pack. He felt sick, dizzy, exhausted beyond reason. Somewhere around midnight, the creek widened, and Ethan stepped onto an old service road. Gravel. Actual gravel. He choked out a laugh. He was almost free, but when he lifted his head, his voice died in his throat. In the center of the road, illuminated faintly by moonlight, stood the same figure. Tall, thin, wearing dark, loose clothing that hung unnaturally still despite the wind. It didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't speak. Ethan backed away, hands raised. "Please," he whispered, "I'm lost. I won't tell anyone. Just let me go." The figure tilted its head slowly as though studying him. Then it took one step forward. Ethan bolted. He sprinted down the road, adrenaline overriding exhaustion, pain, logic. He didn't look back. The road curved, sloped, twisted, his vision blurred, his breath burned. Finally, far ahead, he saw headlights approaching. He stumbled into the middle of the road, waving his arms frantically. The truck screeched to a stop, and a stunned ranger jumped out, shouting his name. Ethan collapsed into the gravel, sobbing. When he tried to explain, his words came out fragmented. Footsteps, the deer, the tower, the figure. The ranger listened but said little, only helping him into the truck and insisting they leave immediately. Ethan looked out the back window as they drove away. Nothing was there. But as the truck rounded the bend, he saw something on the roadside. 5 deep scratches carved into a tree, wood still fresh and raw. He never hiked Cooper's Ridge again. He moved away from Georgia 2 months later. But sometimes late at night, when the world grows quiet and the wind outside his window stills, he swears he can hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate, following. Story the end. The first time I heard about the Pine Ridge Trail in northern Montana, it was from a coworker who swore the place was beautiful but unsettling. He said the forest felt different up there, like it watched you back. I laughed it off at the time, figuring he was trying to make an ordinary hiking spot sound more interesting. I'd been backpacking for years, done parts of the PCT, camped alone in the Rockies. Nothing scared me in the woods. Nature was honest, predictable, grounding. So when I finally got a 3-day weekend in early October, I drove out there alone, expecting nothing more than a quiet escape from work. The trailhead was nearly empty when I arrived. There was only one truck parked, a beat-up Ford with Montana plates and faded hunting stickers on the bumper. The air was crisp, cold enough that my breath fogged, and the smell of wet pine and earth hung heavy in the stillness. The woods in northern Montana always felt dense, but here they seemed almost oppressive. Thick trunks, tangled undergrowth, branches that twisted toward the sky like frozen hands. I strapped on my pack and started up the trail, which wound steadily upward, weaving between massive lodgepole pines. I loved the early part of the hike. The trail was narrow but well-marked, the forest quiet except for the occasional caw of a distant raven. After about 2 miles, though, something felt off. Not wrong, exactly. Just different. The birds had stopped calling. No wind rustled the branches. Even my footsteps felt muted, like the ground was absorbing every sound. Around mid-morning, I reached a fork in the trail. My map showed only a single route, but there were clearly 2 paths. The wider one curving uphill, the narrower one cutting off to the right, marked by an old, rotting wooden post with no readable signage. The obvious choice was the main trail, but something about the smaller path tugged at me. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was the instinctive pull hikers get toward places less traveled. Either way, I took the right-hand trail. About half a mile in, I heard the first sound, a soft clicking, like 2 stones tapping together. Tap, 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 pause. Tap. I stopped and listened. It was coming from deeper in the trees, maybe 50 yards off trail. I waited for it to repeat, expecting an animal or maybe a hunter messing around, but the forest was dead silent. I shrugged it off and kept hiking. 10 minutes later, I heard it again, closer this time, sharper, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. A strange sensation ran up my spine. Someone was making that sound. It wasn't random. I called out, "Hey, anyone out there?" My voice sounded too loud in the stillness. No answer. I picked up my pace. The trail grew narrower, roots snaking across the ground like tripwires. The feeling of being watched crept into my mind, subtle at first, then persistent. Every time I stopped to adjust my pack or take a sip of water, I couldn't shake the sensation that something in the trees had paused too, listening. Around noon, the path opened into a small clearing, maybe 20 feet across. In the center was a ring of stones, carefully arranged. Not a fire pit, too intentional, too symmetrical. Inside the ring were sticks, broken and arranged into a shape I didn't recognize. They looked almost like bones at first glance, brittle and pale. I felt a sudden irrational urge to kick them apart, ruin the pattern, disturb whatever it was. Instead, I backed away, uneasy. The clicking sound came again, louder than ever. Tap, 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 tap. This time it came from the trees directly behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, but saw nothing. Just shadows between trunks, shifting as clouds passed overhead. That was the moment fear, real fear, set in. I'd been alone in the wilderness plenty of times, but this sensation was new, primal. I retreated from the clearing, practically stumbling back onto the trail. I didn't care where the path led anymore. I just wanted distance between me and that circle of stones. But the forest didn't feel normal anymore. The light seemed dimmer, though the sun was still high. The trees felt closer together, as if the forest itself had rearranged subtly while I wasn't watching. After another hour of hiking, so tense my shoulders ached, I finally stopped to check my GPS. No signal. I wasn't surprised, but when I looked at my map, I realized something worse. The trail I was on wasn't marked anywhere. It wasn't just unmaintained. It wasn't supposed to exist at all. I cursed under my breath and turned around to backtrack. The tapping sound echoed faintly in the distance. I told myself it was just some animal, maybe a woodpecker hitting something hollow, but I didn't believe it. About a mile back the way I came, I noticed movement between the trees, a tall shape half obscured by a massive pine trunk. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't an animal, it was upright, human-sized. As soon as I focused on it, the shape shifted behind the tree, disappearing like it had been waiting for me to notice. I felt a cold sweat break across my skin. I called out again, voice cracking, "Who's there?" Silence. I waited. Nothing moved. I backed away slowly before turning and hiking as fast as my legs would carry me. When I reached the clearing with the stone circle again, I stopped dead. The pattern inside the stones was different. The sticks had been rearranged. now forming an arrow pointing directly back the way I'd come. Fresh dirt disturbed around the stone suggested someone had stood there minutes earlier. Someone had been here. Someone had watched me leave and waited for me to come back. I panicked. I ran. The trail blurred beneath my feet. Branches slapped my face, slicing small cuts along my cheeks and neck. All the while, the tapping followed me, sometimes far, sometimes close, never steady, as if whoever made it was weaving through the forest parallel to me. At some point, I realized I wasn't on any trail at all. The dirt path had dwindled to nothing, swallowed by the forest floor. I slowed, trying to get my bearings, but every direction looked the same. Dense trees, tangled brush, slivers of sky. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, suffocating. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw it for real. A man, or something shaped like one, standing between two trees. He was tall, too tall, thin and lanky with limbs slightly too long for his body, like they'd been stretched. His skin looked pale even in the shade, and he wore no distinguishable clothing. He stood perfectly still, head tilted slightly, like he was studying me. His eyes, if he had any, were lost in shadow. I froze. My body wouldn't respond. Every instinct screamed run, but my legs locked. The figure didn't move, not even to breathe. Then, behind him, I heard the clicking. Tap, tap, tap. That broke the spell. I bolted, plunging blindly through the forest, not caring where I ended up as long as it was away from that thing. My lungs burned, my legs shook, my pack felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I tripped more than once, crashing into the ground hard enough to bruise ribs, but I got up every time and kept going. The trees eventually thinned, and I stumbled down a rocky slope. At the bottom was a creek. The water should have been rushing from recent rain, but it was still, unnaturally still, reflecting the forest like a perfect mirror. My reflection looked wrong, distorted, taller, thinner. Behind the reflection of my shoulder, a second figure stood. I spun around. Nothing. That was the moment I started to cry. Not from pain, but from pure, bewildering terror. I followed the creek downstream, hoping like hell it would lead to a road or campsite or anything human. The forest grew darker as clouds rolled in, and soon the daylight dimmed to dusk. Then, just when I thought I'd collapse, I saw a dirt road through the trees. I scrambled toward it, dropping to my knees when the trees finally gave way to open space. I've never been so relieved to see tire tracks in my life. About 15 minutes later, I heard the rumble of a vehicle approaching. A pickup rounded the bend, and I staggered into the road, waving my arms. The truck screeched to a halt. An older man in a camo jacket jumped out. "Jesus, kid, you all right? You look like you crawled out of a grave." I couldn't speak. I just shook my head. He helped me into the truck bed and handed me a thermos of water. After a few minutes, when I finally caught my breath, he asked where I'd been hiking. When I told him I'd taken the right-hand trail at the fork, his expression changed instantly. All concern drained from his face, replaced by something grim. "Nobody uses that trail," he said quietly. "Hasn't been maintained in years. Hell, it's not even official. Locals say it's better left alone." I asked why. He shook his head. "Because people go missing out there, or they come back wrong." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask him to. He drove me all the way back to the trailhead. My car was still there, untouched. As I got out of his truck, he said one last thing. "Don't go back there. Whatever's in those woods, it ain't meant to be found." I never returned to Pine Ridge. I haven't hiked alone since. Some nights, when it's completely silent and the dark isn't a little too close, I swear I can still hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Story the end. The cold air bit at my cheeks as I stepped out of my truck and onto the empty gravel lot beside the trail. It was barely 6 a.m., the sky just starting to lighten over the Wyoming backcountry. I'd come alone, like I usually did, because hiking had always been my way of shutting out noise, literal and mental. Granite Ridge Trail wasn't especially popular in October. Most people preferred the summer months, but I liked the isolation. Solitude had always felt like a companion to me. I slung on my pack, checked the straps twice, and locked the truck. The trailhead sign warned of bears, unpredictable weather, and unstable cliff edges, the usual suspects. Nothing about what I'd actually come to fear. The first few miles were gentle, winding through lodgepole pines that creaked with the morning wind. Frost coated the underbrush, crunching softly beneath my boots. My breath fogged ahead of me as I moved. and birds were only just beginning to stir. It was peaceful in a way life rarely was. 2 hours in, I reached the fork. The left path, Granite Ridge proper, was well maintained and clear. The right path was older, almost forgotten, an offshoot that barely showed up on maps. I'd been planning to stick with the main trail, but my curiosity tugged me toward the right. I had read bits online weeks earlier about an abandoned fire lookout somewhere beyond that offshoot. Old photos showed a cabin perched on the cliffside, long since boarded up. It had the kind of eerie Americana charm I couldn't resist. I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing but wind and distant birds. I turned right. The trail narrowed within minutes, overgrown with brush and tangled roots that reached across like skeletal fingers. The deeper I went, the darker it became, not because the sun wasn't up, but because the trees grew denser, choking out the light. The air grew still, like the forest was holding its breath. About another mile in, I saw something strange, a series of boot prints on the trail. Fresh ones, at least 2 different sizes. In October, on an unofficial trail at dawn, it didn't make sense. They weren't old enough to belong to early morning hunters. I crouched down and studied them. They led forward, deeper into the trees, pacing side by side. Whoever they belonged to, they weren't leisurely hikers. The prints sank deep, spaced far apart, someone moving quickly. I straightened and listened, suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become. No wind, no birds, no creaking branches, just my pulse thumping in my ears. I kept walking. About 20 minutes later, the first sound reached me, a faint metallic clank. It echoed unnaturally between the trees, inconsistent and hollow. I froze, trying to pinpoint it, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Another clank. Then another. Like someone was lightly tapping metal against metal. That was when the smell hit me. Rot. Deep, wet, unmistakable rot. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and pressed forward, more cautiously now. The offshoot trail bent sharply around a large rock outcrop, and as I rounded it, the forest opened into a small clearing. In the center stood a makeshift campsite, 1 tent, a dead fire pit, and a collapsed folding chair. At first, I thought it was abandoned. Then I noticed the tent was torn open, not slashed cleanly, but ripped in jagged, desperate streaks. Inside, a sleeping bag lay half pulled out, shredded. Something dark stained the fabric. I knew blood when I saw it. But there were no bodies, no gear scattered like someone fleeing. Just the camp, torn apart and left to rot. The metallic clanking sound had stopped. My heartbeat filled the silence. I should have turned around right there, gone back to my truck, reported it, told myself I avoided something terrible. But that's the thing about fear. Sometimes it tricks you into thinking you need to see more, to understand, to know you're not imagining things. I pulled out my phone, no signal, of course, and circled the campsite. The footprints I'd been following appeared again, leading out of the clearing on the far side. This time, they weren't spaced the same way. One set faltered, dragged in places, like someone limping. My breathing quickened. I followed them. The trail narrowed even more, practically disappearing, but the footprints guided me. The forest here felt wrong. Even the trees seemed twisted, leaning inward unnaturally as if huddled together. Every few seconds, I caught what sounded like whispering behind me, soft and unintelligible. I kept convincing myself it was wind, except there was no wind. Half an hour later, I saw the fire lookout. It jutted out from the cliffside like a wooden skeleton, its once white paint peeling gray and the windows boarded with warped planks. A rusty metal staircase spiraled up to the small deck above. From a distance, it looked peaceful, old, abandoned, but harmless. Up close, it felt alive. The footprints led directly to the base of the stairs. I hesitated, listening. A soft creaking came from above, like weight shifting slowly on old boards. Against every instinct screaming in my skull, I climbed. Each step moaned under my weight. The cold wind finally returned, brushing past me as if trying to push me back. When I reached the deck, the smell of rot hit me again, stronger. I gagged, covering my mouth. The door to the lookout was slightly ajar. With trembling fingers, I nudged it open. The room inside was small. 1 cot, 1 chair, 1 broken lantern, and a desk pressed against the far window. Dust covered every surface except the middle of the floor, where deep scuff marks carved chaotic circles into the wood. Something had been dragged around violently. Then I saw them. Fingerprints, long, dark streaks along the wall at shoulder height. streaks that ended abruptly, like hands had been pulled upward. My skin crawled, a soft thump echoed from above. The roof. I backed away, stepping onto the deck, and that's when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, down in the forest below. At least 3 figures moving between the trees. Not walking, darting. Fast, too fast for anything human. I swallowed hard and turned to run down the stairs, but something was waiting at the bottom. It stood partially behind a tree, but its shape was human enough to freeze me. A tall figure wearing dark clothes, unmoving. I blinked and another appeared to its left. Then a third. Their heads tilted slightly upward toward me. The whispers surged, louder, like hundreds of voices speaking at once from all directions. I stumbled backward up the steps, nearly tripping. The deck groaned beneath me. I had nowhere left to go except inside the lookout. But I couldn't bring myself to step back into that room with those clawed scuff marks and the smell of death. The figures below began to inch forward, slowly, relentlessly. My throat tightened until I could barely breathe. I pressed myself against the railing and scanned the cliffside. The drop was steep, maybe 60 feet, but it sloped into brush instead of jagged rock. If I timed it right, maybe I could survive the fall. The first figure reached the base of the stairs. I climbed the railing. My legs trembled. The second figure began ascending. I jumped. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and sent pain shooting through my legs, but the brush cushioned enough to prevent anything from breaking. I scrambled upright, vision blurring, ears ringing. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Fast ones. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes. Rocks slid under my feet. My heartbeat roared so loudly I could barely hear the whispering behind me, but it was there. Closer now. I didn't look back. I don't know how long I ran. 10 minutes? 30? Time warped into nothing but fear and instinct. Eventually, I saw sunlight breaking through a thinner patch of trees. A maintained path appeared ahead, the main granite ridge trail. I nearly cried. I followed it blindly, stumbling and gasping, until something miraculous appeared through the trees. A man. A hiker. Middle-aged, wearing a bright red jacket. He spun around when he heard me crashing toward him. "Whoa, hey, you all right?" he asked, hurrying toward me. I tried to answer, but only choked sounds came out. He grabbed my shoulders gently. "Easy, what happened?" I looked behind me. Nothing. Just empty trees, quiet forest. No figures, no whispers. I shook my head, trembling uncontrollably as he guided me down the trail. It took nearly an hour to reach the parking lot. My truck sat where I'd left it, sun glinting off its windshield like nothing had happened. I filed a report with the county sheriff that afternoon. They sent 2 deputies to the trail, but they claimed they found nothing. Not the campsite, not the footprints, not the lookout. They said the offshoot trail I described didn't exist. The old fire lookout had burned down in 1989. I argued. I tried to insist. They chalked it up to exhaustion or dehydration. But I know what I saw. I know what chased me. I haven't hiked since. I think about the lookout all the time, the footprints, the whispers, the figures moving unnaturally in the woods. And some nights, when the wind shifts outside my bedroom window, I swear I hear the faintest sound. Metal. Clanking, like someone tapping. Waiting. Keeping time. Story the end. A cold October wind rattled through the sparse pines along the New Mexico high desert as Mark Stevenson tightened the straps on his pack and stepped out of his truck. Dawn hadn't yet broken. The horizon glowed faintly with a murky blue, promising sunlight, but delivering only chill. Mark was no novice. He'd been hiking most of his adult life, from the Rockies to the Appalachians, but something about Slot Ridge Canyon had always intrigued him. Isolated, less traveled, and rumored by locals to have strange acoustics due to its narrow sandstone walls, it felt like the perfect place to spend a 3-day weekend alone. Mark locked his truck, adjusted his fleece, and started down the trail. The crunch of gravel under his boots echoed unnaturally loud, as though the canyon walls were whispering the sound back to him. He paused, absorbing it. Strange, but nothing alarming. A mile into the hike, the sky brightened to a pale gold. A soft rustle drew his attention, a jackrabbit darting across the trail and vanishing behind a juniper. Everything seemed normal, untouched. That was what Mark loved about these remote trails, the feeling of stepping into a place unbothered by people. By mid-morning, he had reached the mouth of Slot Ridge, where the canyon began to narrow. The walls rose above him like towering burnt orange blades, their surfaces carved smooth by wind and time. The deeper he went, the cooler the air grew, the sunlight thinning into a dim orange ribbon barely reaching the canyon floor. At first, Mark enjoyed the solitude, the crunch of his boots, the occasional drip of water from an unseen crack, the distant call of a raven. But after an hour, he realized he hadn't heard a single animal since entering the slot. No birds overhead, no insects buzzing, only his footsteps and his breathing. He tried shaking it off. Deep canyons worked like natural sound blocks. That's all. By noon, he reached a wider pocket of the canyon, just big enough to stop for lunch. He sat on a smooth boulder, ate an apple, then a protein bar, sipping water while studying the map. The trail looped another 6 miles before leading to an upper plateau where he planned to camp. As he packed up, he heard something behind him. A faint shuffling. He turned quickly. Nothing. Just red rock and shadows. He scanned the narrow passage he'd just come through, but everything was still. Quiet. Empty. Probably just a loose rock falling from the wall. He continued. The next stretch of canyon became tighter, barely wide enough for him to stretch his arms. The silence grew oppressive, swallowing even the sound of his footsteps. He felt as though he was walking through the throat of some giant creature, each turn claustrophobic and strange. About half a mile in, Mark noticed something odd. Footprints. Human footprints. Fresh. He crouched. They weren't his. He hadn't stepped here yet, and the boot pattern was different. Larger, maybe a size 12 or 13. Someone else was on the trail then. Nothing unusual. People did hike this canyon, even if not often. Still, something about them unsettled him. All prints pointed forward, none returning. And the stride was long, uneven, almost as though the person had been running. Mark stood, suddenly aware of the stiffness in the air. He pressed on. As the afternoon deepened, sunlight became scarce. He turned on his headlamp, the beam slicing through the gathering gloom. Every few minutes he thought he heard something behind him. A faint scrape, a shifting of gravel, a muffled thump. Each time he looked back, the canyon lay empty. At around 4, he emerged into a wider section where the walls opened slightly, allowing a wash of pale blue sky overhead. He finally heard a sound beyond his own movement. Wind, a steady breeze flowing through the canyon like a sigh. But then something else followed it, riding the wind like a whisper. A voice. No words. Just a low murmur, distant yet somehow near. Mark froze. His skin prickled. He turned off his headlamp to listen. The murmur stopped instantly. He waited, breath held, heart hammering. Only silence. Then a single slow tap echoed along the canyon wall like a knuckle against stone. Mark stepped backward, scanning the ridges around him. His pulse thudded in his ears. He swallowed hard, told himself it was loose rock falling. Nothing more. The canyon walls could make small noises sound like something they weren't. He needed to keep moving if he wanted to reach the plateau before dark. He marched forward briskly, but the unease grew. The footprints reappeared, clearer now in the narrowing beam of sunset. They zigzagged oddly, as though the person had been stumbling. A few places showed deep impressions, like the hiker had stopped abruptly. At one point, Mark found a long drag mark crossing the prints. He stared at it, chilled. That didn't look like someone walking. He knelt, examining the dust. The drag was smooth, unbroken, as if something heavy had been pulled, or as if someone had been lying down and dragged. Mark's breath hitched. The canyon seemed to darken around him. He backed away and checked the map again. He was only a mile or so from where the trail climbed up toward the plateau. He needed to get there, to open space, to higher ground, to wherever those footprints didn't go. He quickened his pace. Halfway up the winding section that began to lift the canyon walls from above him, he heard footsteps behind him. Clear. Steady. Too heavy to be an animal. He spun around, heart pounding. Nothing. Just the long throat of the canyon fading into shadow. Hello? His voice cracked in the tight air. It echoed once, then died. No answer. He turned and kept moving, steps hurried now. The canyon grew steeper, the path angling upward. Rocks slid under his boots. The sense of being followed gnawed at him, scraping at the edges of his mind. Then the footsteps returned. This time they were faster. Mark broke into a jog. His pack bounced heavily, breath ragged, muscles burning. He turned a corner and finally saw it. The narrow scramble path that led out of the slot canyon and onto the open crest above. He lunged for it. Behind him something clattered, like someone knocking into loose stone. Mark didn't look. Fear pulsed hot in his chest as he clawed up the incline, gripping roots, rocks, anything to pull himself upward. He reached the top, gasping. The mesa spread before him, open and windswept, cold twilight settling over the desert landscape. Relieved to be out of the canyon, he set his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Then he heard it, a low exhale behind him. Human, deliberate. Mark spun around so fast he almost toppled. Again, no one there. Only the dark canyon mouth, a yawning black slit. He stared into it, trembling. Something down there was watching him. He felt it, like eyes pressed against the back of his skull. He didn't camp. He didn't even think about it. He ran. For 2 miles, he hurried across the plateau until the trail widened and began descending toward the forested basin where his planned campsite was located. The sky turned purple, then black. His headlamp flickered occasionally, making the shadows dance in nauseating ways. As he reached the tree line, he slowed, chest aching. He turned once more toward the distant canyon crest. A figure stood there, just a silhouette, tall, motionless. Watching him, Mark's throat tightened. He blinked, and in the second the lamp flickered back on, the figure was gone. He stumbled into the trees, branches clawing at his jacket. The forest floor muffled his footsteps, but behind him he could hear something moving. Not fast, not chasing, just following, pacing him. He forced himself into a steady walk to conserve energy, eyes darting at every sound. The forest grew darker, thicker. Pines loomed like black teeth. His headlamp gave him only a bubble of pale light. The trail then veered right around a fallen log, and that's when he saw it. A boot print, fresh, the same tread as the ones in the canyon. Large, deep, and next to it another drag mark. He stumbled backward. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." Something cracked a branch behind him. He turned, heart slamming painfully. Only darkness. He forced himself onward, walking faster, almost running. His pack felt too heavy, his breath ragged. The trail twisted, dipped, then rose again. Every corner felt like an ambush waiting. Then the smell hit him, a metallic, sour odor carried by the wind, something dead. Mark coughed, covering his nose, pushing on even as dread clawed at his gut. The smell thickened until it clung to his throat. He wanted to turn around but couldn't. Behind him was something worse. He walked into a small clearing. His light fell on something sprawled across the ground, a torn hiking backpack, dark stains, and a boot. A single boot, size 12 or 13. Mark staggered back, bile rising. Then he heard it, the soft, slow exhale again, coming from the trees directly beside him. He whipped the lamp toward the sound. For half a second, he saw a shape. Tall, human-like, but wrong. Shoulders too narrow, limbs too long, head tilted in an unnatural angle. The figure vanished behind a tree before the light fully hit it. Mark ran. Branches whipped his face, roots grabbed at his boots, his lungs burned. He didn't care. He ran until his vision blurred, and his legs felt like they were going to collapse. He didn't stop until he saw the faint reflection of his truck's rear window through the trees. He burst into the parking area, scrambling for his keys, dropping them twice with shaking hands before slamming himself into the driver's seat. He locked the door and fumbled the ignition. The engine roared to life. He threw the truck into reverse and sped down the dirt road, gravel spraying behind him. He didn't look in the rearview mirror. He refused to. Only when he hit the paved highway miles later did he finally chance a glance. Nothing. Just darkness. Mark didn't return for the rest of the trip. He drove straight home to Arizona, hands trembling the whole way. Days passed before he could sleep properly, weeks before he talked about it. He eventually reported the abandoned pack to authorities. Search and rescue went out. They found the pack, yes, but not the hiker. They found drag marks ending abruptly at a cliff edge. They found nothing else. No footprints, no body, and no other signs of anyone else out there. Mark never hiked alone again. Sometimes, late at night, he swears he still hears footsteps behind him. Slow, measured, dragging slightly, as if someone is trying to catch up. Story the end. The sun had barely risen when Mark and his friends Emily and Josh set off on the trail of Bear Creek Ridge, a notoriously beautiful but isolated hiking route in the northern Rockies. The path was narrow, flanked by dense pine forests, and rumors of lost hikers circulated in the small town where they'd rented a cabin. Mark, always the skeptic, brushed off the stories as local lore. Emily was quieter, glancing around nervously, while Josh carried the largest backpack, stuffed with snacks and survival gear that seemed excessive for a simple day hike. The first 2 hours went smoothly. Birds chirped, the wind rustled through the branches, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. They joked, snapped photos, and marveled at the occasional deer bounding through the trees. But as they climbed higher, a certain heaviness settled over the trail. The forest grew unnaturally quiet, like the only sounds the crunching of their boots on dry needles and the occasional distant crack of a branch. Emily commented on the stillness, saying it felt like the forest was holding its breath. Josh laughed it off, but even he glanced over his shoulder a little too often. Around midday, they reached a small clearing with a rock-strewn creek. They paused to eat lunch and refill their water bottles. Mark noticed strange markings carved into some of the larger rocks, deep, jagged gouges that looked fresh. They weren't symbols he recognized, just chaotic scratches, almost like something had desperately clawed at the stone. Emily shivered and said they should move on quickly, but Mark insisted they weren't dangerous. They continued along the ridge, and that's when things began to feel off. The trail twisted unnaturally, loops appearing where none should exist, and the trees seemed to grow denser and closer together, casting long shadows despite the sun being high overhead. At one point, they swore they'd passed the same gnarled pine twice in a row. By late afternoon, clouds rolled in quickly, and the temperature dropped. A mist began to rise from the valley below, thickening around them like a gray blanket. Visibility dropped to barely a few feet, and the narrow trail became a tightrope along steep cliffs. Emily's unease grew into panic when she tripped over a root and scraped her knee. Josh offered to help, but Mark waved it off, saying they just needed to keep moving. As the light dimmed, they realized they'd lost the trail entirely. Every tree looked the same, every slope seemed identical. Mark pulled out a GPS device, but it was dead. No signal, no map. Their phones didn't work either. "It's just the mountains messing with us," Mark tried to reassure them, but his voice lacked conviction. Emily stayed close to him, muttering that something wasn't right. Josh suggested they head downhill to find the creek from earlier, thinking water would eventually lead to civilization. That's when they heard it. A low, guttural growl, distant at first, echoing through the trees. Then another, closer, sharper. It wasn't like a bear. They'd seen warning signs for those, and it wasn't a human scream either. Mark froze, straining to listen. The growls shifted, moving in a rhythm that mirrored their footsteps. Emily's grip on his arm tightened. Josh, wide-eyed, whispered that it sounded like it was surrounding them. They started walking faster, calling out to see if anyone or anything would respond. Nothing but the growls and the mist swallowing their voices. A shadow darted between trees, fast, too fast to be a person. Then more, multiple movements surrounding them now. The growls rose to hisses, the sound of claws scraping against rocks and branches. Panic set in. They ran blindly, tripping over roots, sliding down muddy slopes, and calling each other's names. At one point, Mark's foot caught a root, and he fell hard, scraping his hands and knee. He looked up and saw two glowing eyes in the mist, mere feet away, staring at him before disappearing. He screamed, and the growling intensified. Emily cried out that they had to stay together, but Josh had darted ahead, screaming too, vanishing into the fog. They stumbled upon a fallen tree and tried to use it to climb up to higher ground. As they hoisted themselves over, Mark saw movement in the shadows, tall, thin figures hunched, with limbs that bent wrong. They didn't run. They just watched, their heads tilting in unison, like predators studying prey. Emily screamed and tried to pull Mark, but he froze, staring in disbelief. Then the figures vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving nothing but an echo of growls. Night fell completely, and the forest became a labyrinth of unseen threats. They huddled under a dense canopy, exhausted, shivering, and wet. Emily whispered about old tales of people vanishing on Bear Creek Ridge, locals claiming the woods swallowed hikers whole. Mark, guilt-ridden and scared, admitted he should have turned back earlier. They decided to move at first light, hoping to find Josh and get out. The next morning brought eerie silence. The mist had lifted, but the forest seemed transformed. Trails that should have led downhill led to dead ends. Every creek they tried seemed to flow uphill. Their water supply was nearly gone, and hunger gnawed at them. They shouted Josh's name, hoping for an answer, but only silence returned. Then, faintly, the growls resumed. By mid-morning, they stumbled onto a small, abandoned cabin hidden deep in the trees. It looked untouched for decades, the wood blackened with age, windows caked with grime. Against their better judgment, they entered, desperate for shelter. Inside, the air was cold, smelling of rot and damp earth. On a table, they found old, rusted hiking equipment and human bones, bleached and brittle. Emily screamed and covered her mouth. Mark wanted to leave immediately, but the door slammed shut behind them as if pushed by a gust of wind or something unseen. The growls circled the cabin now, louder and more distinct. Mark tried the windows. They wouldn't budge. Emily panicked, banging on the door. Shadows flickered across the walls, and in a moment of blind terror, Mark realized the figures from the night before were outside, surrounding the cabin, their heads cocked, staring silently. Time seemed to stretch, every second filled with the anticipation of attack. Then the front door creaked open slowly, almost invitingly. Emily screamed, but Mark, thinking they might have a chance to escape, bolted through it. The figures didn't pursue immediately. They just vanished into the fog, watching. Mark pulled Emily with him, and they ran blindly downhill, finally spotting the creek from 2 days prior. They followed it for hours, disoriented and exhausted, until they saw a road far below the ridge. They collapsed when a car appeared, the driver staring in shock as they waved frantically. The police later confirmed Josh was missing. There were no signs of struggle, just a single set of footprints disappearing into the woods. Search teams scoured Bear Creek Ridge, finding only the old cabin and a few scattered bones that didn't match any records. Mark and Emily never returned. Friends and family reported they were changed, haunted, speaking in hushed tones about the things in the woods that weren't human, that didn't belong to this world. The locals only shrugged, warning others never to hike Bear Creek Ridge alone, or sometimes at all. And sometimes when hikers go missing, people swear they hear low growls echoing from the ridge at night just before the fog rolls in. Story the end. The first time I set foot on the Coldwater Divide Trail in Washington State, it didn't feel dangerous. Remote, yes. Rugged, absolutely. But nothing about it suggested the kind of nightmare that would replay in my head for years. My name isn't important. What matters is what happened to me, my brother Clay, and our friend Sarah during a 3-day hike that became the last trip we ever took together. We started out on a clear September morning, the air crisp enough to sting the nose, but warm enough to make the climb manageable. The trail wound through towering Douglas firs and old cedar stands. The ground covered in moss so thick it looked like a green carpet draped over boulders and logs. Clay, always the overconfident outdoorsman, led the way with easy strides, whistling loudly enough to scare off anything within a mile. Sarah walked behind him, camera in hand, capturing every patch of sunlight that filtered through the branches. I brought up the rear, listening to the buzz of insects and the snap of twigs beneath our boots. The first day was uneventful. We made camp near a small off-trail lake, the kind that hardly appeared on maps. The water was so still it reflected the sky like a sheet of glass. That night we built a fire, roasted sausages, and shared stories until the stars appeared. There was nothing strange, no sounds in the woods, no movement beyond the firelight. It was peaceful, serene even. The second day changed everything. We woke early, packed our gear, and pushed deeper into the backcountry. The trail grew narrower and rockier. Several times, fallen trees forced us to climb or detour into brush. Around noon, Sarah noticed something odd. She stopped abruptly and crouched beside a cluster of ferns. "Do you see that?" she asked, pointing at the soil. I leaned in. There were tracks, deep impressions, irregular in shape, like something heavy had walked through recently. They weren't bear prints. They weren't human either. They looked wrong. Long, narrow, almost like stretched footprints with pointed ends. Clay examined them and shrugged. "Probably an elk stepping weird," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. We moved on, but the forest felt different after that. Quieter. Even Clay stopped whistling. Later that afternoon, we reached a ridge where the trees thinned and cold wind rushed across the exposed rock. We paused to rest. That's when Sarah noticed something else. Hanging from a low branch about 10 yards off the trail was a strip of fabric, torn and dirty. She plucked it off and held it up. It was faded blue, possibly from a jacket or tent. There were reddish-brown stains on one end. Clay frowned. Could be from another hiker. Storms blow stuff all over. But there had been no storms recently, and the fabric hadn't been sitting out long. I felt unsettled, but we pushed forward. We had to reach our next campsite before sundown. About an hour later, we found the remnants of another campsite, one that wasn't supposed to be there. A collapsed tent lay half buried under needles and branches. A metal mug sat upright next to a dead fire pit. The gear looked abandoned, like someone had left in a hurry. A quick check revealed no backpack, no sleeping bag, nothing personal besides a forgotten pair of socks. Clay stood with his hands on his hips. "Someone got lost," he said. "Happens all the time." But Sarah shook her head. "No one leaves their whole tent behind." That was when we heard it. Something moving in the trees. Slow. Deliberate. Heavy. All three of us turned at once. Nothing was there. The woods were still, but we all heard it. Clay insisted we keep hiking, claiming we were just spooking ourselves. But we all quickened our pace. When we finally reached our campsite near the summit, the sun was dipping behind clouds, turning everything a dull blue gray. Wind swept down from the mountains, sharp enough to cut through clothing. We set up our tents, cooked dinner, and sat in uneasy silence. That night, the noises began. I woke to the sound of snapping branches, not the small kind an animal might step on. These were loud, deliberate cracks. I unzipped my tent and peered out. Clay's tent sat 10 feet away. Sarah's was beside it. The campfire had burned down to glowing embers. The moon illuminated the clearing just enough to see shapes. And something was there. At first, I thought it was a tree trunk, tall, dark, unmoving, but then it shifted. A shape stood just beyond the tree line. Too tall to be human. Too thin. Shoulders hunched unnaturally. I couldn't see its face. I couldn't even tell if it had one. I froze, barely breathing. Then Clay stepped out of his tent, rubbing his eyes. "What's going on?" he whispered. I pointed, trembling. When he saw it, he stiffened. "Get back inside," he hissed. We backed into our tents. The shape didn't move closer, didn't make a sound. It just stood there. Minutes felt like hours. At some point, exhaustion overtook my fear and I fell asleep. I didn't deserve that sleep. The next morning, the thing was gone. But the evidence wasn't. Footprints, those same stretched, pointed impressions, circled our campsite. They came within feet of our tents. Sarah looked sick. Clay paced back and forth, running his hands through his hair. "Could be a moose," he said, but his voice cracked. We all knew better. We packed faster than we ever had and left the campsite without eating. Clay suggested taking a shortcut down the eastern slope, a route not on the map, but one he claimed he could navigate. He wanted to get out fast. We all did. The shortcut was a mistake. The descent was steep, filled with loose rocks and slabs of shale that shifted underfoot. Trees grew sparse, and the wind howled between cliffs. Around midday, Sarah slipped and twisted her ankle. We had to stop. She winced with every movement, tears in her eyes. We made a makeshift brace and helped her walk, but progress slowed to a crawl. The sun dipped behind clouds again, plunging the forest into cold shadow long before evening. That was when the smell hit us, rotting meat, fresh, strong enough to sting the nose. Clay scanned the area, trembling. Something's been hunting here. We needed shelter, fast. Near a rocky outcrop, we found a shallow cave, not deep, but enough to keep wind out. We settled there, hoping the thing wouldn't follow. It found us anyway. It started with distant thumping, a steady rhythm like footsteps, but far too heavy. Then the snapping of branches, then silence. I held my breath. A long scraping sound echoed outside the cave, like claws dragging along stone. Sarah clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Clay gripped his knife with shaking hands. We heard it breathing, low, wet, ragged, right outside. The creature didn't enter. It only stood there, listening, sniffing, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it came, it moved on, its footsteps fading into the woods. We didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, we forced ourselves onward. Sarah limped badly. Clay practically carried her. I stayed behind them, scanning the trees constantly. Hours passed. The forest seemed endless. Then we found the clearing. In the center stood a tall wooden structure, something like a crude hunting blind, but too tall, too poorly built, too warped. Bones hung from its beams. Some were animal, some were not, and beneath it lay a backpack. A blue one. Sarah gasped. The same shade as the fabric we found earlier. Clay approached cautiously and opened it. Inside were clothes, a water bottle, a torn map, and a wallet. The ID belonged to a man who had gone missing 6 months earlier. We shouldn't have stayed there. We should have run. Because the moment Clay zipped the backpack shut, the forest erupted with noise, snapping branches, thudding footsteps, a guttural, choking sound that vibrated in my bones. It was coming. Clay grabbed Sarah's arm and yelled at me to move. We sprinted downhill, stumbling over roots and rocks. Sarah cried out with every step. Clay dragged her along, refusing to let go. But the thing was faster. I saw it between the trees, a towering, twisted silhouette weaving through the forest with terrifying speed. Its limbs bent sideways, its head jerked unnaturally, as if searching for the quickest route to cut us off. We reached a steep slope and slid down, half falling, half running. Clay lost his balance and tumbled, hitting the bottom hard. Sarah collapsed beside him, sobbing. The creature emerged at the top of the slope. For the first time, we saw it clearly. It was tall, maybe 8 feet, emaciated. Skin stretched tightly over long limbs. No hair. Its face was wrong. A long jaw, no eyes, only dark pits where they should have been. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of 2 long teeth. It let out a sound that was somewhere between a growl and a scream. Clay stood between it and us, knife drawn. "Run!" he yelled. I grabbed Sarah and pulled her up, forcing her to move. Clay never stood a chance. The creature lunged. I didn't look back, but I heard him scream, a sound I will never forget, and then a horrible tearing noise. Sarah was hysterical, begging to go back, but I dragged her onward. The forest blurred. I don't know how long we ran. Minutes? Hours? Eventually, we saw it. A dirt service road cutting through the trees. When we stumbled onto it, a group of forestry workers spotted us. They rushed toward us, shouting. The moment I knew we were safe, my legs gave out. Search teams went in for Clay. They never found him. They found torn clothing, blood on rocks, strange prints they couldn't identify. But not him. Sarah never recovered, physically or emotionally. We barely speak now. And me? I moved far away, but sometimes on quiet nights I swear I hear that same ragged breathing outside my window. Whatever lives in those woods isn't human, and it's still there. Story the end. The cold air clung to my skin the morning we started our hike, the kind of sharp chill that leaves your breath hanging in pale clouds. I remember thinking the late October air felt harsher than it should have for Tennessee, but we'd driven 6 hours for this, and none of us wanted to back out. It was me, my younger brother Nate, and my cousin Jordan. We'd hiked together dozens of times. Colorado, Utah, parts of the Pacific Northwest, but this was our first time doing a multi-day backcountry route through the more remote edges of the Great Smoky Mountains. It wasn't an official trail. It was a connected series of old ranger paths and overgrown fire roads Nate pieced together from forums and old maps. He'd gotten obsessed with them over the last year, especially the ones marked with warnings or unmaintained labels. He liked the thrill of it. I should have pushed back more, but I didn't. I never thought anything would actually go wrong. We parked at a small pull-off off an old Forest Service road and started uphill into the trees. The sun was just peeking over the ridge, casting long beams through the thinning autumn canopy. The first few miles felt peaceful. The trail was narrow, but still clear enough to follow without too much effort. I kept looking back at the sunlight hitting the leaves, deep reds, burnt oranges, golds flickering like embers. Hard to imagine a place like that could hold anything dangerous. By noon, we reached an area Nate had mentioned, a section where old homesteads used to stand before the park was established. Nothing was left except crumbling foundations and the occasional rusted farm tool half buried in the dirt. There was something eerie about the emptiness, like the forest swallowed the people whole and only spat out the pieces it didn't want. Jordan joked that we should look for ghosts, but his laugh didn't match his face. He was uneasy, glancing at the tree line a little too often. I noticed it, but brushed it off. The woods can get under anyone's skin if they stare long enough. We reached a clearing with an old stone chimney still standing, the only solid reminder that people used to call this place home. We took a break there, eating granola bars and letting our legs rest. That's when I heard it, far off, faint, but definitely there. A heavy, rhythmic thud. Not like footsteps, but like something hitting the ground with weight. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" Nate replied, his attention buried in the map. Jordan paused mid-bite. "Sounded like, I don't know, like someone dropping logs or something." We waited, listening. Nothing. "Probably a tree falling somewhere deep in the woods," Nate said. "Happens all the time." We packed up and continued. About an hour later, the trail narrowed further, forcing us single file along a ridge with steep drop-offs on both sides. The air felt different there, thicker, heavier, as if the forest were holding its breath. I found myself glancing behind me every few minutes, and each time the trees looked different from how I remembered them. The branches twisted in strange angles, forming shapes that made me think someone was hiding just beyond the shadows. We stopped around 4 p.m. to set up camp near a small stream. It was a sheltered area tucked between moss-covered boulders and thick clusters of fir trees. Perfect, in theory. The sun dipped early behind the ridges, plunging us into a cool blue twilight that felt more like winter than fall. I was collecting firewood when I saw something move on the opposite side of the stream. Just a flicker of motion, a silhouette. Tall. Too tall to be human. I froze, heart pounding. The thing, or shadow, or whatever it was, stood perfectly still. I blinked once, twice, and it seemed to melt back into the trees. "You okay over there?" Nate called. I lied, said I thought I saw a deer, and hurried back to camp. Fire lit, tent set up, we cooked freeze-dried meals and tried to relax. For a while it worked. We laughed about stupid things, talked about work, school, life, but the forest around us was too quiet. No insects, no wind, no distant owls. Just silence so thick it felt alive. Around 9 p.m. we retreated to our tents. Jordan and I shared one. Nate took another. I fell asleep quickly but woke up sometime after midnight to a sound I can still feel in my bones. A deep, guttural moan echoing through the trees. It wasn't an animal sound. It wasn't human. It was something in between, stretched and strained, like something trying to speak through a broken throat. I shot upright and saw that Jordan was already awake, eyes wide in the faint moonlight. "You heard that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, heavy footsteps approached our camp. Slow, deliberate. Leaves crunching, twigs snapping under weight that no person could have. Something brushed the side of our tent, just a graze, but enough to make the entire fabric ripple. Jordan covered his mouth to keep from making a sound. I felt the vibration of each step through the ground, like small tremors. The footsteps paused right in front of our tent. I listened, barely breathing. Something exhaled, slow, wheezing, rancid. The smell hit next, a rot so thick it burned my throat. Jordan squeezed my arm so hard it went numb. Then, from Nate's tent, the zipper started to open. Not fast, not slow, just steady. The sound of the zipper slicing through the silence was the worst thing I'd ever heard. Nate didn't scream. That terrified me more than if he had. Instead, there was a muffled grunt, the sound of fabric tearing, and a thud. Heavy, final. The footsteps retreated. Not fast, just calmly walking away like it knew there was no reason to rush. We waited until the forest went still. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been hours. Time didn't feel real. Eventually, we crawled out of the tent, shaking. Nate's tent was ripped open from the side, the fabric shredded as if something with claws or impossibly strong hands had grabbed it. His sleeping bag was empty. Drag marks led into the trees. We called his name. Nothing answered. We grabbed our packs and headlamps and followed the drag marks despite every instinct screaming at us to run the opposite direction. The forest swallowed the light. Our beams barely cut through the darkness, and every step felt like a mistake. The drag marks led us to a ravine. They stopped at the edge. Down below, I saw something pale. At first, I thought it was Nate's hand, reaching up for help. But as I focused, I realized it wasn't a hand at all. It was a strip of fabric from his jacket, torn clean through, hanging from a branch like a warning. Jordan started to cry quietly. The forest moaned again, farther away this time, but unmistakable. We ran. We sprinted through the dark woods, stumbling, gasping, tripping over roots. The forest shifted around us, every shadow twisting like it wanted to grab us. Branches snapped overhead, footsteps thundered somewhere behind us, but never close enough to see. That somehow made it worse. We didn't stop until dawn. When the sun finally pushed over the ridge, we found ourselves back near the old homestead clearing. Seeing it in daylight made it feel even more wrong, as if the place was hiding something deeper beneath the soil. We reached the car by early afternoon. We drove straight to the nearest ranger station, mud-splattered and barely coherent. They organized a search party that same day. No sign of Nate, not a shred of him, not a single footprint, nothing except the shredded tent and the strip of fabric. The rangers told us it was probably a bear attack, but they said it carefully, like they didn't believe it. I could tell by the way they avoided our eyes. Bears don't unzip tents. Bears don't drag people silently into the woods, and no bear moves on two legs. It's been 7 months. Jordan refuses to hike anymore and moved back to Florida to live with his parents. I still hike sometimes, but never alone. Never in deep woods. Never where the trees grow too close together and the silence feels like it's pressing against my ears. Sometimes at night, when the wind is low and the world is still, I hear that moan again. Deep, broken, searching. And every time I wonder if it remembers me, if it smells the fear that still clings to my bones, and if one day it will follow me out of the woods the way it followed Nate into them. Story, the end. The first time I heard about Miller's Pass, it was from a ranger at a small visitor center off Highway 89 in northern Arizona. I had pulled over to grab a physical trail map, something I always did when hiking new territory, and the ranger, a man with sun-cracked skin and a faded uniform, pointed to a thin, barely visible line on the map. "If you're looking for solitude," he said, "that trail's empty this time of year." I should have noticed the hesitation in his voice, the way his eyes drifted to the window, as if checking something. I should have read the guest log on the counter, which had a list of missing hikers pinned to the corner. But I didn't. I was stubborn, excited, and hungry for quiet after months of stress and sleepless nights back home in Denver. Miller's Pass looked perfect, remote, sparsely marked, and stretching deep into a canyon system older than memory itself. The ranger told me to be careful about the terrain, but he never mentioned anything else. Nothing about the strange disappearances. Nothing about the stories locals wouldn't write down. I started the hike early the next morning. The air was cool and sharp, scented with juniper and sage. The sky was cloudless, a deep blue stretching endlessly above me. For the first few miles, everything felt normal, peaceful even. The trail wound between red rock formations and through dry washes still holding the faint smell of monsoon storms. About 3 miles in, I noticed the first oddity, a stacked pile of rocks balanced in an unnatural shape. It wasn't a cairn, not the type hikers use to mark trails. This one was tall, with stones arranged in a way that defied balance. The topmost rock had a handprint pressed into it, like someone had held it tightly before letting go. It was strange, but not threatening. I took a photo and moved on. By mile 5, the trail dropped into a narrow canyon where sunlight barely reached the ground. The temperature dropped nearly 20 degrees, and the silence thickened. My boots crunched against gravel in a rhythmic pattern that seemed to echo unnaturally long after each step. Canyons do that, I told myself. They play tricks with sound. But then I heard a second set of footsteps. Slow, dragging, following. I stopped abruptly and turned around. The canyon behind me twisted out of sight, the shadows clinging stubbornly to the rock walls. No one was there. I listened for breathing, movement, anything, but heard only the blood pounding in my ears. I called out, "Hello?" The echo came back distorted, as if the canyon were swallowing parts of my voice. I told myself it had to be a mountain lion or deer above the rim, though the footsteps were too heavy, too deliberate. I moved faster. Half a mile later, I smelled something metallic, like rusted iron mixed with wet earth. When I turned a corner, I found the source. A deer carcass lay in the middle of the trail. But it hadn't been eaten. It hadn't been attacked the way predators usually do. Instead, it was arranged. Its legs were positioned outward, almost symmetrical, and its head faced the canyon wall where long, deep scratches formed a circular symbol. The kind you don't make by accident. The kind that looks carved with intent. My throat tightened. I wanted to turn back right then, but something kept me moving forward. Momentum, maybe, or pride. Or the belief that I had already walked too far for fear to be a rational reason to return. I walked around the body and kept going, ignoring the sensation that the canyon itself was breathing. The trail eventually opened onto a plateau overlooking miles of shifting orange and red rock. It should have been beautiful, but the unease stuck to me like sweat. I checked my phone, no signal. I checked my watch, 2:17 p.m., plenty of daylight left. This was the moment I should have turned around. But the plateau sloped upward toward what looked like an old fire lookout point, and I convinced myself the view would be worth it. The land was silent, unmoving, and the wind that usually slid across these ridges was absent. I hiked on. As I approached the remnants of a structure, Nothing more than rotting wood and rusted nails, I found something lying on the ground near the base. A backpack. It was sun-bleached, torn at the seams, and half buried under sand. When I lifted it, I found a faded patch sewn to the front. M. Harp. That name triggered something. I dug into my memory, then suddenly remembered the bulletin board at the visitor center. One of the missing hikers had that same last name. The air seemed to thin around me as I unzipped the pack. Inside were a water bottle filled with stale yellowish liquid, a torn map, and a small notebook. The first few pages were normal. Notes about trail mileage, weather, wildlife spotted. Then the handwriting grew frantic. Something follows. Not an animal. It knows when I stop. It won't come into the sun. Do not let it get behind you. The final page had only 3 words, scratched so hard the pencil tore through the paper. Don't look back. As I read the words, a soft crunch echoed behind me. Every instinct screamed to turn, to see what it was, but the notebook trembled in my hand and those 3 words burned in my mind. Don't look back. I forced myself to breathe, to think. My pulse thudded painfully in my neck. My legs felt rooted to the ground. Another step. Closer. Closer. I shut my eyes. Go away, I whispered, my voice shaking. Go away. Silence. Then a long exhale, warm, wrong, brushed the back of my neck. I bolted. I don't remember making the decision to run. My body just acted, tearing across the plateau without any sense of direction. Gravel and sand slid under my boots, but I didn't dare slow down. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, and every few seconds I felt the air shift behind me, as though something enormous moved in tandem with my sprint. The trail markers blurred past. The sun slipped behind a cloud, and shadows stretched across the land. When the canyon walls appeared again, it felt like stepping into a trap. My options were limited. Turn back into open land where it could follow me freely, or descend into the dark throat of the canyon where echoes twisted like living things. I took the canyon. I don't know why. Maybe because the steep walls offered some illusion of protection, or maybe because the trail was clearer. My footsteps echoed wildly, overlapping like multiple versions of myself running together. My breath came ragged, my throat dry. Then I noticed something horrifying. My shadow. It wasn't just mine. Something taller, thinner, with elongated limbs stretched beside it, moving when I moved, tilting its head when I did, and its fingers, too many of them, curled inward like claws. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My breath was gone. I ran until the canyon spat me back into a wide basin near the trailhead. My car was still half a mile away, but when I saw the glint of the windshield, hope surged painfully in my chest. That's when the footsteps started again. Louder this time. Faster. Matching my pace. I ran harder than I ever have in my life. When I reached the last turn that led directly to the parking area, I made the mistake of glancing sideways at the rock wall. The shadow on the wall wasn't mine anymore. It was standing still while I ran. Its head bent unnaturally low as though listening to my heartbeat. And then, slowly, deliberately, it lifted one impossibly long arm and pointed toward me. I tore my eyes away and sprinted the last stretch. I didn't look back, didn't breathe, didn't think. I dove into my car, slammed the door, and locked it with shaking hands. For several minutes I sat there gasping, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The desert was silent. Too silent. As I fumbled for my keys, something tapped the rear window. Once, twice, 3 times. I didn't look. I couldn't. I started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind me. I drove until the road straightened, until the sun dipped low and painted the desert gold. At the next gas station, I ran inside, shaking so violently the cashier asked if I needed help. I didn't answer. I just locked myself in the bathroom and tried to breathe. When I finally calmed enough to check my reflection, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. On the back of my shirt, smeared in dust, was a handprint. Large, elongated, and unmistakably intentional. I never returned to Miller's Pass. I never spoke to the ranger again, though sometimes I wonder if he knew, if his hesitation had been a warning he couldn't bring himself to voice. The trail has since been removed from most online maps. People say the area is unstable, prone to rock falls, unsafe for hikers. But no rockfall leaves handprints on your clothing. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear the echo of those dragging footsteps. And every once in a while, when I'm hiking somewhere safe and well-traveled, I feel a warm exhale on my neck, a reminder that some things don't stay in the canyon. Some things follow. Story the end. The first time I heard about the Kettle Ridge Trail in northern Montana, people described it as one of the quietest stretches of wilderness left in the state. No crowds, no scenic overlooks with a dozen tourists taking pictures, no well-trodden loops where you could hear other hikers from half a mile away. Just tall pines, cold creeks, and miles of untouched trail threading through the mountains. That was exactly what I wanted when I convinced my cousin Jake to take a 3-day backpacking trip with me at the end of September. We both grew up hiking. Our dads took us camping since we were barely old enough to walk. We weren't reckless, but we weren't novices either. We knew how to read topo maps, how to avoid grizzlies, how to respect the land. But for all our experience, nothing prepared us for what we found out there. The first day was easy. Crisp air, leaves just beginning to yellow, cloudless skies. The trail wound deep into the woods, and we barely spoke for the first 2 hours, just enjoying the sound of boots on dirt and wind moving through the branches. Around noon, we came across an old fire road on the map, closed decades ago, but still faintly visible. The ranger had told us not to bother with it. Overgrown, goes nowhere, he said. But the truth was, the more remote it sounded, the more appealing it felt. We weren't going to take it, but I remember Jake looking at it for a long moment, squinting into the narrow break in the trees. Something about it unsettled me, even though I couldn't explain why. It reminded me of a trail that didn't want to be used. We kept going and reached our planned campsite by late afternoon. It sat near a slow-moving stream, the kind that makes soft bubbling noises all night. We set up the tent, hung the food bag, gathered firewood, and ate dehydrated meals by the fading light. Everything felt normal until the woods went quiet. Anyone who spends time outdoors knows that forests aren't silent at night. Even when the animals settle, there's a rhythm, wind, insects, water. But around nightfall, everything stopped. No bugs, no birds, no rustling, just a thick, heavy quiet that made my ears ring. Jake noticed it too. "You hear that?" he asked. I nodded. "Nothing." He tried to joke, said something like, "Guess the wildlife took the night off," but even he sounded uneasy. We sat around the fire a while longer, both pretending it was no big deal, then climbed into the tent and tried to sleep. I woke up sometime after midnight to the sound of footsteps. Slow, heavy. Not the light scurrying of a deer or the padding of a bear. These steps had weight, like something walking deliberately around our tent. I froze at first, eyes locked on the nylon above me, barely daring to breathe. Then Jake whispered, "You awake?" "Yeah. You hear that?" Before I could answer, the footsteps stopped. For a moment, it felt like the entire forest was holding its breath. Then something brushed against the tent, something tall enough that the contact was closer to the top than the bottom. I grabbed the bear spray beside my sleeping bag. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Jake unzipped the tent a sliver and shined his flashlight outside. The beam cut through the dark, lighting up trees, underbrush, and nothing else. Whatever it was had vanished. We stayed awake the rest of the night, whispering theories. Moose, bear, elk. But none of those fit the way it moved, or the way it stood so close to the tent. We agreed to pack up quickly in the morning and continue deeper into the trail as planned, just to put distance between us and whatever that was. The next day, though, none of the forest sounds returned. No birds, no squirrels, no insects buzzing around our packs. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt wrong, like the woods were holding back something. Around midday, we reached a fork in the trail. We were supposed to continue right, but the left path looked like it had been cleared recently. Freshly broken branches, no overgrowth, footprints. That was strange enough on its own, considering how few people hiked this area. But the footprints were worse. They weren't boot prints. They looked barefoot, long toes, deep impressions in the dirt. Too deep for a human, too wide. They climbed up the left trail, one after another, disappearing into the trees. Jake crouched to look at them more closely, his expression darkening. "Man, this is weird." "We're not following those," I said quickly. "Whatever made them isn't something we want to find." He agreed, and we moved on, trying not to think about it. By late afternoon, we found a clearing big enough to camp in, though the air felt strangely heavy there. We dropped our packs, set up the tent, and tried to shake the growing dread that had been following us since morning. We didn't light a fire that night. Neither of us wanted to draw attention. We ate inside the tent, barely speaking, listening for any hint of movement outside. Around 10 p.m., the noises returned, but this time, they weren't footsteps. It started with a low humming sound, almost like someone blowing over the top of a bottle, but deeper, vibrating the ground beneath us. Then came a clicking noise. Slow at first, then faster. Click, 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 like bones snapping together. Jake grabbed my arm. "What the hell is that?" I shook my head, afraid to speak. The humming grew louder. The clicking circled us. Whatever was out there wasn't trying to hide anymore. It wanted us to know it was there. Then, clear as day, a voice spoke from outside the tent. "Cold night, isn't it?" It sounded human. Almost. But wrong, like someone imitating a human voice without understanding how speech works. The rhythm was off, the tone uneven, like it was dragging syllables across gravel. Jake's eyes widened. He mouthed, "Don't answer." The voice circled the tent slowly, like a predator taking its time. "Are you lost?" I felt my throat tighten. My instincts screamed to run, but the darkness outside felt like a trap. The tent suddenly felt like the only thing keeping us alive. Then the voice changed. It shifted into something deeper, like two people speaking at once. "I saw you." A shadow passed across the tent wall. Tall, impossibly tall. Shoulders hunched, arms long enough to drag through the brush. I squeezed my eyes shut. Jake hissed, "We're leaving. First light, no matter what." Neither of us slept. At dawn, we broke camp in minutes, barely speaking. The forest remained silent as we hiked, fatigue and fear pushing us forward. All we wanted to do was get back to the main trail and out of the woods as quickly as possible. But something was following us. We kept hearing it. Branches cracking behind us, bushes shifting, soft clicking noises. Every time we turned, there was nothing, but the feeling of being watched never left. And then we found something that made my blood run cold. A tree, stripped of bark, 12 feet up. Deep claw marks carved into the wood. Not from a bear. These were too long, too even, too deliberate. We walked faster. Hours passed. The forest grew darker even though it wasn't evening yet. Clouds rolling in and choking off the sunlight. The temperature dropped. At one point, I swear I heard breathing behind me. Slow, heavy, almost wet sounding. We didn't stop. Finally, we reached the old fire road we had seen on the map. We hadn't meant to end up there, but the main trail had become confusing, overgrown in places. We must have veered off without noticing. The road stretched in both directions like a dark tunnel framed by trees. Jake checked the map, swore under his breath. "This heads east. It'll eventually hit the Forest Service Road. Might take hours, but it's our best shot." We took it. About an hour in, we smelled smoke. Not campfire smoke, chemical smoke. Sharp and thick. The road curved, and we saw a blackened patch of forest. Trees burned to stumps, ash everywhere. The fire hadn't been recent, but something about it felt wrong. Fires don't just happen randomly in this damp part of Montana. Then we noticed the shapes in the ash. Footprints. Bare. Long-toed. The same ones we had seen before. Dozens of them. All leading in the direction we were walking. Jake whispered, "We need to go back." Before I could answer, the clicking started again, louder than before. Then the humming. Then a low growl so deep I felt it in my bones. Something stepped onto the fire road behind us. I didn't look back. Jake did. His face went pale, and he grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Run." We sprinted. Branches whipped at our arms and legs. The growling got louder. Trees shook. Something huge crashed through the forest behind us, gaining on us no matter how fast we ran. At one point, I slipped on loose gravel and fell. Jake hauled me up, practically dragging me. I saw just a glimpse of it as I got to my feet, taller than any animal I'd ever seen, arms long and twisted, skin like stretched bark, a face that didn't look like it belonged to anything alive. Its eyes were the worst part, hollow, but glowing faintly, like embers deep inside a burnt log. We ran until my lungs burned. The creature's footsteps shook the ground. It let out a sound, part scream, part roar, that didn't sound like anything from this world. And then suddenly, we saw headlights. A truck was driving up the Forest Service Road, maybe a quarter-mile ahead. We sprinted toward it, waving, shouting. The creature didn't follow us out of the trees. It stopped at the edge of the fire road, watching. The driver, a ranger, opened the door and yelled for us to get in. We threw ourselves into the truck bed, shaking so violently I could barely speak. The ranger sped off before we even closed the tailgate. I looked back once. The creature was standing at the tree line, tall as the branches, staring. When we reached the station, the ranger asked hundreds of questions: if we were injured, if we were dehydrated, if we had eaten anything strange. But when we tried to describe what we saw, he stiffened. "You boys shouldn't have gone near the old road," he said quietly. "Locals don't go up there. Not anymore." He didn't explain, and we didn't ask. Jake and I don't talk about that trip. Not really. People think we overreacted to a bear or were exhausted or hallucinating, but I know the difference between a bear and what I saw that day. Sometimes at night, I hear clicking noises outside my bedroom window, even though I live miles from the woods. I tell myself it's nothing. Just branches. Just settling siding. Just my imagination. But deep down, I know the truth. Some things follow you home. Story, the end. The parking lot at the base of Buckhorn Ridge was nearly empty when I arrived just after sunrise. Only 2 other cars sat beneath the towering pines, dew glistening on their windshields. The air was cool, the kind of crisp chill that only early autumn in the American Northwest could create. I'd driven 5 hours to reach this trail, alone, because solitude was what I needed most after the year I'd had. I wasn't inexperienced. I'd hiked dozens of trails in Washington and Oregon, some far more isolated than Buckhorn Ridge, but I'd always gone with friends or hiking groups. This was the first time I set out by myself. The ranger at the visitor center had warned me the trail wasn't heavily trafficked outside of summer. "You might not see anyone for miles," he'd said while stamping my permit. "Weather can change fast at this time of year, and cell reception drops off halfway up." His tone wasn't ominous, just routine caution, but the lingering concern in his eyes should have made me reconsider. I brushed it off as overprotective professionalism. Alone time was the whole point. By 8 o'clock, I was halfway up the trail. The forest felt alive, birds calling overhead, wind rustling through needles, the faint trickle of unseen water winding through the underbrush. The elevation gain was steep but manageable. The trail was soft with fallen needles and the occasional patch of exposed roots. Around mile 3, I stopped to take a drink and noticed something odd. A cluster of stones stacked neatly on a stump beside the path. A cairn. Nothing unusual. People built them all the time to mark unofficial paths. But this one wasn't marking anything. It was just sitting there, off to the side, almost decorative, balanced too perfectly. 5 stones, each progressively smaller, the top one small enough to fit between 2 fingers. I took a picture out of curiosity and moved on. Another half-mile up, I spotted a second cairn. Same careful stacking, same stump placement, same number of stones. It felt intentional, but in a way that didn't make sense. There was no fork in the trail, no confusing intersections. By the time I reached the 3rd cairn, my stomach tightened. This one wasn't on a stump. It stood directly in the center of the trail, blocking the narrow path so cleanly I almost tripped over it. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. The typical morning chatter of birds had faded without me noticing. No wind, no movement, nothing. I stepped around the stones and kept walking, but every few minutes I glanced over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was subtle at first, then persistent, like a pressure building at the base of my skull. Around mile 4, the trail widened into a small overlook. Through a break in the trees, I could see the valley below, layers of green stretching for miles. I sat on a flat rock to rest, but the unease clung to me. I checked my phone, no signal as expected. That's when I heard it. Not footsteps, not an animal, just breathing, slow, unsteady, human. I froze and listened harder, heart thudding. It was faint, coming from somewhere behind me in the trees. Not a hiker. Hikers made noise, talked, clacked trekking poles. This breathing was too controlled, too close, like someone exhaling into cupped hands. I stood up slowly and scanned the tree line. Nothing. "Hello?" I called, instantly regretting it. Silence. I waited another full minute before forcing myself back onto the trail. I walked faster now, fighting the urge to break into a full sprint. At mile 5, I found the 4th cairn. This one was different. The stones were smeared with something dark. Mud? Sap? I crouched to get a closer look, then stood back abruptly. It wasn't mud. It was blood. Fresh. A smear of red glistened across the top 2 stones, still wet enough to shine in the muted light. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my pocket knife. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the woods, the underbrush, shadows between the trunks. Everything felt too still. I forced myself to keep moving. The trail grew narrower, winding along the side of a steep slope. The terrain became rougher, roots and rocks jutting from the ground, forcing me to watch my steps carefully. But every few seconds I glanced back up, convinced someone or something waited just out of sight. Around mile 6, I heard it again. Breathing. But this time closer. Too close. I spun around. The trail behind me was empty. No movement. No shape. No figure. But the breathing continued. Only now I realized something awful. It wasn't behind me. It was above me. I looked up, heart stopping. Someone was crouched on a thick branch about 20 feet up, half hidden by the needles. I couldn't see their face, just the outline of a body, long limbs, hunched posture, head tilted at an unnatural angle. They were completely still, watching me. Time seemed to stop. My mind screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to move. Finally, adrenaline broke through the paralysis, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling as I turned and sprinted up the trail. Branches whipped my arms. Gravel slid under my boots. My breath came in ragged bursts. I didn't dare look back. I don't know how far I ran before I slowed down, lungs burning, maybe a mile, maybe more. The forest began to change, trees thinning, rocks growing larger, moss giving way to cold granite. The trail climbed sharply toward the ridge line. I thought the climb might give me an advantage, elevation, visibility, but it didn't ease the terror twisting inside me. I could no longer hear breathing, which somehow scared me even more. Just when I felt hope I might reach the ridge and cross to the other side, I saw something that froze me in place. A backpack, sitting in the middle of the trail. Not old or weathered, newer, maybe only a year or two old. Blue straps, one unzipped pocket, food wrappers scattered nearby. Someone had left it recently, someone who clearly never came back for it. I walked past it slowly, forcing myself not to look into the trees again. If I did, I knew I'd see something I couldn't handle. Something that had been there long before I arrived. Something that had probably watched countless hikers before me. The trail eventually flattened into a long stretch of ridgeline. I could see the sky above the trees now, clouds gathering in dull clusters, storm coming. The wind picked up for the first time all day, brushing cold air across my sweat-soaked neck. I began to hear something else, a new sound, a voice, a man's voice, weak, strained, whimpering. Help! It drifted faintly from deeper in the forest just off the trail. My pulse hammered. Help, please. I knew better than to respond. My instincts screamed not to, but the voice sounded desperate, human, injured. I stepped off the trail only a few feet, gripping my pocket knife tightly. Where are you? I called, my own voice unsteady. The whimpering stopped. Silence. Then, closer than before, help. Something was terribly wrong with the voice. It sounded wrong, like someone mimicking speech. The rhythm was off. The tone strained, unnatural. I backed away slowly, returning to the trail, refusing to take my eyes off the trees. That's when the voice changed. Lower. Crooked. Almost amused. Come back. I ran. I didn't stop. Not when the wind howled through the branches. Not when footsteps, heavy ones, began crashing through the woods beside me. Not when something moved fast through the trees, shadow darting between trunks. Not when a hand, long-fingered pale, grabbed a branch directly above me and swung effortlessly to another. It was following me, tracking me, playing with me. I don't remember how I made it down the ridge. I don't remember falling twice, scraping my palms bloody. I don't remember dropping my water bottle or losing my hat to the wind. But I do remember bursting into the parking lot just as the first fat drops of rain began to fall. The two cars I'd seen earlier were still there, but one now had a busted window and a trail of dried blood leading into the woods. I fumbled my keys, hands shaking violently, then finally threw myself into my SUV and slammed the door. I locked it, started the engine, peeled out of the lot so fast gravel hit the trees like buckshot. Only when I reached the highway did I dare look into the rearview mirror. In the distance, at the tree line, just barely visible in the gray wash of the storm, something stood watching. Tall, still, head tilted the same unnatural way. I didn't stop driving until I reached the next town. I didn't sleep that night, or the night after. I still can't hike, can't enter forests, can't hear wind through trees without remembering the breathing, the voice, the pale hand gripping that branch. And every so often, usually late, when the world is quiet, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window. Slow, deliberate, waiting. Story, the end. The wind smelled like wet leaves and cold stone the morning I set out for the Pine Hollow Trail in northern Pennsylvania. I'd picked the route because it wasn't popular, not even during peak fall foliage. Most hikers preferred the marked, manicured paths closer to the visitor center, but Pine Hollow was a remote branch that hadn't been fully maintained for years. I'd read a few online comments about overgrown sections and washed out switchbacks, but nothing that sounded dangerous. And honestly, solitude was what I wanted. I'd been hiking alone for years, but this trip felt different before it even began. My sister Mia warned me against going after she saw the weather forecast. Heavy rain the night before, dropping temperatures and a sudden cold snap predicted by the weekend. I told her I'd be fine, that I'd done tougher trails in worse weather. Looking back, I wish I'd taken her concern more seriously. By late morning, I reached the Pine Hollow trailhead, a small gravel lot with a faded sign half swallowed by vines. When I stepped out of the car, the air felt unnaturally still, like the forest was holding its breath. The remnants of last night's storm clung to everything, making the world shine under a muted gray sky. I adjusted my pack, checked my compass and map, and headed in. The first several miles were uneventful. Muddy, yes, but manageable. Fallen branches littered the ground, and a few small landslides had partially buried the trail. I navigated them easily, climbing over trunks slick with moss and ducking under drooping ferns. Somewhere around noon, I reached a narrow ridge that overlooked a valley blanketed in golden leaves. It would have been beautiful if not for a strange feeling creeping up my spine, the unnerving certainty that I wasn't alone. There were no other cars at the trailhead. I hadn't passed any hikers. I shouldn't have been hearing footsteps behind me. At first, I chalked it up to small animals or the dripping trees. But as I continued deeper, the sounds grew clearer, heavier, more deliberate. They'd stop when I stopped, continue when I walked, always staying just out of sight. I kept glancing back, scanning the trees for movement, but everything remained still. Around mid-afternoon, I reached a fork in the trail, one path continuing uphill along the ridge, the other dropping into a dense, shadowed section of forest. According to my map, both eventually looped back, but the lower path was the shorter of the two. I hesitated. Something about the darkness under those trees made my stomach tighten. The canopy was so thick the afternoon light barely filtered through, and the air looked heavier, like the cold under there. That's when I saw the first set of tracks. Right at the mouth of the lower trail, partially washed out by the rain, were footprints, bare footprints, larger than mine, with deep, wide heels and strangely long toes that dug into the mud. Human, but off somehow. Not shaped right. The stride was uneven, like whoever left them limped or dragged one leg. I crouched and touched the mud, still soft, fresh. A chill rippled through me. I stood, slung my pack higher, and took the upper trail instead. At first I felt relief, climbing higher, having made what I believed was the safer choice. But the sense of being watched didn't go away. The footsteps returned too, distant but unmistakable. I tried to outpace them, moving fast enough that my breath turned ragged, but they matched my rhythm. They echoed through the trees. They followed. When the sun began to set, the temperature plummeted, bringing a creeping mist that rolled across the ground in ghostly ribbons. I knew I needed to make camp before it got fully dark, so I found a small flat section off the trail near a cluster of boulders. I set up my tent quickly, hands trembling from the cold and nerves. The woods around me had turned unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, just stillness, broken only by the occasional crack of a far-off branch. I forced myself to eat a quick dinner, then climbed into my sleeping bag. I kept my headlamp on, shining it through the tent material. Its glow formed a weak dome of yellow against the darkness. It couldn't have been more than an hour before I heard it again. A footstep, slow and heavy, landing on damp leaves just outside my tent. Then another. I sat up so fast I nearly ripped the bag. My breath froze in my throat. I turned off my headlamp and waited, ears straining. At first, silence. Then the unmistakable sound of something large shifting its weight, circling my campsite, the crunch of twigs, the drag of feet. My skin prickled with cold sweat as the footsteps paused inches from my tent wall. No breathing, no animal sounds, just presence. When the creature or person or whatever it was finally moved on, it did so with slow, deliberate steps, disappearing into the forest. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat awake, clutching the handle of my pocket knife, listening to every creak of the woods. By dawn, I'd made a decision: pack up and get out. The trail felt different that morning. Wrong. Trees seemed shifted, the path slightly unfamiliar, as if something had rearranged the forest in the night. I kept moving, checking my compass constantly. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint, almost metallic smell. I thought it might be blood, or maybe my imagination was running wild after a sleepless night. But then I found something that confirmed I wasn't imagining anything. A piece of fabric, bright neon orange, torn and snagged on a low branch. Not mine. A few yards ahead, I found more: scraps of material, a piece of a backpack strap, and then farther along, a boot print. Large. Deep. Human. Next to it was another barefoot print. The same strange shape I'd seen at the fork. The forest closed in around me as I walked. I felt like I was being funneled somewhere. Not back toward the trailhead as I intended, but deeper into the hollow. Every so often, I'd stop and listen. Every time I did, I'd hear it, movement behind me. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always following. By early afternoon, the trail simply vanished. One moment it was there, narrow but visible. The next it faded into thick undergrowth and tangled roots. I dropped to my knees, sweeping leaves aside, searching for any marker, a blaze, a cairn, anything, but found nothing except bare ground and claw-like gouges carved into the dirt. I checked my compass again. The needle spun in slow, erratic circles. A sickening dread pressed against my ribs. I was lost. Completely. And whatever had been following me all day was no longer hiding its approach. The footsteps grew louder, no longer matching mine. Now they moved with purpose, speed, coming straight toward me. I broke into a run. Branches slapped my face and tore at my clothing as I sprinted downhill, not caring where I ended up as long as I put distance between myself and that thing. The forest blurred into streaks of brown and gray. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. Behind me, the footsteps pounded the earth like a predator giving chase. I didn't dare look back. I didn't have to. I could feel it gaining. A guttural sound tore through the trees, something between a grunt and a growl. Human, but not human. It chilled me to the bone. I pushed harder, half sliding down a ravine, grabbing roots to keep from tumbling headfirst. My pack snagged on a branch and ripped open, spilling food, a water bottle, and my map down the slope. I didn't stop to collect anything. I just kept running until the terrain leveled out and the forest thinned slightly. Only then did I collapse behind a fallen log, chest heaving, ears ringing. The footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the chase. I sat there for nearly an hour, shaking, waiting. When I finally crawled out and stood, the forest was quiet, too quiet. I needed to keep moving. Without my map, I relied on the sun, angling west toward where I knew the road should be. But the forest had one last surprise for me. As I crossed into a clearing, I saw a small wooden shelter. Not a ranger cabin. Something older. Weather-beaten boards, half-collapsed roof, no signs of recent use. Maybe decades old. Maybe abandoned since before the official trails were made. I approached cautiously, hoping to find old trail markers or a dry place to regroup. What I found instead made my blood turn to ice. Inside, on the splintered floor, were bones. Human bones. Dozens of them, arranged in a rough circle, some small, some large, some freshly broken, and in the center of the circle lay a rusted hunting knife and a pile of shredded clothing, bright colors, torn straps, bits of fabric that looked eerily familiar. Neon orange, just like the piece I'd found earlier. I backed out slowly, heart hammering so loudly I could barely hear anything else, until I did. A breath, not mine, right behind me. Slow, wet. Close enough that I felt the warmth of it against my neck. I didn't turn. I didn't scream. I ran again, bursting into the trees so fast I nearly tripped. The forest spun around me. Every step felt clumsy, desperate. I crashed through brush, ducked under branches, stumbled through a narrow ravine, and then, miraculously, I saw it. A gravel road. Not the trailhead, but a road nonetheless. Something man-made, something real. I sprinted toward it, nearly sobbing in relief. Moments later, a pickup truck rounded the bend. I must have looked deranged, mud-smeared, panting, wild-eyed, because the driver slammed the brakes and jumped out. He asked if I was hurt, if someone had attacked me. I couldn't answer. I could only point back toward the forest, where the trees loomed in silent rows, watching. He loaded me into his truck and drove straight to the ranger station. A search team was dispatched. They found my ripped pack. They found torn fabric. They did not find the old shelter. They did not find the bones. And they did not find any footprints, human or otherwise. The ranger insisted the forest could look different after storms. He said old structures collapse entirely. He said predators scatter remains, but there were things he couldn't explain, like the gouges in the earth near where my pack was found, deep, unnatural gashes, or the strange silence in that part of the forest, like the wildlife avoided it, or the way I flinched at every sound for weeks afterward. I haven't been hiking alone since. Honestly, I barely hike at all now. The woods don't feel peaceful anymore. They feel alive in a way I can't understand, like something is always watching from behind the trees. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window. Slow, heavy, deliberate, just like on the trail. And every time I remember the breath on my neck, the warmth of it, the intention in it. The certainty that something followed me out of Pine Hollow, something that isn't finished. Story the end. I had been planning the hike for weeks, poring over maps and trail reports for the Appalachian Trail section that ran through Shenandoah National Park. I wasn't inexperienced. Far from it. I'd done weekend trips, overnight excursions, even solo treks before, but there was something about this particular stretch that unnerved me. Maybe it was the remoteness or the way the trail rose sharply through dense forest with little cell service. Either way, I needed a break from the city, from the endless notifications and artificial noise. I left early on a Friday morning, parking my car at the small trailhead near Loft Mountain. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows through the trees, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The first few miles were easy enough. The trail wound through gentle slopes lined with moss-covered rocks and the occasional wildflower. Birds chirped overhead, and I felt the familiar rush of peace that comes from walking alone in the forest. By late afternoon, I had reached a section of the trail that climbed steeply toward a ridge. The sky had darkened slightly, clouds rolling in faster than expected. I noticed a strange feeling, almost like the air itself had weight pressing down on me. Then I heard it. The faint sound of footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it was another hiker, maybe a group I hadn't noticed. But when I stopped and listened, the footsteps stopped too. Not a shuffle, not a pause, just gone. I told myself I was imagining things. I tried to focus on the trail, the rhythm of my boots on the dirt. But the feeling persisted, an invisible presence that seemed to be following me. My pace quickened unconsciously, heart rate climbing. When I reached a small clearing, I stopped to check my phone for a signal. Still nothing. Just as I put it away, I heard a whisper, soft and deliberate, coming from the tree line. Hey! I spun around, seeing nothing. The fog had begun to roll in, creeping along the ground, wrapping around tree trunks. My rational mind argued that it was wind through the leaves, or maybe my own imagination, but something deep in my gut told me otherwise. I decided to set up camp early, just beyond the ridge, in a small flat area near a creek. Nightfall came fast, and with it an oppressive silence. No birds, no insects, nothing except the soft murmur of the creek and my own breathing. I set up my tent and built a small fire, trying to calm myself. The first hours were quiet, though sleep was elusive. Every time a branch snapped or a shadow moved in the corner of my vision, my pulse spiked. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a sound that made my stomach twist, footsteps circling the perimeter of my tent. Heavy, deliberate, moving slowly. I froze, barely daring to breathe. Then a voice, low and rasping, whispered again, "You shouldn't be here." I didn't respond. I didn't even move. I lay still, pretending I was asleep, hoping whoever or whatever it was would go away. The footsteps stopped. The voice disappeared. But the forest felt different, as if it had shifted. The air was thicker, heavier, and I could sense eyes watching me from the darkness beyond the firelight. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching my hiking knife, listening to the forest breathe. At first light, I packed up hastily. The fog had thinned, but visibility remained poor. As I descended the trail, I noticed something chilling. Footprints in the mud, large and uneven, following the path I had taken the day before. They weren't humanly consistent, like someone running, then walking, then crouching. And then I saw a crude figure hanging from a tree, branches bound together with strips of cloth and mud, forming a vaguely human shape. The face was a smudge of dirt and leaves twisted into a grimacing expression. I ran, scrambling over rocks and roots, my pack bouncing against my shoulders. Every now and then I would hear another snap behind me, quick and deliberate, but when I turned there was nothing. The trail seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees pressing in, whispering. I tried calling out, shouting, but the forest swallowed my voice. I kept moving, my legs screaming, my lungs burning, until finally the trail opened to a clearing where a small ranger station sat. I stumbled up to the ranger, covered in mud and sweat, panting, and told him everything. Footsteps, whispering, the figure in the tree. He listened quietly, then asked which section I had taken. When I told him, his face grew grim. "That section's closed," he said slowly. "Has been for years. Hikers disappear there all the time. We try to post warnings, but people don't always see them. You got lucky." I wanted to ask more, to understand, but I couldn't form the words. I was shaking too badly, and all I wanted was to get back to my car, to leave the forest behind. The ranger insisted on escorting me back to the trailhead, but even then, my relief was tempered by the memory of that figure and the feeling of being followed. When I got home, I looked up old reports and news articles. There were several unsolved disappearances in that area, spanning decades. One hiker described seeing a figure hanging in a tree, similar to what I had seen. Others vanished entirely, leaving only their packs behind. No one could explain it. Some suggested wild animals, others something more sinister. Even now, weeks later, I have trouble sleeping. Every sound outside my window makes me tense. Every shadow in the corner of my room makes me flinch. I still hike, but I avoid the White Mountains, Shenandoah, and any remote trail with a history of disappearances. I don't crave solitude anymore. I crave safety, light, and company. Sometimes when I'm alone in the woods, I think I hear faint footsteps behind me, just like that night. I tell myself it's nothing, that I'm just remembering, but deep down, I know what I heard was real. And I know somewhere that forest still waits, watching, knowing, patient. I can't go back, and I don't want to. The memory of that night, the weight of those footsteps, the whisper in the darkness, it's something that stays with you forever. Story the end. It started as a normal weekend trip. My two best friends, Mike and Lauren, and I had been planning a hike through the White Mountains in New Hampshire for months. The trail we picked was challenging but manageable, a 12-mile loop through dense forests, rocky ridges, and open meadows. We had all hiked before, but nothing prepared us for what happened that day. We left early Saturday morning, backpacks loaded with water, food, and basic camping gear. The air was crisp, carrying the smell of pine and wet leaves from last week's rain. The first few miles were uneventful, filled with the usual chatter, joking, and teasing. Mike had brought a Bluetooth speaker, and we listened to a few songs, laughing and singing along as we climbed. Lauren kept stopping to take photos, capturing the golden fall foliage and the sun spilling through the trees. By mid-morning, the trail started to narrow, and the forest grew denser. The trees towered above us, blocking out the sun, and the underbrush thickened. That's when we noticed it, a faint, almost imperceptible trail branching off from the main path. It looked old, unused, and poorly marked, but something about it drew us in. "I think we should check it out," Mike said, always the adventurous one. Lauren shook her head. "Are you serious? We have a whole loop to hike. We shouldn't get sidetracked." I was torn. Part of me wanted to follow the main trail, stick to the plan, but another part of me couldn't resist curiosity. "Let's just go a little way. If it's not safe, we'll turn back," I suggested. The narrow trail led us deeper into the forest. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. The sounds of birds and wind faded, replaced by an eerie silence. The further we walked, the more the forest seemed to close in, the trees growing closer together, their twisted branches forming unnatural shapes overhead. It was Lauren who first noticed the footprints. At first, we thought they were animal tracks, but they were too large, too human-like. Not shoes, but bare footprints, long and thin, pressed into the damp earth. They didn't belong to anyone in our party. "Maybe someone else is hiking nearby," Mike said, though his voice lacked confidence. The footprints continued, leading us along the narrow trail. Then we heard the first sound, a low, almost guttural growl coming from somewhere off the path. We froze, straining our eyes to see through the dense trees. The sound came again, closer this time, and it wasn't quite animal. Not a bear, Not a coyote, something else entirely. "Let's turn back," Lauren whispered, her face pale. We agreed, but when we tried to retrace our steps, the trail seemed to have disappeared. The forest looked different somehow, more oppressive, more twisted. We walked in what felt like circles, each turn leading us deeper into unfamiliar territory. Then we saw them. Figures, standing between the trees just out of reach. At first, I thought it was our imagination, shadows playing tricks on us, but then one of them moved. Slowly, deliberately, it stepped onto the trail. A tall, thin man, his skin pale and stretched tight over his bones, his eyes dark and hollow. He didn't speak, didn't make a sound, just watched us. Mike grabbed my arm. "Run," he hissed. We did. We ran blindly through the forest, branches tearing at our clothes and skin. Behind us, the sound of footsteps echoed. Many footsteps following us, always just out of sight. The growls returned, mingling with whispers we couldn't understand, as if the forest itself were alive and watching. After what felt like hours, we stumbled into a clearing. The sun had set, leaving the sky a deep, oppressive gray. In the center of the clearing was a small cabin, dilapidated and abandoned. Smoke curled from a broken chimney, but there was no sign of life. Something about it felt wrong. But we had no choice. We ran inside, barricading the door with a fallen beam. We stayed there for hours, huddled together, listening to the sounds outside. Shadows moved past the windows, too quick to see clearly, too deliberate to be animals. The whispers grew louder, like a chorus of voices speaking in a language I didn't know. Around midnight, we heard scratching at the door. Not gentle scratching, but frantic, desperate clawing. Something was trying to get in. I pressed my back against the wall, heart hammering, listening to the sound of our own fear reflected in the darkness outside. "Maybe if we stay quiet, it'll go away," Lauren whispered, tears streaming down her face. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it started. Silence returned, heavy and suffocating. We didn't sleep, taking turns keeping watch through the broken windows. The forest seemed to pulse with movement, shadows stretching and retreating, figures watching from the tree line. By dawn, we decided we had to leave. We couldn't stay in that cabin any longer. We chose a direction at random, hoping it would lead back to the main trail. The forest resisted us at every turn, roots catching our feet, branches slapping our faces, the oppressive silence pressing down. Every now and then we'd see glimpses of the figures, watching, following, always at the edge of our vision. Hours passed. We were exhausted, hungry, and terrified. Just when we were about to give up hope, we saw a road through the trees. Relief flooded through us. We stumbled onto it, waving our arms as a car approached. The driver slowed but didn't stop. We screamed, ran into the middle of the road, and finally the car screeched to a halt. A man got out, looked at us like we were crazy, and told us we were lucky we made it out. He explained that the trail we had taken was notorious for hikers getting lost. Many who entered never returned, and those who did often spoke of strange figures, whispers, unnatural occurrences. He drove us to the nearest town, where we finally felt safe. Even now, months later, I can't shake what we experienced. The footprints, the figures, the whispers, they haunt my dreams. I've tried hiking again, tried to rationalize it, but every time I step into the forest, I feel those hollow eyes watching me from the trees. And sometimes when the wind carries a certain sound, I swear I hear the low growl again, calling me back to the trail I should have never taken. Mike doesn't talk about it. Lauren refuses to hike again. I still have nightmares, and I know one day I'll hear that call again, and I'll have to decide whether to answer or not. The forest isn't just trees and trails. It's alive, and it remembers. Story, the end. It was supposed to be a weekend adventure. Just me and my two closest friends, Mike and Rachel. We had been planning this hike in the White Mountains of New Hampshire for months. Late October was ideal. The leaves were turning, the air was crisp, and the crowds were thinning. I remember packing my gear that Friday night, checking my backpack multiple times to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. Extra layers, water, snacks, first aid kit, flashlight. We were aiming for the Lincoln Woods Trail, a relatively moderate route with an overnight stay at one of the small shelters halfway up. Simple, fun, safe, or so we thought. We started early Saturday morning around 7 a.m., driving from Boston. The sky was a pale gray, clouds hanging low over the mountains, but the forecast said no rain. The first few miles of the trail were perfect. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional flutter of a bird startled from the trees, the smell of pine needles mixed with damp soil. Everything felt like it should, quiet, peaceful, and completely ordinary. We laughed easily at first, joking about who would complain first about blisters or fatigue. Rachel, always the most cautious, kept glancing at the sky, saying, "It looks like it might rain later. Better not get too far ahead." Mike, on the other hand, thrived on ignoring caution. He kept marching ahead, claiming he wanted to get a head start, even though we were all moving at a similar pace. I tried to keep up, but the uneven trail and slippery roots made it slow going. At some point, we entered a thicker part of the forest. The light dimmed significantly, the clouds above heavier, the wind picking up slightly. It was around 11 a.m. when we decided to take a short break near a small clearing. Rachel unpacked some trail mix while Mike checked his phone. That's when the first weird thing happened. Mike's phone signal completely disappeared. No bars, no notifications, nothing. I laughed it off, saying, "Welcome to the wilderness," but Rachel frowned. "That's strange. I usually get at least some signal here." I tried my own phone. Same result. We shrugged and decided it wasn't a big deal. We weren't expecting to need it anyway. After our break, we pressed on. The trail became less defined. It was one of those moments where you start questioning whether the markers you're seeing are actually the official trail. The forest seemed denser, darker. The wind was colder now, and a strange, almost metallic smell had started to fill the air. I mentioned it aloud, but Mike waved it off. "Probably just the soil or some fallen leaves starting to rot," he said. Rachel didn't comment, but I noticed she kept glancing behind us like she expected someone or something to be there. By the time we reached the first small shelter, the sky had darkened significantly. We had been hiking for nearly 6 hours. The shelter itself was empty, a simple wooden structure, but it had an eerie feel, almost like it had been abandoned for years. We dropped our packs and started building a small fire outside, hoping to warm up and dry out a little. The wind had picked up further, whistling through the trees in a way that sounded almost like voices if you listened too closely. I laughed nervously. "Okay, that's just the wind. Nothing spooky." But then the noises started. At first, it was just twigs snapping in the distance. We assumed it was wildlife, maybe deer, maybe a bear. But then came the footsteps. Not a quick rustle like an animal, but slow, deliberate steps echoing from deeper in the trees. Rachel froze. Mike, trying to be brave, said, "Probably another hiker." But neither of us had heard another soul on the trail all day. The footsteps stopped when we stopped, started again when we moved. It wasn't far, but it stayed just beyond the clearing. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a ranger, maybe another lost hiker, but Rachel refused to sit still. "We need to keep moving," she said quietly. Something in her voice, that quiet urgency, made me shiver. Reluctantly, we packed up and continued along a side trail that, according to the map, would lead us to the main summit. The trail grew narrower, the forest closing in on us from both sides. Shadows seemed to move just beyond our vision. Every time I thought I heard a branch snap behind me, I turned and saw nothing. Mike tried to joke, but his laughter was strained. By mid-afternoon, we realized we had taken a wrong turn. The map didn't match what we were seeing. Rocks, fallen logs, and moss-covered trees were everywhere, but no trail markers. The wind had picked up even more, bending the trees, and the metallic smell had grown stronger. I stopped for a moment, trying to get my bearings. That's when I noticed the first set of footprints. Not ours. They were fresh, slightly larger than mine, and heading in the same direction we were. I pointed them out to Mike and Rachel. Rachel's face went pale. "We shouldn't follow them," she whispered. "We shouldn't be here." But Mike, stubborn as always, wanted to keep going. "Maybe someone else is lost too. Let's just stay on the path." We followed the trail for another hour, trying to find some familiar landmark. The forest was relentless, twisting paths, hidden gullies, thick undergrowth. The sunlight was fading, though it was only 3 p.m. That's when the real horror began. We heard the voice. It was faint, but unmistakable. A whisper calling my name. "John! John!" I stopped dead, my heart pounding. Mike and Rachel froze too. The wind had died down for a moment, making the whisper sound impossibly close. "Did you hear that?" I asked. Mike tried to laugh it off. "Probably just the wind again." But Rachel shook her head. "No, that was your name. It's calling you." We started moving faster, panic setting in. Every few minutes, the voice repeated, sometimes faint, sometimes just behind us, "John, John." The footprints appeared again, closer this time, as if whoever or whatever had made them was following us. But every time we turned, there was nothing. The trees seemed to twist unnaturally, shadows stretching farther than they should. Rachel was crying softly, holding my arm. Mike finally admitted he was scared, though he tried to hide it. Night was falling fast, and we hadn't seen the summit yet. We tried to use our flashlights, but the beams cut through only a few feet of darkness before being swallowed by the forest. Every shadow looked like it was moving toward us. The whispers didn't stop. Eventually, we came across an old logging road, barely visible through the overgrowth. We thought it might lead us back to civilization. Relief washed over us, and we ran, stumbling over roots and rocks. But the relief was short-lived. The road split into two paths, both looking equally abandoned. We argued about which way to go. That's when I saw it. A figure at the far end of one path. Tall, thin, completely dark, almost blending into the trees. It didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, watching. I froze. Rachel grabbed my arm, whispering, "Run!" We took the other path, sprinting blindly. The whispers grew louder, now a chorus. "John! John! John!" We ran until our lungs burned, until the trees finally began to thin. And then, as abruptly as it started, the sounds stopped. We emerged onto a small highway, empty except for a lone patrol car in the distance. We ran toward it, waving frantically. The officer was stunned, but helped us into the car. We told him we'd been lost in the forest, that we had no idea how long we had been wandering. He listened quietly, asking a few questions, then drove us back to the nearest town. In the morning, we returned to the trailhead with a ranger. He told us something chilling. That section of forest we had wandered into was notorious for people getting lost, even experienced hikers. He said hikers often report hearing voices, seeing shadows, feeling like they're being followed. Some even vanish entirely. Some kind of psychological effect, he explained, though I'm not sure I believe it. I know what I heard. I know what we saw, the footprints that weren't ours, the metallic smell, the whispers calling my name. Weeks later, I found a small article online. A hiker had disappeared in the exact same area, last seen around the same time of year. Nothing was ever found. I don't know what we encountered in that forest, if it was a person, an animal, or something else entirely. But I do know one thing, I haven't hiked in the White Mountains since. And every time I hear my name whispered in the wind, I remember that day, the day the forest wanted something from me. Story, the end. The morning had started out perfectly normal. The sky was clear, the kind of crisp autumn blue that made every forested trail look like a postcard. I'd been planning this hike for weeks, a solo trek along the Cascade Range in Oregon. My backpack was loaded with the essentials: water, granola bars, a first aid kit, and my camera. I told a few friends about my plan, mostly so they wouldn't worry, and set off early to catch the sunrise over the peaks. The first few miles were blissful. The trail wound through dense pines and maples, their leaves a fiery mix of orange and red. A gentle breeze carried the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Birds chirped overhead, and I felt an easy rhythm in my steps. I passed a small stream, its water sparkling in the morning light, and paused to take a few pictures. Everything felt safe and serene, the kind of solitude that makes a hiker feel invincible. Around mile 4, the trail started to narrow and climb steeply. The trees grew taller, denser, and the sunlight struggled to pierce the thick canopy. I noticed how quiet it had become. No birds, no rustling of small animals, just the crunch of my boots on the dry leaves. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I had just moved into a quieter section. But then I saw it. A small, crude symbol scratched into the bark of a tree. It looked like a circle with a jagged line through it. I froze for a moment, unsure if it was some kind of trail marker or a prank by another hiker. I snapped a picture, curious, and moved on. As the trail continued to climb, I began to feel uneasy. Something about the forest felt off. The usual sounds of nature seemed muted, almost as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. My instincts told me to keep moving, but part of me wanted to turn back. I pushed the thought aside, thinking I was just being paranoid. Around mile 6, I stumbled onto a clearing. From the center of the open space, I could see an old, abandoned cabin. Its windows were broken, the wood rotting and covered in moss. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing. I had no plan to go inside, but curiosity got the better of me. As I approached, I noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I called out just in case someone was inside, but no one answered. The cabin smelled of mildew and something else, something faintly metallic. I stepped inside, my boots echoing on the wooden floor. The interior was empty, except for a few broken chairs and a small table. On the table, I found a journal, its pages yellowed and fragile. I flipped it open, reading snippets of writing that made my skin crawl. The entries were erratic, describing someone or something watching the cabin, leaving marks on the trees, whispering at night. The last entry was the most disturbing. They are closer than I think. I can hear them moving. I can hear them watching. A sudden sound made me jump, a branch snapping outside. I froze, my heart hammering. The wind didn't seem strong enough to break a branch. I grabbed my backpack and stepped out cautiously. The forest was silent again, but I had the nagging feeling that I wasn't alone. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer, and started heading back toward the trail. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were too large to be mine, and they didn't look like any animal I knew. They seemed human, but oddly elongated, like someone had stretched their feet. They led deeper into the forest, away from the trail. I felt a cold sweat form on my neck. My instincts screamed to turn around and leave immediately. But part of me, a foolish, morbid curiosity, wanted to follow them just a little further. I didn't get far. As I moved cautiously, the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows shifted in unnatural ways. Then I heard it, a low, guttural whisper. I can't describe it accurately because it wasn't words, not in any language I recognize. It was more like a vibration, felt in the bones, not just heard. I spun around, but there was nothing, just trees and the occasional flicker of sunlight through the leaves. Panic set in. I started running, my boots slipping on the leaf-covered ground. The trail I had been following seemed to twist and stretch, like the forest itself had moved while I wasn't looking. Every time I thought I saw the trail, it disappeared behind thick undergrowth. And then I saw it, movement at the edge of my vision. A figure, tall and thin, standing completely still between two trees. I blinked, and it was gone. I ran harder, calling out, hoping another hiker might be nearby. No response. The whispers continued, closer now, circling me, yet I couldn't see their source. I stumbled down a steep incline and nearly fell into a hidden ravine, catching myself just in time on a tree root. My legs were shaking uncontrollably, but I kept moving, driven by sheer terror. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed distorted. I eventually emerged onto a familiar section of trail near a small creek. I collapsed, gasping for air, my heart still pounding. The forest around me was quiet again, deceptively peaceful. I wanted to believe I had imagined everything, that my mind had played tricks on me. But then I saw the symbols again, scratched into the bark along the trail, leading away from the creek this time. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I walked as fast as I could until the forest finally thinned and I saw the road. My car was there, exactly where I had parked, as if nothing had happened. I got inside, locked the doors, and didn't move until I was back in town. Weeks later, I tried to research the area. I found stories of hikers disappearing in that section of the Cascades, reports of strange symbols on trees, and accounts of hearing whispers in the woods. No one could explain it. Some said it was the wind, others said it was bears or mountain lions, but the descriptions never matched. And the footprints, no explanation for those. I haven't hiked alone since. I can't. Sometimes I still hear that whisper when I'm in quiet places, like it followed me out of the forest. I know it sounds insane, but I swear I wasn't imagining it. I have the pictures of the symbols, the journal pages I took before leaving the cabin, and the memory of those impossible footprints. I show them to a few friends, and they look at me with pity or disbelief. But I don't care. I think the worst part is the realization that maybe it isn't about survival or danger in the traditional sense. It's like the forest itself knows when someone is too curious, too bold. It doesn't want you there. It doesn't just want to scare you. It wants to mark you, make sure you remember that some places are not meant to be walked alone. I've stayed far away from the Cascades now, sticking to well-trodden trails and groups, but sometimes, late at night, I can still hear it, a faint guttural whisper calling me back. Every time I think about going back, I see the cabin in my mind, the journal open, the symbols etched deep into the trees. I think about the footprints, the figure in the shadows, and the sense of being watched. The forest doesn't forgive curiosity. It doesn't forget. And I'll never know what would have happened if I had followed the footprints all the way. I tell myself it's over, that I escaped, but part of me knows I never really did. Sometimes when I walk in the woods near my town, I see shapes at the edges of my vision, hear whispers carried by the wind. They're faint but unmistakable, and I can't help thinking somewhere deep in Oregon that Forrest is still waiting, watching, remembering. Story the end. It was early October when a group of 5 friends from Ohio decided to take a weekend hiking trip in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. They had all been avid hikers for years, but none of them had ever ventured this far north in the fall. The air was crisp and the leaves had turned a riot of red, orange, and gold, making the mountain trails look almost picturesque from the car windows as they drove up Route 302. The plan was simple. Camp near Zealand Falls, hike a few moderate trails, and enjoy the scenery before heading back Sunday evening. They arrived at the trailhead just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the peaks. The parking lot was nearly empty, a few cars scattered around, mostly older models with roof racks and hiking gear sticking out. The group, Jake, the unofficial leader, his younger brother Ethan, their friends Sarah, Mike, and Claire, unloaded their packs and began the ascent. At first, everything was easy. They joked, swapped stories, and admired the vibrant foliage. Jake, a tall man with a commanding presence, often led the way, while Ethan lagged behind, trying to keep pace. Sarah and Claire chatted quietly, while Mike seemed to be quietly observing the surroundings, occasionally stopping to take photos of the leaves and the jagged peaks. By the time they reached the first shelter near Zealand Falls, the wind had picked up. It wasn't particularly cold, but there was a damp chill that seeped into their jackets. They unpacked, set up a small campfire, and made sandwiches. The sun was almost gone, and the forest had taken on a strange, muted tone. That's when Sarah noticed it, a pair of eyes watching them from across the clearing. At first, she thought it might be a deer, but the eyes were too high off the ground, too still. She pointed it out, and the group turned toward it, but when they looked again, the eyes were gone. Jake laughed it off. Probably just a raccoon, he said, but no one else was entirely convinced. The next morning, they woke to mist swirling through the trees. They had planned a hike up to Mount Hale, a 3-hour trek. The trail was narrow and steep in sections, but nothing they couldn't handle. As they ascended, the mist grew thicker and visibility dropped to just a few dozen feet. That's when the first signs of trouble appeared. Mike, who had been leading at the time, suddenly froze and pointed ahead. There, partially hidden by the fog, was what looked like a small campsite, abandoned but fresh. A few flattened tents, a smoldering fire pit, and discarded food wrappers. But there was something off. There were no footprints leading to or from the site, only the trails they had followed. It was as if the campsite had been placed there for them to find. They tried to shrug it off, convincing themselves it was just another group of hikers. But then Claire noticed something scratched into the bark of a nearby tree. Words, roughly etched. "Leave now." Her voice trembled as she read it aloud. The others tried to laugh, but the sound was hollow, swallowed by the fog and the wind through the pines. Jake insisted it was probably some pranksters from another group, but deep down he felt a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. They continued hiking, but the forest seemed to close in around them. Every so often, they would catch glimpses of movement just at the edge of their vision, shadows darting between trees, branches snapping. Ethan, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly shouted, "Stop! Did you see that? Did you see that?" Everyone halted. There, not 10 feet away, a figure in a dark hoodie stood perfectly still, staring at them. Before anyone could react, it vanished into the mist. Mike swore he saw it move like it was gliding over the ground, too fast to be human. The rest of the group tried to convince themselves it was a trick of the fog, but none of them felt the same certainty they had felt in the daylight. By late afternoon, they reached the summit, but instead of feeling victorious, they felt disoriented. The fog had thickened into a near-white wall. Their GPS devices, which had worked flawlessly that morning, were acting strangely. Coordinates flickered and shifted, and compasses spun without settling. Jake tried to take charge, insisting they descend before it got dark, but the trails that had been clear in the morning now seemed endless, looping back on themselves. Every ridge looked the same, every tree identical. Panic started to creep in. As night fell, they found themselves back near the campsite they had seen in the morning, though they swore they had hiked far beyond it. This time, the tents were completely gone, leaving only a circle of blackened earth where the fire had been. And then came the sounds, footsteps crunching on leaves, whispering voices, the faint snap of branches. It sounded like someone or something was moving all around them, just beyond sight. They huddled together, trying to remain calm, but sleep was impossible. Every shadow in the fog seemed alive. Around midnight, the worst happened. Ethan screamed. He had wandered a few feet from the group to relieve himself and didn't come back. They called his name, shouted, but only the echoes returned. Mike grabbed a flashlight and ran in the direction he had gone, but it was like Ethan had vanished into thin air. The fog seemed to swallow sound, and after 20 minutes of calling, they gave up. Jake, normally level-headed, was trembling. "We have to move," he said. "We can't stay here." They tried retracing their steps down the trail, but it was useless. Every path seemed to lead them back to the same clearing. That's when they saw them, figures emerging from the mist. Not one or two, but dozens, all in dark clothing, some crouched low, others standing unnaturally still. They had no faces, or if they did, the fog hid them. The figures didn't speak, didn't move toward them, just watched. Heart pounding, Jake yelled, "Run!" And they bolted in the only direction that seemed different, branches tearing at their clothes, roots tripping them. Hours later, just before dawn, they stumbled onto a logging road, exhausted and covered in scratches and dirt. The fog had lifted, and the sun's first light revealed familiar terrain. They were near the trailhead, almost as if no time had passed at all. But Ethan was gone. The authorities later found no trace of him in the area. Searches continued for weeks, but the forest seemed to have swallowed him entirely. Some locals whispered about the White Mountain fog and the disappearances that happened every few decades, but no one could explain why or how. Months passed, and the friends tried to move on with their lives, but none of them ever returned to the mountains. Jake refused to hike again. Sarah moved across the country. Mike and Claire avoided forests entirely. And every time the wind carries the scent of damp pine and wet leaves, they remember Ethan and the mist that consumed him. Jake still wakes in the middle of the night, hearing whispers and footsteps just outside his window, wondering if the forest has finally come for him too. It was a simple hiking trip that turned into a nightmare none of them could explain. And somewhere, deep in the White Mountains, the fog waits. Story, the end. The sun was barely over the horizon when Alex, Mia, and Jordan hit the trailhead of Mount Rainier's Skyline Trail. It was early October, and the first hints of frost dusted the pine needles along the forest floor. They were experienced hikers, always up for a challenge, and this 3-day trek was supposed to be the highlight of their autumn adventures. Everyone was in high spirits as they shouldered their packs, the crisp air filling their lungs with excitement and a little anxiety. The first few miles went smoothly. The trail was well marked, and the colors of the season were breathtaking. Golden aspens, crimson maples, and the occasional fiery red berry that clung stubbornly to the shrubs despite the dropping temperatures. Jordan kept a brisk pace ahead of the others, as usual, while Alex and Mia brought up the rear, laughing at inside jokes and snapping photos. By midday, they reached a clearing that overlooked the valley below. The view was staggering. Mist clung to the lowlands like a gray blanket, and the peaks of distant mountains jutted out like jagged teeth. They took a long break, eating sandwiches and sipping water, their laughter echoing through the quiet forest. It was idyllic, almost surreal. As they resumed hiking, the trail began to narrow and twist more aggressively. Fallen leaves concealed roots and rocks, making every step precarious. Jordan insisted they keep moving fast, worried about the setting sun and the fact that the map indicated a particularly tricky section ahead. Mia felt a twinge of unease. The forest seemed too quiet now. The occasional birdsong had vanished, and even the wind felt muted. She brushed it off as nerves. By the late afternoon, the trio reached a dense section of the trail where the trees grew close together, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers. Alex noticed the air had grown colder, a damp chill that seeped through their layers. He glanced at his watch and realized they had underestimated the time. It was getting late, and the final stretch to their campsite was still miles away. Then they heard it. A faint sound at first, like the crunching of dry leaves. At first, they assumed it was an animal, perhaps a deer or a bear, moving through the underbrush, but the sound persisted, deliberate and measured, almost matching their pace. "Probably a hiker," Jordan said, though his voice lacked conviction. "We'll see them soon." But there was no one. The trail ahead remained empty, and the sound continued behind them. It wasn't the sound of branches snapping randomly. It was calculated, deliberate, following each of their steps. Mia's unease escalated into fear. "Guys, I don't like this," she whispered. "We should stop and check." Alex, trying to calm her, laughed nervously. "It's probably just the wind. Or a raccoon. You're letting your imagination run wild." But when Alex turned to scan the tree line, his stomach dropped. A shadow moved, barely visible through the dim light filtering through the canopy. It was too big for a deer. It moved upright, too deliberate, too human. The three of them quickened their pace, hearts hammering. The trail began a steep descent, and the forest seemed to close in around them. Every crack of a branch, every whisper of wind sounded like footsteps. The shadow flickered in their peripheral vision, always staying just far enough behind to keep them guessing. Suddenly, a twig snapped close behind Alex, making him jump. "Who's there?" he yelled, voice trembling despite himself. Only silence answered, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. Mia clutched Alex's arm, her eyes wide with panic. Jordan, usually calm, was uncharacteristically tense. Night fell faster than they expected. The last rays of sunlight disappeared, leaving only the faint glow of the moon filtering through the dense branches. They fumbled with their headlamps, and the small circles of light seemed pitiful against the consuming darkness. "We need to find the campsite," Jordan said urgently. "Keep moving." They stumbled through the forest, each step feeling heavier than the last. The trail markers were scarce, and soon they realized they had strayed from the path. Panic set in as the realization hit. They were lost. Then the sound returned, closer this time. Heavy, deliberate footsteps matching their pace. Not random, not animal, human. They turned their lights toward the sound, and for a brief moment they saw it. A figure, tall and draped in dark clothing, its face obscured, moving silently among the trees. "Run!" Alex hissed. They bolted, branches whipping their faces, roots threatening to trip them. Behind them, the footsteps accelerated, a terrifying echo in the night. Alex could hear Mia's ragged breathing and Jordan's curses as they sprinted blindly through the undergrowth. After what felt like an eternity, they broke into a small clearing. Moonlight revealed a shallow depression in the ground, the remnants of an old campsite. They collapsed near a cluster of rocks, gasping for air, hearts pounding so violently they feared it might burst through their chests. "Did it follow us here?" Mia asked, voice shaking. "I don't know," Jordan said, scanning the tree line, "but we need to make a plan. We can't stay here." Alex's eyes caught something strange, a series of scratches on a tree near the clearing. They weren't random. They were deep, deliberate marks arranged in a pattern almost like a crude symbol. He shivered, feeling an instinctual dread. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled again, closer than ever. They spun around, headlamps illuminating the empty clearing, but the shadowy figure was gone. Silence fell, but it was heavy, pressing down on them like a physical weight. "We can't stay here," Alex repeated. "We have to get back to the main trail." They tried to orient themselves, using the faint moonlight and their map, but every direction seemed wrong. Every attempt to retrace their steps brought them back to the same clearing. It was as if the forest itself had shifted. Hours passed. Exhaustion set in. Hunger gnawed at them, and the cold crept into their bones. Still, the footsteps never returned, but the feeling of being watched never left. By early morning, the fog had rolled in, thick and impenetrable. Visibility was near zero. Alex spotted a faint glimmer of light through the mist, and they moved toward it, thinking it might be another hiker or the edge of the trail. They stumbled into a narrow ravine, and there, in the pale dawn, they found evidence of someone or something having been there recently. Discarded water bottles, a torn jacket, a shoe. Too large for a child, too unkempt for a normal hiker. Something was using the trail, but not like they were. As they navigated the ravine, a sound froze them in place. A low, guttural whisper, almost unintelligible, carried by the wind. Alex could feel it crawling under his skin. Jordan's face had gone pale. Maya whimpered, covering her ears. And then they saw the figure again, at the edge of the fog. It didn't move toward them, but it didn't need to. Its presence was oppressive, suffocating, an unseen weight pressing down. And then, without warning, it vanished, melting into the fog as if it had never been there. They didn't stop. They ran, scrambling over rocks and roots until finally, hours later, the fog thinned and they spotted a ranger station in the distance. Salvation. Inside, they recounted their ordeal to the rangers, who listened silently, taking notes. The forest had a history of disappearances, the rangers explained, mostly hikers who wandered off trail or got caught in the ravine systems. But there were rumors, older than any record, of a presence that lingered in certain sections of the mountain, a shadow that stalked the trails, patient, waiting, unseen. Alex, Mia, and Jordan left the mountain shaken, each of them carrying the silent terror of being hunted in the woods. None of them ever returned to the Skyline Trail. Friends and family dismissed their story as stress and exhaustion, but each time they spoke of it, their voices dropped, their eyes darted to the corners of the room. Years later, they still have nightmares of the forest, of the shadow that moved with them, always just beyond the edge of sight. The memory of the scratches on the trees, the rustling in the fog, the oppressive weight of being watched, it never fades. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, Mia swears she can still hear the footsteps following, patient, waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, a simple hiking trip with friends in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina. I had done my fair share of hikes before, nothing too extreme, just moderate trails with scenic views and maybe a campfire at night. My friends, Eric, Megan, and Tyler, were a little more ambitious than I was, always chasing the next challenging trail, but I agreed to join them anyway. It was late September, and the leaves were just beginning to turn gold and crimson. The air had that crisp bite that hinted at the coming winter. Perfect for hiking. We started early Saturday morning, parking our cars at the trailhead just as the sun was rising. The trail was fairly popular, well-marked and maintained, winding through dense forests and along small streams. We joked as we started walking about who would reach the lookout first. Megan, always the competitive one, sprinted ahead, her laughter echoing between the trees. Eric and Tyler were ahead as well, chatting about gear and the latest climbing video they'd watched. I stayed a little behind, enjoying the quiet, the crunch of leaves under my boots, and the occasional bird call breaking the silence. By late morning, we reached a fork in the trail. The right path was labeled as challenging, steep and narrow, while the left was marked moderate. Tyler, predictably, suggested the challenging route. Eric agreed. Megan clapped her hands in excitement. I hesitated. I knew the trail would get treacherous, but I didn't want to be a drag, so I reluctantly followed. The path immediately narrowed, roots and rocks jutting out in a way that demanded careful footing. The trees grew closer together, casting long shadows that made the forest feel darker than it should have been for mid-morning. About an hour in, the trail became even steeper. A light mist began to form, clinging to the branches and undergrowth. It wasn't unusual for the Appalachians, but I noticed that the mist was thicker than it should have been for a clear morning. Megan, as usual, was still ahead, but I caught sight of Eric and Tyler looking around nervously. "This place feels weird," Tyler muttered, though he tried to laugh it off. I didn't respond at first. My own unease was growing, a slow knot forming in my stomach. We pressed on, reaching a small clearing that overlooked a valley. The view was breathtaking. The mountains rolled endlessly, bathed in gold and amber. We paused, taking photos and catching our breath. But as I glanced at the valley, I noticed something strange. There were footprints, human, barefoot, fresh-looking, that didn't belong to any of us. They led off the clearing and disappeared into the woods below. "Did one of you see this?" I asked, pointing. Eric squinted. "Probably someone else hiking," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Megan laughed nervously. "Yeah, probably. Let's just keep moving." I wanted to argue, but something about the footprints made me uneasy, so I stayed quiet. We descended into the thicker part of the forest, following the trail markers that now seemed faint and worn. By midday, the mist had thickened into a low fog. The forest grew quiet, too quiet. No birds, no rustling animals, nothing except our own footsteps and the occasional snapping of a branch. Then we realized something worse. We had lost the trail markers. "We just passed the last sign, right?" Megan asked, her usual confidence faltering. "I think so," Eric replied, checking his GPS. "It says we're still on the trail, but this can't be right." We debated whether to backtrack, but the fog had made it difficult to see even 10 feet ahead. The trail we had been following seemed to vanish into a wall of mist and trees. I suggested we stay put until the fog cleared, but Tyler insisted we move forward. He claimed we would eventually reach the next waypoint. Reluctantly, we did. Hours passed. We stumbled over roots and rocks, the fog thick and unyielding, our energy drained, our food running low. Around 4 p.m., I realized something that made my stomach turn cold. We weren't hearing Megan or Tyler anymore. I called out, my voice hoarse, and only Eric responded. "They went ahead," he said. "They probably think they can find a way back." We tried following the direction they went, but the forest seemed to shift around us. Paths that looked clear one moment were blocked by fallen trees or thick underbrush the next. Panic started creeping in. We realized we didn't know which direction led out of the forest. That's when we heard it. A voice, faint and distorted, calling our names. "Eric." "Parvez." "Megan." I froze. "Did you hear that?" Eric nodded, pale. "Yeah, it sounded like them." We called back, but no response came, only the echo of our own voices swallowed by the fog. Then movement, shadowy figures flitting between trees just beyond the visibility of the mist, too fast to be normal humans, too deliberate to be animals. I don't know why, but I started running, following Eric, who was already moving. The forest felt endless, every tree looking the same, the fog clinging to us, cold and wet. As night fell, we finally stumbled into a small, abandoned cabin hidden in a depression. Its wood was rotting, the roof partially collapsed, but it offered shelter from the encroaching darkness. We barricaded the door as best we could and tried to calm ourselves. "We need to stay here until morning," Eric said. "Then we can figure out where we are." I nodded, shivering. Sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside made my heart hammer. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of breathing. Not our own. Heavy, deliberate, close. I shone my flashlight toward the sound, but saw nothing. Then a hand pressed against the window. A pale, dirty hand, too long and thin to belong to a normal human. I screamed. Eric grabbed a piece of wood and ran to the window, but when he looked outside, there was nothing. The rest of the night passed in a blur of fear, whispering and shadows. We huddled in a corner, too terrified to sleep, listening to the forest that seemed alive with movement. At first light, we cautiously emerged, finding the fog had lifted slightly. The forest looked different in the daylight, less threatening, but just as confusing. We tried to retrace our steps back toward the trailhead, but every landmark seemed unfamiliar. Hours passed. The sun rose higher, and panic started to set in. Eric suggested climbing a nearby ridge to get a better view. I followed reluctantly. As we reached the top, the view revealed something horrifying. We weren't alone. The valley below was filled with dozens of footprints, some human, some not. They led in all directions, but none of them led back to the trailhead. And then we saw them, shadowy figures at the far edges of the valley, watching. Some crouched, others standing unnaturally tall, all facing us. We didn't hesitate. We ran, sliding down the ridge, crashing through underbrush, ignoring the cuts and bruises. Behind us, the shadows moved too, not running, just gliding. Every step we took, we could feel their presence closing in. It was like the forest itself was alive, reshaping paths, hiding exits. By mid-afternoon, completely exhausted and bleeding, we stumbled onto a service road. Cars were rare, but within an hour we found a carpenter's truck. I flagged it down, and the ranger radioed for help. Megan and Tyler were never found. Search parties scoured the forest for days, but the area where we had lost the trail showed no signs of our friends, only footprints that seemed to vanish as if they were never there. Eric and I left the Appalachian Trail behind after that. We never spoke much about the trip, but sometimes at night when the wind rustles through the trees, I swear I hear them. Megan and Tyler calling my name, their voices distorted, echoing from somewhere deep in the forest. And I know, somehow, that they aren't alone. Story the end. The morning was crisp, the kind of chill that bites your fingers even through gloves, and the smell of pine hung heavy in the air. Jacob, a 28-year-old from Denver, had been planning this hike for months. It wasn't one of those touristy trails near town. This was a remote stretch of the Rockies, miles from the nearest road, and he was determined to make it to the summit of Mount Bellevue before sunset. He had packed light, but carefully. Water, a couple of energy bars, a map, compass, flashlight, and a first aid kit. But he also packed something else, a stubborn sense of self-reliance that would soon be tested in ways he never imagined. Jacob started the trail at dawn, boots crunching over frost-hardened soil and fallen leaves. The forest was quiet, almost eerily so, with only the occasional caw of a crow breaking the silence. He had hiked alone many times before, but this trail felt different. The path was narrow, almost overgrown in places, with roots snaking across it like veins. The higher he climbed, the thinner the air became, but he barely noticed, too engrossed in the beauty of the jagged peaks and valleys stretching endlessly below. Around midday, Jacob reached a small clearing where a stream gurgled over smooth stones. He knelt to drink and refill his bottle, glancing around for signs of wildlife. That's when he saw them, tracks in the mud. Not deer or elk, too large for that. Human footprints. They were fresh, pressed sharply into the soft ground, leading upstream. A chill ran down his spine, but he brushed it off. It could be another hiker, he reasoned. Though he hadn't seen anyone all morning, it wasn't impossible. He continued, keeping a cautious eye on the tracks. By mid-afternoon, the weather began to shift. Clouds rolled in quickly, dark and heavy, muting the sun. The temperature dropped, and a cold wind started to whip through the trees. Jacob tightened his jacket and quickened his pace, aiming to reach a ridge he could use as a landmark for his descent if needed. Then he heard it, a faint rustling, followed by a low snapping of branches. It sounded deliberate, like someone was following him, testing to see if he noticed. His pulse quickened. "Hello?" he called, his voice trembling slightly. No answer. The forest swallowed the sound. Jacob kept walking, trying to convince himself it was just an animal. But every few minutes, he heard it again, always behind him, always quiet enough that it could be nothing, yet too consistent to ignore. He reached a fork in the trail. The map indicated that going left would take him closer to the summit, right would lead him down to a safer area. He hesitated, checking the compass. The wind gusted stronger and the sky darkened to a bruised gray. That's when he saw movement, a shadow darting between trees, fast and deliberate. Heart hammering, Jacob turned left toward the summit. Panic made him clumsy, misplacing steps, stumbling over roots. He felt watched, felt eyes boring into him from the forest's depths. 2 hours later, he reached a narrow ledge overlooking a steep drop. The summit was just ahead, but clouds had swallowed it. The trail narrowed to a barely there path along the cliff's edge. Jacob paused, scanning the trees below. That's when he saw it. Figures. 3 of them, dressed in dark, ragged clothing, moving silently among the trees. They weren't hikers, not exactly. Their movements were deliberate, almost predatory. He froze, adrenaline coursing through him. He thought about turning back, but the trail behind him seemed too treacherous in the gathering gloom. Jacob decided to keep moving forward, trying to stay calm. He picked up his pace, eyes darting between the trail and the trees. Every few steps he could hear the snapping of branches again, faint but insistent. He kept telling himself it was a coincidence, but deep down, he knew better. The figures were tracking him. He couldn't see their faces, just the dark shapes weaving between the trees. Panic set in. He began running, boots slipping on the wet leaves, heart pounding. The wind howled now, carrying a sound that was almost human, like whispering, distorted calling his name. Then the ground gave way beneath his foot. He tumbled down a slope, hitting rocks and roots, rolling until he landed in a shallow ditch with a jolt that knocked the breath out of him. His leg hurt badly, a sharp, unnatural angle that suggested a fracture. Groaning, he tried to stand, but a wave of dizziness forced him back down. Above him, the path was empty, but the shadowy figures had disappeared. Or so he thought. Jacob knew he couldn't stay put. Night would fall, and without help, he would be stranded. He tried to crawl toward a denser patch of forest that might conceal him. The pain in his leg was excruciating, each movement a sharp agony, but he forced himself forward. The forest seemed alive now, every rustle a threat, every gust of wind a whisper of warning. Then he heard it, footsteps, deliberate, circling him. "Who's there?" he croaked. No response, just movement. It was getting closer. Jacob scanned desperately, spotting a small overhang of rocks. He dragged himself under it, that barely fitting, trying to control his breathing. Shadows passed, figures moving with unnatural silence. One stopped near the edge of the clearing, peering down, and for a moment he thought he saw a face. Pale, hollow, eyes dark and empty. Then it moved on, disappearing into the trees. Hours seemed to stretch endlessly. The wind grew colder, and Jacob shivered violently, trying to stay warm. The fracture in his leg throbbed, each pulse sending shockwaves through his body. He thought about calling for help, but his phone was buried deep in his backpack, and he hadn't had signal for hours. He was completely alone, or so he hoped. Suddenly, a faint light appeared between the trees, not from a flashlight, but from a small, flickering flame. A campfire? Another hiker? Hope surged. He tried to call out, but his voice cracked. "Help! I'm hurt!" The light didn't move toward him. It flickered once, twice, then vanished. Fear replaced hope. The figures were still out there somewhere, and now he realized they were toying with him, watching, waiting. He tried to remember survival tactics, mental exercises to stay calm, but every sound, every movement made him panic. Hours passed. The moon rose, pale and ghostly through the clouds, and with it the forest changed. Shadows lengthened, trees twisted in the corners of his vision, and he could swear he saw shapes moving just beyond the edge of the clearing. The snapping branches returned, closer now. He could feel the eyes on him, even if he couldn't see the faces. Exhaustion set in. He dozed in short, restless bursts, waking each time the wind shifted or a branch cracked. When he finally dared to crawl out from under the rocks, it was nearly dawn. The figures were gone, but the sense of being followed lingered. Using the map and compass, he began a slow, agonizing descent, dragging his broken leg. Every step was agony, every sound a potential threat. Hours later, he stumbled onto a wider trail. Relief flooded him as he saw tire tracks in the mud, a sign of human civilization. He dragged himself toward them until finally he emerged onto a service road. A park ranger's truck appeared, and Jacob collapsed in relief, sobbing from pain and terror. The ranger helped him into the vehicle, asking questions. He tried to explain the figures, the whispers, the shadowy stalkers, but the ranger frowned. "You sure it wasn't just mountain lions or some other wildlife? Or maybe you twisted your ankle and let your imagination run wild?" Jacob nodded mutely, knowing the truth. Something had followed him, had stalked him through the forest, and had vanished as mysteriously as it appeared. The ranger drove him down the mountain, leaving the wilderness behind, but the memory clung to him like a shadow. He never hiked alone again. Months later, Jacob returned to the trail, but only to search for answers. The tracks he had seen were gone. No signs of the figures, no trace of firelight. Locals spoke of hikers vanishing, some never found, and others returning with stories too strange to be believed. Jacob kept his experience to himself, sharing only vague warnings about the dangers of the forest. But sometimes at night he could still hear the whispers in the wind, faint but insistent, calling him back to the trees where the shadows waited. He never understood why they followed him or what they wanted. All he knew was that the forest had claimed a part of him, a part that would never truly feel safe again. And every time he saw a trailhead, he felt the old fear rise, the fear of being watched, stalked, hunted alone. He knew deep down that some places weren't meant to be tamed and some shadows weren't meant to be chased away. Jacob's hiking days were over. He sold his gear, avoided the mountains, and tried to rebuild a sense of normalcy. But the story never left him, not fully. Sometimes, late at night, he dreamed of narrow trails, of broken ankles, of shadows moving silently in the trees, always just out of reach. And he woke with a start, heart pounding, knowing that some horrors were not made for stories. They were made for living, and surviving them was only the beginning. Story the end.